open panel forum where it's all of us. We take 30 minutes on each of the prompts. We go back through them in order so that everybody who was sitting there silently while they were like, you guys get free content, right? So like while you are not debating, you're sitting there on mute, fucking yelling and screaming and telling your chat everything these other fools are doing wrong. And then once we get to the after party, you actually get to say it to their face. So basically, you get to kind of weigh in on the topics and the prompts that you didn't get assigned. Which it's not an accident. Whenever I'm doing my scheduling, I actually try to get multiple people who have strong feelings about all of the prompts when it's possible. So you might notice that several of the prompts are things that you responded strongly to. Not always, but I try. So hopefully it'll be more interesting to you. You'll enjoy actually hanging out while you're not debating, and then you'll be able to participate in the after party. So anyways, all right. I think that is it. Everybody is here. Yep, everybody but Game Boy. Hip, hip, fucking huzzah. Let's go. All right, so welcome in, chatters. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, debaters. I appreciate all y'all showing up and being here. Sorry we're a little bit late. That's actually my fault. We have some new people, and I didn't explain the process as well as I wanted to. But that's okay, because you only need it explained once. After that, it all makes sense. So. What we're going to do here is I'm going to read our little intro thing, and then we're just going to jump straight into the first debate. Instead of having everybody introduce themselves at the beginning, I'm just going to have you introduce yourselves before the actual debates. It makes it a little easier for the final cut whenever I'm doing the VOD edit. So, that said, if you guys can all be patient for me, let me get this out, then we'll jump right in. So, boom. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot-button issues with people you disagree with. Our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We try to cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversations where you actually have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they're saying. So please attack the belief, not the believer. At least for tonight, check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit-slinging that have been plaguing our society for far too long. Also, here the audience gets a vote. So there will be a link in the chat after each of the debates where you can go to vote for the winner. Please get those voting fingers ready. It is free. And please, exercise your democratic rights to decide which side you think made the most compelling case. Now, tonight's judges, we have Doomer Patriot on the left, and we have Average Debate Enjoyer on the right. Both have been debaters here. Tyler on the right has even won our last season. He requires me contractually to mention that every time he fucking judges, so I'm going to go ahead and get it out there early. And I appreciate both of y'all. You guys know how this works, so I don't have to give you guys too much prep. With that, we're going to jump straight into debate number one. So this is going to be those who rely on their communities rather than themselves tend to be weak and dependent. This was actually a pretty hot button prompt, to be honest. Everybody had something to say on this. F is going to be AVG, also known as Average Female Debater. AVG, would you please tell the people a little bit about yourself? Tell us where we can find you. Tell us what you're about. I'll drop your link in the chat.
Yeah, so I'm a social issues debater. I debate primarily on YouTube and sometimes on our clandestine name and photo on another platform that only my close friends are aware of. I debate all kinds of things. I also am a litigator by trade, so I'm very familiar with legalities. Still figuring out how to work that into my YouTube stuff, but we'll see. My handle is at capital A, capital B, capital G, and then lowercase female debater. I've got quite a few videos, and I'm almost at 500 subs, so please follow me there. You can also follow me on X, Average Female Debater with an 8 in place of the A.
Very, very cool. And I did put that link into the chat, so everybody give that a link, click and a follow. And we have all seen Zach here before. If you're feeling adventurous, Zach, please tell the people who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'll drop your link in the chat.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Zach, President and CEO of If You're Feeling Adventurous. You can find me on Twitter, YouTube, here on Twitch, Kick, Rumble, If You're Feeling Adventurous. I'm a Christian, author, father. I've been a lot of places and seen a lot of things, and I like discussing things. I like arguing with people. I'm a combative person, so if you like that kind of stuff, if you like hearing very spicy takes, come on and check me out. But only if you're feeling adventurous.
There you go. Nice. He said the thing, everybody. He said the thing. All right. So mostly for you, AVG, this is your first time here, so I kind of want to just go over the format with you. The way that this works is we're going to have a 3-minute opening from you, uninterrupted. After that, Zach. Oh, your name is all wonky, Zach. I'm sorry. After that, Zach is going to have 3 minutes on the clock to cross-examine or rebut as he sees fit. It's his time to control and use to either poke holes in your arguments or set up his own arguments. Then he's going to get 3 minutes uninterrupted to go through his own opening, after which you get the same courtesy. You get 3 minutes, AVG, to cross-examine or rebut as you see fit. After that, we go into a 15-minute open forum conversation where the two of you just kind of handle it and duke it out. After that, we go into a Q&A session. Now, the Q&A session, we're going to be open to the chat. Anybody in chat who wants to submit a question, they can click the little link, throw $2 in the tip jar, and they get to ask you guys a question as well. But barring that, each of the two judges and myself will ask each of the two debaters one question. That's just to kind of help fill in the blanks or whatever we want to hear more about. And then after that, you're both going to get another 3 minutes for an uninterrupted closing. So it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward, but you can always see the clock above my head in the Discord or in the video feed. So if we don't have any questions, I'm going to go ahead and jump straight into it. Ms. AVG, 3 minutes is on the clock. For those who rely on their communities rather than themselves tend to be weak and dependent. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
All right. So I'm going to be honest. Well, when I signed up for this debate, I was shocked that somebody would take the negative position on this. People who are not self-sufficient are weak and dependent, whether we like to admit it or not. I anticipate that my opponent will spend a great deal of time in this debate advancing a series of ought claims, like that the communities ought be there for all their members, or how human beings are social and that they ought form communities that they can depend on, aka sunshine and roses. This is not our reality, ladies and gentlemen. In modernity, people are largely concentrated in cities. They're often isolated, and since the dawn of the internet and its recent advanced renditions, including components like AI, people who were previously not able to be self-sufficient now are, and are easily able to do so with the help of this technology. Food can be delivered, trips can be planned, medication can be ordered, doctor's visits can take place from the comfort of our own home in front of our preferred screen. Of course, as a result, people who are unable to survive without the help of a community in a true sense are very few. They are the exception. For my opponent to win this debate, he will have to convince you that reliance doesn't equal dependence, and that an inability to be self-sufficient makes you strong. And there isn't a snowball's chance in hell of that occurring now or ever. I yield.
All right. Very good stuff. So, Zach, 3 minutes is going to go on the clock for you. Use that time as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Ooh, boy. My opponent didn't do much research, did they? Let me ask you something. When you make broad statements like the ones you just made in your opening there, do you at all times adhere to your Christian principles and your Christian beliefs?
Sorry, this
Can
is
you
your
hear me?
opening. Yeah,
No.
this is your opening.
I'm sorry, let me stop the clock. This is the cross-examination phase. This is where he gets to ask you
Okay,
questions
sorry.
about your opening
My bad.
or rebut as he sees fit. I'm sorry, I'll start the clock over again. 3 minutes is
Yep,
back on
my
it. Go
bad.
ahead and start over. No worries.
Do you want me to repeat the question? Or?
Yeah. Yes, please. Start over.
Okay. When you make broad statements like that, Miss AVG, do you at all times adhere to your Christian convictions and belief structures?
So not everybody's Christian.
Yeah, but on your channel, you say you are. You say you're an Orthodox Christian.
That's correct. I'm a catechumen.
Okay. So
What does that have to do with this?
it has everything to do with it because Christian morality extends to how we behave in our community. So will you please answer the question?
Yeah, so this is about individuals generally. This is not about me or my fellow Orthodox Christians. So,
Okay, refusal to answer the question. That's a great start. All right. Okay.
my
Yeah,
morality doesn't have
horseradish.
anything to do with this. This is a
Yes, it
debate.
does. Morality. Go. Sorry, horseradish. Go ahead and start my open.
All right, sounds good. In that case, we'll go ahead and go straight into your opening, Zach. 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. Start it up when you're ready.
Okay. My opponent affirms that reliance on community makes us weak and dependent. But not only do I assert the opposite, but the overwhelming empirical evidence demonstrates the opposite as well. Community involvement improves mental, physical, and spiritual well being. Loneliness and isolation are associated with increased risk of removing yourself from the census, heart disease, stroke, diabetes, and dementia, to name the worst of them. I don't know about you, but it seems like anything that does all of that to you is weakening you significantly. And community involvement is the cure. My opponent might try to argue around this and say, no, it's dependence that's the problem. Dependence causes the weakness. But to do that, my opponent needs to create a clear dividing line between community involvement and dependence, which cannot be reasonably established due to our communal nature as a species. Humans are a social animal, the primary mode of existence of which has been inside of a community for 99.999% of individuals who have ever lived for 99.9999% of their lifespan. Therefore, we can safely assume that humans are naturally interdependent upon each other. Next, we need to assess the result of that interdependence to see whether or not it makes weakness. How are humans doing as a species? Well, we live in every single biome on the planet. We have no natural predators because we outcompeted or domesticated them all, and have become so successful as a species that our single biggest problem as a species is how to manage the overwhelming hordes of idiots within our own species. So I frankly scoff at any argument that says community has weakened us as a species or as individuals. Furthermore, from a Christian worldview, we are morally commanded to defend and provide for the weak and helpless. Therefore, we must, within our own communities, be fruitful in labor and physically and mentally strong, so as to be rocks for those who need us. This is the basis of the famous Protestant work ethic. Under a Christian worldview, our communities must make us stronger as individuals and as a collective. Our belonging to a community, especially religious community, increases our baseline mental and physical health, such that when an individual is removed from their community, they have a psychological buffer that shields them from mental distress and despair and the physical weakness that comes with it. Finally, due to the fact that humans are naturally interdependent species where individuals require a certain amount of community to live at all, my opponent needs to establish exactly where the line of reliance and dependent is and demonstrate how we can meaningfully separate the two. Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. AVG, you ask questions. This is your directed time to ask specific questions or rebut as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Great. So, first question, you've been harping a lot on the Christianity. What denomination are you?
I don't consider myself to be any specific denomination.
Non-denominational. Thank you very much. What percentage of the population is Christian? What percentage of the population has a Christian community to rely upon? Zach?
Oh, that depends on the country you're talking about. I think about 57% of the USA population currently claims some level of Christianity.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So it's not the majority. I mean, it's barely a majority. It's like 7 points according. Do you have a stat for that?
No, I don't have a stat for that. That's off memory.
Okay, because it seems a bit high to me. I thought it was more around 30 something. Okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. If you don't have a stat, you don't have a stat. I'll just take that as a concession. Are you saying that independent people are not hardworking or strong for their self-sufficiency?
No, what I'm saying is that no one is truly independent in the way you're trying to frame. That is a complete myth.
Right. So, what was the last time where people actually did the whole village to raise a child thing? Like, has that even been prominent? Because according to my studies, I see that most Americans actually don't have many close friends. They don't really have a community in essence.
Right, and how's that working out for America? Is our country on the up or downswing?
America's the greatest country in the world.
Yes, it is. That doesn't
Aren't you an
answer the question.
American?
That's a
Do you not
deflection.
believe that America is the greatest country in the world?
I do believe America is the greatest country in the world. That doesn't
So
mean
it's
we're
working
not in
great
decline.
then.
No, you can be the greatest and still be in decline.
How is America in decline because of that?
I think that's one of many factors.
Prove it.
Hey, Zach, get on this debate right now and prove that a massive sociological and economic problem with many facets is
You can't.
exactly the way you understand it.
So you can't pour it to a direct correlation, which means that you have no causation.
No
You have
one
direct
can.
link. I don't even need the other 50 seconds. He's already cooked.
Well, then in that case, I'm going to go ahead and put the 15 minutes on the clock, everybody. So please do me a favor, try to keep this civil. You heard the opening. We're going to keep this above the belt, but definitely see this as getting a little bit spicy. So I hope neither of y'all are easily offended, and go ahead and get after it. This is y'all's time.
What you said that I didn't do a lot of
So-
research. What stats did you bring?
Actually, I'm sorry.
Horseradish.
Let me stop. Yep, I was about to say, let me stop and interrupt. I need to be clear for everybody out there in the chat as well. This is the first time in all of the debates, that we've been doing this for months, that I've had both debaters give me at least 8 to 10 sources. So with that said, if we go over on time because we're pulling up sources, I am perfectly fucking fine with that. I have both of y'all's sources ready to go. If you just tell me which source specifically you want me to pull up, I'll be able to pull it up for the viewers as well. So that said, tell me what you need pulled up and I'll do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I mean-
I'd like to put the ball in his court.
You'd like what?
I'd like to put the ball in your
court.
court. You criticized me for what you assume is lack of research. I say, show me the research. Show it to me. Okay.
I think you did not research me at all. I'm sure you researched plenty into the topic. I've seen your debates. You definitely like to look at studies and do your homework, but you clearly didn't do your homework on me. So,
Chop.
Horseradish, please go ahead and send her the studies. You can pull up any of the studies. All of the studies that I sourced are basically reinforcing my central point, which is that because we are a social animal and we require a community, it's not optional. You don't have a choice. You have to have some level of social engagement and involvement in a community, or you literally die of psychosis, loneliness, etc. So it's your prompt. You are taking a position that's literally unwinnable. Community, at some level, is a physiological need.
Okay, so why do introverts succeed then in loneliness?
Exception that proves the rule. Why does this one type of people, which is a very small subset of the population, succeed, and by the way still get plenty of social interaction? Introverts still live in society. They still go to the store. They still see other human beings. They still go to a job or have online communities they interact with. They don't live on an island with no internet. So not only is that exception that proves the rule, but it's also not a true exception to begin with.
Where's the stat? How many? What's the percentage of introverts?
It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
No, it isn't irrelevant. You're saying that
It's
they're
absolutely
rare.
irrelevant. The percentage of
Demonstrate
people who are
exception.
introverts has nothing to do with whether or not introverts actually disprove the fact that humans need community.
It defines whether they're an exception, which you just stated they were. That's a bold claim, sir. Are you going to back that up?
She really wants me to prove that introverts are a non-majority part of the population.
just wanna know if you
I'm
did
stopping
any
the clock real quick. Yeah, I'm stopping the clock real quick to let you know that I sent both of you the other person's list of resources, just so you know. In your Discord messages, you should see the entire list, so you guys can see it as well as the audience if you guys ask me to.
Yeah, so provide me with a stat. Give me a stat.
Okay.
Oh, wait. One stat, sir. Go ahead. Pick a stat. Any
Well,
stat.
let's see.
Disproves my opening.
I'm looking for one that isn't a self-report. I want something that's diagnosed by clinicians. Introversion is recognized.
I did stop the clock for you guys while you're looking that up, just so you know.
Gender differences. Mm-hmm.
By the way, if you want to bring up the Midland psychological article, that'll be my first stat that I'll be turning to you. Horseradish.
Roger that. You said
Thank
the
you.
Midland. Absolutely. You said the Midland.
I'm seeing everything from 16 to just under 50. I think one. Can we agree on 1/3?
Sure. We'll agree on 1/3. It doesn't seem that small though to me.
Still a minority.
Okay, but it doesn't seem
right.
exceptional. It seems like they're actually pretty dominant in the population. When you think about how big the world is. Let's go to my Midland psychological article with respect to the independent
Sure, let's do
personality
that.
and relationships. Characteristics of independent people: hardworking, driven, successful, self-critical, quality or quantity, right? Outspoken, work alone, interested. Does any of this sound like somebody who is weak to you?
Have I heard a single instance of lives alone in the woods, never sees anyone, does all of their own sustenance for their life, gets all their own food, cooks all their own meals, gets all the raw materials needed for all of their living needs? No, they outsource all of that shit to their community and civilization. Are you fucking kidding me with this? You're giving me girl boss points. Are you fucking kidding me? Actually.
Points. Nice stat home. Yeah, so let's go to my article from The Guardian, which cites the amount of Americans that are actually living off grid. It's quite high.
The Guardian.
estimated
One second, give me
100
1 second to pull that one up. Yep. When it's cold at night, is that the one?
Yeah, that's the one. 2019 study had found that national averages range between 180,000 to 750. It's hard to estimate the exact number, but it could be as high as 750,000 people that do this. That kind of goes against your point that human beings like need a community and that nobody can survive without one, doesn't it?
Exception that proves the rule.
Exception that proves the rule.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going with that.
Are you familiar with that concept?
We're going with that again. Can you tell me
it's a valid argument.
Can you tell me how somebody being reliant on like a caretaker, for instance, which typically, by the way, only happens in older adults, makes them strong?
So now you want to argue that someone who's either in a debilitated state from illness or injury, or who has reached the end of their life and is in unavoidable need of a caretaker is somehow
yes, that is the reality.
Somehow a valid. No, see, what you're doing is you're twisting the prompt. The prompt does not specify subgroups of people. It's a generally worded prompt that's clearly talking about the population at large. And now you're trying to hone in, on a small subset of people that necessarily are dependent to try to extrapolate that to the whole prompt.
So they are dependent.
No.
So they are dependent.
They are.
They rely on a community, right?
That doesn't prove your side of this
Are they also
prompt.
weak? If they're disabled, are they also
that's
weak?
That's an exception, not that proves the rule this time. It's just
if they're disabled, are they also weak? If they're old, are they also weak?
Yeah, I don't need someone who's disabled or reliant on caretakers.
You just conceded.
No, I didn't. Because you're arguing a subset of population and trying to extrapolate that out to an entire group.
I'm sorry that it hurts your feelings, but it's true. It's freaking true. Okay. Yes, it's rough to consider the
my
fact
feelings
that
are so hurt. My tiny little iron heart is just broken.
It's a horrible reality, but it doesn't change the fact that they're weak and dependent. You snowflake, come on. Get with the program.
Man, the ad hoc, spicy. Yeah, look, I reject it. I reject your premise. A subset of the population does not extrapolate out to the entire prompt. It's a bad faith argument. I reject it entirely.
not. It's a bad faith argument because you can't contend
is
with
bad
it.
faith.
Great. Go on to your next. Let's go to your next study. I'm sure I'll demolish that as well.
Okay. I don't even think we've even begun to bring up any of my studies, but yeah, like I said,
Is
they're
there
all
one you'd
pointing
like to
the
bring
same
up?
thing. Yeah, they're all pointing to the same thing. Why don't you bring up number 2 there? Religious community improves survival and health.
Got it. Give me 1 second. You said number. It was the second one you sent.
So, yep, it's the second on the list. Yeah. So, AVG, would you contest that affiliation with a religious organization makes you more mentally and spiritually resilient?
For the sole reason that you're connecting to God, and yes.
No, because in the Bible itself, it talks about not forsaking the brotherhood of your fellow Christians and leaning on each other and bearing each other's burdens.
That's right. You're non-denom. I'm sorry. Of course, you're going to be sola scriptura.
I'm sorry, I don't need a guy in a robe to tell me what it says in plain language. If it says, help your fellow man, carry your brother's burdens, do this, and you have done unto the Lord, I don't need a guy in a robe to tell me that means I'm expected to serve my community.
Need a spiritual father? Are you hearing this, chat?
That's not what I said. That's a straw man. That's a straw man. I said I don't need someone to tell me what something says in plain English. Or plain language, I should say, because it was translated.
You believe the Bible word for word. You think it's sola scriptura that you everything in the Bible is to be taken literate.
Just ad hom and straw man with this person. Okay.
No.
Much higher expectations.
You're saying you don't need a priest. I'm assuming you're relying on the Bible, right? And your own
Listen to what I said. I'll slow it down for you. I don't need someone to give me an interpretation of very plain language. Did you get that? Do I need to flip it and reverse it for you?
A college level course? Do you need an intermediary to teach you something of a valid skill level, like how to become a doctor?
Oh yes, because I can't go and do the history work and learn about the cultural context and source the knowledge myself. I have to get that from someone who's gone to seminary.
Dodge.
I can't put myself through layman's seminary. I have to rely on the words of someone who did it.
Can you teach yourself to become a doctor?
As a matter of fact, I taught myself to become a physical therapist, and that's what I've done for the last 3.5 years.
Are you currently certified as a physical therapist?
That's not what I said. I said I taught myself to become one. My clients can tell you how much I help them.
So you can't get a job.
Oh my
you can't
God,
get a legitimate
it's like
job.
She doesn't even hear me when I speak.
This is bad. This is so bad for you. Okay, keep going with these ridiculous points. What's your next?
It's totally ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous that involvement in a religious community makes you a more resilient person because you have people who are relying on you and who give you positive community feedback, which is good for your physical and mental health. That's a ridiculous point.
It makes you dependent, and if you depend on that community to survive, yes, you are weak. You are weak, whether you like to admit that or not. You are weak.
Define weakness, please.
Yeah, weakness is. Do you want the Merriam-Webster definition? That's what I usually go by.
Merriam-Webster is politically captured. I want your definition.
Oh, it makes you sad inside if I use Merriam-Webster. I'm going to use it anyway. Lacking strength, such as deficient in physical vigor, not able to sustain or exert much weight, pressure, or strain, not able to resist external force or withstand attack, easily upset or nauseated. Also, mentally or intellectually deficient, which is what you are currently in this debate, not factually grounded or logically presented. Also, you not able to function properly. You seem to be good at that. Lacking skill or proficiency. This is kind of you right now, indicative of a lack of skill or aptitude. I'll take that.
Just
got a better one?
Stop with the ad homs. Wow.
Go ahead with your definition.
Like, holy shit, I've gotten better treatment from leftists on this show. Wow. This is crazy right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you going to be okay? Do we need to check your vital signs?
I'm just kind of aghast. Like, I truly, like, unrelated to the debate, I've been curious and looking into orthodoxy, and I've been entertaining it as
And I
a
discouraged
possible
you
higher
based on
calling,
my performance. Oh.
and just not exactly setting the best example. That's all I'm gonna say
Oh
about that.
no! Oh my gosh, I'm so mean. Not the orthodoxy is mean. Ortho bros and fishes are mean people. Do you have an actual argument?
Hey, which one of these do I want to pull up next? Yeah, let's go with that one. Hey, third study.
Pulling it up now. 1, 2, 3. That's the local PSY Miami. Mortality. Isolation increases mortality up to 30%. Is that the one?
Isolation literally causes you to die. Let's see what you have to say about that. Come on, let's hear it.
Okay, so that's a false correlative because
No, it's
isolation
not.
is a community with reliance on community dependency. So
It's not a false correlation. It's literally
Tell
isolated
me how it's
down
not.
in the studies.
Show me how it's
Huh?
not. Prove to me
Tell
that
you
it's
how
not.
it's not?
Yes.
Because in the methodology of these studies, they cross-reference for behaviors, they cross-reference for other sociological and personal factors. They control very tightly down to, okay, is this person being killed by other factors? Is this person being killed by this, that, or the other? Or is it truly the physical health issues that are caused by a worsening mental state caused by their isolation and loneliness? It's very well controlled for, especially in meta-analysis like this one, where they have very large sample sizes to go off of. And yeah, literally being lonely, being isolated from community literally increases your risk of dying 3x.
Okay, so you're talking about extreme solitude. So let's look at some of the stats for why people
I'm not talking
enjoy
about extreme solitude. No. I'm not talking about extreme solitude.
Oh, good. You're not?
Even,
Okay, perfect.
Even perceived isolation, even just feeling like you don't have a community is enough to do it.
Yeah, good. Okay, Horstratus, can you pull up the who enjoys solitude, autonomous functioning, but not introversion, predicts self-determined motivation, but not preference for solitude. Can you pull that up? That's the NIH article.
The NIH article? All right, 10-4.
There's a couple NIH.
Personality traits of solitary people?
No. It is who enjoys solitude.
You notice how she didn't
functioning.
actually address that solitude kills you. She just deflected. Bring
I'll
up the
cry harder
site.
about it. I'll address it afterwards. Who enjoys solitude? Autonomous functioning. That's the one. It's PMC 9132342 in the URL.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. It says personality traits. That's what the little title of it is. So.
Okay, that's my own title. Okay, great.
Yep.
Yeah. So this was a study. It was done in 2022. Effectively, it's outlining who is motivated, right, to pursue a solitary life, right? There's misconceptions that these people are freaks and that they can't tolerate other individuals, but we actually see a different outcome. A lot of introverted people choose solitary life just based on their own preference. It's not an indicator of someone who is unsocial. It's not an indicator of someone who is perverse or somebody who's a freak of nature. It's actually just a preference. And this study, right, which is done, proves it. So.
And what does any of that have to do with whether or not these individuals, A, are strong or weak or reliant or not, and B, how does the fact that they enjoy their alone time prove that they don't rely on civilization for a great deal of their material needs?
So point by point, right? Number one, how does it prove that they aren't community reliant? Can you repeat your first inquiry on this, please? Is that it?
How does what you just said demonstrate that these people are strong and self-reliant and all that good stuff? And second of all, how does this whole thing that you brought up demonstrate that they are removing themselves from society? Because alone time is not isolation from community. community involvement and having a community is living inside of civilization and having people you talk to regularly, whether it's on Reddit or in a church or at work or whatever. It's some level of community engagement. Demonstrate for me that the study that you brought up is looking at people that live out in the woods and never see anyone.
Yeah, so it's a preference. It's the motivation. So they don't actually have it as a need. So what that tells us is this: it's just a commonsensical fact, right? If I choose a way of life, right, I do so in a conscious way, right? I know, okay, I won't have the support of a community, and I'm choosing that regardless. That tells me some things. It tells me, number one, I'm self-sufficient. Number two, I have the cognitive ability to assess and predict how I might survive, right? I have good survival instincts. And number three, I'm strong. I'm able to take care of myself. That's what that tells me, because it's a choice. It's not a necessity.
I'm hearing rah-rah. I'm hearing sloganeering. I have not heard a single point demonstrating that these people don't need socialization to not go insane and die.
Okay, so exactly how are where in the prompt are we considering that community reliance and deterrence to that, right, would mean that you would prefer to be alone and never talk to a single person? Can you show me where that correlation exists?
That would be something that you had to prove, because you are the one that keeps bringing up people that have a introverted bent or enjoy their alone time, and you're correlating that to the word community, which is not the same thing. Because being someone that likes spending some time alone is not the same thing as distancing yourself from community. You're doing a false equivocation.
I love how you're projecting, right? You're the one that's avoiding my question, right? Which was how does that relate to the prompt? And you can't establish it. You're trying to say, you're trying to take the prompt, right? Which is that community reliance is equaling to weakness and dependency, and say, well, aren't people who have zero social interaction, aren't they broken individuals? Well, duh, no shit, Sherlock, but that's not the freaking correlation that exists between the prompt and what you're asserting, okay?
Muted, by the way. I was letting Radish know that we were moving down here, so I can help you fix this real quick.
Okay, thanks. Can you see? You can see my Discord,
yep.
Right? Okay.
Yep, I can see your Discord right now.
Oh.
So pull up OBS real quick.
Okay. Oh. How do I make it not do that?
Set share your screen to just be your entire screen, for whatever screen you're using. Change stream.
Change stream. Oh, entire screen, like this.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Do
set
I
it
need...
to whichever screen your OBS is going to be on, whichever one or two, whichever one.
Oh, okay. This one. Okay, perfect. All right, so yeah, here's what's going on.
So click on the capture device. Double click on the capture device itself. Make sure, is that set to your camera?
This is my camera, the Nexigo.
Okay. Click deactivate. And then click activate again. Click cancel. Delete the video capture device. And re-add it real quick. Nope, don't do
Oh,
that.
oh wait.
Don't-
Should I go
not
back
that.
because of the? Hold on, sorry.
Yeah, you have to add existing.
Yeah. Okay, video capture device, add existing, and then click the webcam that it is, right?
Yep,
Okay.
yep. Okay, delete it from this scene and then go back to the other scene and delete it as well.
Okay. Twitch webcam. And then go back to scene 2.
Yep, go back to the scene that should be just the camera.
Sure, there's no other ones. Yeah, should be good. Okay.
Okay, go add video capture device. Yep. So now, that's that it doesn't show it now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, set up a new capture device and set it up as your webcam.
Okay. Oh. Oh shit, it's showing me.
Yep. And then fix the settings.
Okay.
Click OK. So now go over to Video Ninja, make sure it's showing you in Video
Oh my god,
Ninja.
it is.
Cool. Now here in Discord, click on where your camera shows up. Click on the arrow key next to the camera, and then change it to OBS Virtual Cam.
Settings, camera, OBS virtual camera. Okay. Here, should I stop sharing my screen so
Nope,
Oh.
Well, I mean, you can. It doesn't matter.
Well, turn on. Should I just turn on? Oh, okay, hold on. It's showing up in OBS now too.
Okay, so OBS Virtual Camera is showing up on OBS now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Turn on your camera real quick just to make sure it works in Discord. Turn it on in Discord.
Yeah, I can see me. Right?
Yep, there we go. Okay, so now for future reference, when you go on people's StreamYards,
Yeah.
you can use this instead of having to do the window capture thing.
Okay.
A lot easier.
I swear I followed your directions like to the T, so I don't know why it didn't work until now. But
Sometimes it's a little weird, and you have to set it up where you delete it and then re-put it back in. It's
yeah.
OBS can be kind of
I think I
dumb
was doing
sometimes.
like the order wrong, I guess. But thank you so much.
No problem. I'll have Let's Chief move us back in real quick.
All right. Thank you. Oops. Okay. All right, I think I got it, chat. I just got to get back into the...
Turn over to you now, Zach. Oh, well, actually, I guess we're going to turn to us.
Oh. Okay, well that only took an hour. Good stream, guys. All right. Hold on, I gotta get back in the Discord. Can I? Oh wait, hold on, what's this? Damn it. Okay, maybe
very strong on the be part of your community. No one can give an honest read of the biblical canon and come away thinking, I think God wants me to be an isolationist. Just doesn't work.
Oh, all right, fair. Doomer, a question for Zach, please.
Yeah, like I said in the previous question, I think you had more of a broad sense of kind of what everything was like, reliance, community, and whatnot. So I guess my question would be more, what distinguishes like a healthy support system, like that you brought up in the studies, from systems that would discourage self-development?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last part of that one more time?
What would distinguish like a healthy support system, like the stuff you brought up in your studies, like the sense of community and whatnot, from systems that discourage self-development?
From systems that discourage self-development. Well, it's a little bit of a weird way to ask that. So
Or I guess,
a system that go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he can rephrase if you'd like. That's fine.
No, I got it. So a system
got
that
it?
discourages self-development is any system that is all carrot, no stick, for no input or merit of your own. So, for example, when we give single moms unending welfare, that they basically, all they have to do to continue getting more and more welfare is keep pumping out kids and never be in a relationship with any of the baby daddies. They have to stay single and alone. That is an example of a system that incentivizes stagnation, degradation, and weakness, because you are putting yourself in a compromised position where you're heavily burdened by children and you're relying on system input that you are dependent wholly on. Does that answer your question? That would be one example. And then a system that, would encourage progress and development from the people participating in said system is pretty much any Christian or Christian adjacent religious affiliation, religious communities, as my study demonstrates. We didn't get there, but it's in there. All Christian affiliation tends to develop people that have good work ethic, move away from addiction, move towards healthy habits, etc.
And Tyler, question for Zach, please, sir.
Okay, Zach, your big examples here seem to be talking, one, about economic structure based off of specialization. That's a global thing. The other is, we were talking about loneliness, but I didn't hear in your study that they controlled for the variable of being within a community or isolated in the woods. So I feel like that's a nationwide study that's too broad for me. Can you give me your definition of what a community is using that data?
Well, that's one issue that I kind of had with the prompt, is a lot of these terms, reliance, weak, community, these have a lot of corollary definitions that you can argue, and so I debated including definitions in my opening, but I opted not to. So how I would define community is any group of people that you engage in regularly for any meaningful social interaction that causes you to have the psychological and physiological neuro responses that are responsible for preventing you from falling into that 3x times likely to die stat. So there's things like release of dopamine for social rewards. There's serotonin that we get from pair bonding, oxytocin from religious pairing, not religious, romantic pairing. These are all the brain chemicals that release us, that lower cortisol and inflammation, that contribute towards our overall physical well-being and make us stronger. Any community or group of people that you get those happy chemicals in your brain from, that's community.
Right. So, looks like we got a few questions coming in from the chatters. So we're going to go to those now. The first one, we got a big old $5 tip from Anonymous. As an Orthodox Christian, How can you say, this is apparently, I'm guessing, for the Orthodox Christian, how can you say community makes you weak and dependent when Orthodox literally survived for so long because they banded together as a community?
Yeah, so easy. Orthodox people are not the majority of the population, and whether or not we like to admit it or not, dependency on a community does make you dependent, definitionally.
All right, that's a pretty easy answer. And let's next question. This one I think might be for Zach. Actually, hang on. This one is from Ancom, also a $5 tip. Thank you, buddy. So this one, oh no, this is to AFD. That would be, yeah, no, I think
Me.
it's, yeah, that's you. Okay. Oh, average female debater. I'm AVG,
debater.
AFD.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I'm all caught up. I'm sorry. All right. So you described that people are less dependent due to technology, citing things like food deliveries, and yet that technology actually increases reliance on other people, does it not? So let me rephrase that. Does the advancements in technology, such as food delivery and such, create more reliance on other people?
Well, so to that person, I would ask the question, is Pajit Singh, the Uber driver who delivered your McDonald's, part of your community? Will you ever see him again after this order? Can you depend on Mr. Singh?
Okay.
Like,
Sure. No. See, things like that, my inclination is to debate back and answer your question, but I'm not allowed to do that. So we'll do that in the after party. No, we do that. That's what the after party's in. All right. Last question. This is from the chat. And this one, you are very popular, man. All right. Also anonymous. Also another $5 tip. Appreciate you. All right. So
I mean, everyone
as an
relies on their
Orthodox
community.
Christian, how can you say community makes you weak and dependent when the
Like-
Orthodoxy literally survived? That's the same fucking question.
You literally can't
Okay,
just
somebody
rely
did that
on
one
yourself
twice.
unless
Well,
you
you know
live
what?
in the
Answer it a
woods
second time.
alone.
God damn it!
yeah.
When
happy
the
to answer that.
Orthodoxy literally survived so long because they banded together as a community.
Yeah, so Orthodox people make up a small percentage of the population, and the fact that we would be dependent on the church does make you dependent, whether or not you like it or not.
Definitionally, got it. All right, cheers. So in that case, we've gotten through our Q&A. Thank you very much, chatters. I appreciate the contributions there. Remember, anytime you guys want to, I stack them up, and I'm going to ask every question you guys submit will get asked of the debaters. We just want to get through it all first. So that said, we've gotten to our closing arguments. We're going to go back through in the same order we were. We're going to start with you, ma'am. 3 minutes is going to go on the clock for you. This is your opportunity uninterrupted to tell us your last thoughts and to bring it home for us. So I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Thank you, Horseradish. Yeah, so I started off this debate effectively saying that for my opponent to win this debate, he would have to convince you that reliance doesn't equal dependence and that an inability to be self-sufficient makes you strong. And the fact is, he hasn't done that. When I pressed him on certain issues, he effectively said, "Oh, but what about this extreme example?" And when I actually contended with certain arguments, he said, "You're not a good Christian," but yet couldn't reference a single Bible verse. Isn't that so weird? And when I really dug into his points with respect to dependency, he said, "You've discouraged me from approaching orthodoxy." Wow, this is a lot of feelings for someone who's supposed to be independent. Something tells me that my opponent isn't really that dependent at all.
Hi.
Now, as for what he did he prove that people who are in solitary confinement in a jail are subjected to certain health issues? Sure. Is that what we're talking about when we're talking about people that aren't dependent on a community? No. So the one W that he actually did take was on an unrelated issue to the prompt. You can't make this shit up. Ladies and gentlemen, I yield. My opponent's been cooked. He's been deep fried. I have made buffalo chicken nuggets out of this man, and I cannot see how he is going to salvage what was a complete and total wreckage. Thank you, Horseradish, for having me for this cookout.
Yes, ma'am. My pleasure. All right, Zach, 3 minutes is on the clock for closing arguments, sir. Let's hear it.
So, My opponent forgot that there's a second word in the prompt that you kind of need alongside the other one, and that word is weak. And what she failed to do is demonstrate how you don't become severely weakened when you distance yourself or have a lower engagement with community. The scientific evidence is literally overwhelming. You can't find a study to argue against the fact that community involvement improves your mental and psychological well-being. This has downstream effects which improves your physical health. If you're a religious person, you understand how that has a positive impact on your spiritual health. This extrapolates out from the individual to strengthening the community and the civilization as a whole. There is literally no sound argument you can make where humans do not need to regularly engage with each other and at least to some extent rely on each other, if for nothing else, the happy chemicals in our brain that keep us from going senile and having heart attacks in our 30s. You have to have community.
just
It's a
staying alive in
non-negotiable, and we've known it for decades. Thank you.
I don't know how you can go through life and not
Right.
rely on your community to some extent.
Thank you. There we go. We are done.
And it's
with
kind
our
of crazy
first
that the
debate in
Christian
books.
side is
Thank
arguing
you both for hanging out, showing up,
to not rely
doing
on
the job.
community.
We're going to go ahead and drop that link for the votes in chat. I am very curious. I have seen some pretty divided feedback from the chat and from
Yeah, shout out to
frankly, from our
Vigilante for
DMs,
helping me.
about this
I
entire
really
debate,
appreciate
so
that.
I'm
It was
looking
very
forward
much
to
a
it.
struggle.
As I mentioned, for all of the people over there on YouTube, I'm going to drop the link here in the Discord room chat. Although if it's easier for
Me
you,
too,
I
Doc.
can send it to you in DMs as well. There you go. You can just drop that link into your chat, and everybody who wants to is able to vote on it. I'm also
It's just
gonna go
weird
ahead and
because
throw
the Christian
that
side
onto
is
my
always
own
like,
other
oh,
platforms
you
for
know,
anybody watching
we
over
go to
on
like they literally
YouTube
go to
and
church
Kick.
for community. They rely. They want to
and
have like they tell
YouTube.
women,
Ooh, it
don't
looks
be a
like we
feminist,
actually
have
have
children
another
young
question that
because your
came in.
family
I
can
don't.
help
It's kind
you
of
raise
late
them. Blah
now,
blah blah. That's
kids.
all
Shit.
relying on family and community.
Yeah.
You rely
well,
on your
I mean,
community
somebody paid the money,
for
so we're gonna
literally
do the goddamn
everything.
time. So give me 1 second. Let me pull that back up.
The roads, how the world
I'm
operates,
putting the
like
link here first.
restaurants,
There we
food,
go.
agriculture,
Control-V, boom.
agriculture,
All right.
emotional
Back to that
support, like
question. Let's see what we
healthcare,
got.
everything. You rely on your community, and
Looks
it doesn't
like,
make you weak because it's normal and natural. I mean, I think there can be
Okay.
certain extents where
That is a word that I have never seen before. I
where,
hope that it is not an
someone could be
inappropriate
too
word.
reliant on
But I'm
others
going
and
to
not
ask it again
relying enough on
anyway.
themselves, but
Does she
just
have
the
a
simple statement
spiritual
of those who
father
rely on
at
their
all
community
as a
rather than themselves tend to be weak
catechumen?
and
Is that the
dependent.
word you said?
Like I don't really
Catechumen.
agree
Yeah,
with that.
okay. I've never seen that before.
Unless
Obviously, it's
in,
something
like
about
I said, an
catechism,
extreme
and it's
example.
related somehow. Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with the term. This attitude seems like something he should know about, apparently. So that one's not really a question, I don't think. That one was more just a 2 cents worth thrown into the pot. So that said, everybody, please go ahead and click a link there
Oh,
in
I
the
can't
chat.
address it.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, fucking get
Oh,
after
come
it. I didn't
on!
think
I
you'd want
want
to.
to get
Yes,
with
no,
the
it's yours.
hater. Come on.
Yeah. Do you have a spiritual
Yeah.
father at all? And are you
I
going to
voted.
tell your catechumen spiritual father about this attitude?
So I do have a spiritual father. He's a great spiritual father, by the way, and he does know I debate, and I am not an apologetics debater, which would be the only thing that he would have a problem with. If that person has a problem with me debating other things, cry harder. Sorry, boo-hoo, you little snowflake. All right, that's all. That's all I have to say about it.
All right, no worries. All right, cool.
I love the haters. I love them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And for what it's worth, having the conservative on conservative hate crimes like this are absolutely just mind-blowing to me. I think it was funny whenever Zach made a comment about having more tame leftists come at him before. So that said, we're going to go ahead and throw this over to the judges. I personally don't get to weigh in on this. So again, I'm glad because I don't know where the fuck I would land on this one. But I'm looking at you, gentlemen. Chat, you guys, make sure you click your vote because if the two of them don't agree, and there's a pretty good chance they won't, then it's going to fall into your hands. So, Doomer, sir, you are up first. Are you ready to render judgment for them?
I can't. I'm still trying to figure out how to word this. I know Tyler's always chomping
Yep.
at the bit, so if he wants to
Yep.
jump in, feel free.
No worries. Tyler, I assume that you are. I just need to tell you, Tyler, that your picture right there is triggering the fuck out of me. I guess that makes me a snowflake as well. But I'm very, very offended by that, and we will be having words after the stream. Anyways, are you ready to make your judgment?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
All right, let's hear it.
All right, so AVG had I think, a winning argument that she said really early on, and I completely abandoned it. It was about how technology closes all these gaps and all these downsides that he's bringing up could have been mitigated with that argument, but she never went back to it. I really didn't like the refusal to engage in cross. Whereas when I asked Zach a question, he was like, "Yeah, you know what? Your question's fair. My stats are a bit too broad, and I was having a hard time finding them." I really appreciated that his candor and his can-do attitude. Zach making an economic skill specialization argument, showing dependency, makes us the greatest nation, et cetera, et cetera. I think he won that exchange, and I think that was the best argument that was given here tonight, was that he was saying, like, look how dependent you are on everybody else in this skill-based economy. Over and over and over again, I did not hear a sufficient argument for that, and it cut deep at the prompt. AVG in the beginning was bringing up 700,000 people living in the woods as proof that fully independent people can exist, and that her standard is something that, you know, super strong people can actually do. But then later on said that was unfair framing, and then when asked about it, didn't really give me why she transitioned from one end of that to the other. Zach brought some good data, but I feel like both of their data wasn't really too specific on a community for me. It was about individual personality traits that a person who's independent might have more often, or what happens to people that are lonely in isolation. None of this showed me like a difference between somebody in a community and not in a community. We're just going with some likelihoods that we have to just
I don't know why it's like
guesstimate on.
cutting
I
out
think
every
the
10
data could have been
seconds.
a little bit better, but I give it to 4-6 Zach.
All right, 4-6 to the negative. All right, Doomer, was that enough time for you, sir?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and let us hear it. I'm going to drop the link a couple more times in the chat for everybody. Please make sure you get those links locked in. Go ahead, Doomer.
So yeah, I actually enjoyed this prompt a lot more than I thought I would. I'm more of a sucker for like the political kind of prompts, but this was a nice break from that. I really liked the openings. The only thing I felt lacking from both of the openings was a lack of definitions. I think even Zach brought it up later. He had that, but kind of went away from it. I am a sucker for those definitions and why your arguments meet these kinds of definitions and whatnot. And I agree with almost everything Tyler says in his kind of judgment, especially about like argumentation and stuff like that. I feel, funnily enough, that Zach actually made more of the affirmative argument for me, with kind of that overall broad reliance on a community being overall detrimental without it. Like if you lack that, I feel almost makes the argument that that means they are weak and dependent on that system. I feel that AVG probably could have hammered him on that and pretty much just agreed, and that would tank the prompt almost. I felt that part wasn't pushed as much, and I felt that AVG made more affirmative arguments on why like introverts and why like other people don't need that reliance to be strong. While I felt that the prompt was more accurately argued for the affirmative by the AF here, which is why I'm giving it a 7-3.
7-3 for AVG. And for what it's worth, yeah, I did actually, she did call out or made a comment about him conceding the prompt. She just didn't really like you said, hammer it home. All right, chat, that means we are split, as I expected we might be. So please, please, please get those last minute clicks put in, because it is in your hands. Once again, I do want to say that we try our best to avoid the ad homs. We do our best to try to let people finish their sentences, to try to actually like engage with the arguments, et cetera, et cetera. But I did sort of feel like This fell off the rails quickly, and I'm looking forward to doing my editing so I can see how and what I could have possibly done as a moderator to help keep it on the rails. But I bear full responsibility for that as the person who's supposed to be steering.
Radish,
So.
it was fun.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on, we had a
Oh
good
no, it was a blast. Yes, ma'am. But again, like I said, the slight difference here in the DMZ, the only thing that sets us apart is the fact that we try our best to engage here without shots fired. We try our best to try to engage with like each other in the best faith we can. So, but it doesn't always land, and I try not to tone police if I can avoid it. Like I said, I also know that this is not a safe space. I say this all the time. It is definitely a contentious space, but we try to keep it a respectful space. So with that said, when people start firing, I mean, you got to fucking defend yourself. This is America here. So, all right, people, we are going to go ahead and look over and see those who rely on communities. All right, we're going to go ahead and see where the votes have landed, everybody, in about 3, 2, 1. Show me the results. Wow. Okay. 16-10 votes. We've got 6-4 in favor of the negative. Zach. The audience has spoken, and it looks like they broke the tie, and it is in your favor. So, very good stuff. And please, I want you both to understand that we are definitely going to get into this after the actual debates are done. Once we get to the after party, this one was contentious, and a lot of people were chomping at the bit. So, please, if you can, stick around. If you can't, I understand. If you guys got to go or whatever, that's cool. But we're going to go ahead and move straight into our second debate with no further ado.
Yes, happy
and
Saturday.
I will definitely make sure, and if you do have to leave, I will give you guys another shout out. I'm going to drop your links into the chat. Actually, you know what? I can fucking do that right now. Why don't I just do that again right now? Just in case something comes up. One more time for everybody. AVG, please tell everybody where we can find you.
Yeah, at capital A, capital V, capital G, and lowercase female debater. It's one word. And I'm on YouTube and also X. You can find my X link in my YouTube profile for ease of reference.
There you go. And I did just drop that YouTube link in the chat again. Everybody, if you're rolling in late, please give that a click and a follow or a sub or whatever we do over there on YouTube. I can never keep track. And Zach, your turn as well, please. I'm going to drop it in. Please just let everybody know who you are and where they can find you.
Yes. If you're feeling adventurous, like I said, X, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Rumble. I'm an author. You can find my book. It's epic fantasy if you like to read fiction. The Garden of Lies by Zachary A. Piper. Christian, husband, father, business owner. Just out here trying to make the world a better place. Thanks for watching.
Fantastic. Please, like I said, y'all come back again because this was definitely a contentious debate, and I'm hoping that my other debaters tonight do not take that tone as a as a starting point for their own debates. But we'll see how the night goes. All right, moving right on. So, Game Boy 64, please, Daddy.
Should I change the picture?
You know what, buddy? It's you and your choice how you want to be, how seriously you want to be taken.
Hey, if someone's going to refer to me like that in chat, might as well have the whole audience.
All right, there you go. All right, so our second debate of the night, everybody. First of all, we have a new debater in our presence again. This is 2 new debaters. We've had
welcome, yay!
Welcome in, new debater. Absolutely. So, Game Boy is going to be on the AF, and Ghosty is going to be on the negative. The debate is moral facts exist independently of human experience. Game Boy, tell everybody a little bit about yourself, who you are, where they can find you.
Low key, I'm not that interesting. I just kind of lurk around. And I stand by my decision in the 10-10. I was proven right. Anyway, inside joke.
Yeah, that was indeed. So basically, you can find Game Boy here is his point. And Ms. Ghosty, if you would be so kind as to introduce yourself to the chat, let everybody know who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'll drop your link in the chat.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ghosty. I do...
You are muted, ma'am.
Oh. My God.
You continue to be muted, ma'am.
Okay, sorry, my mouse got messed up. Okay.
Yep. No,
Hi, I'm Ghosty. The G in Ghosty is spelled with a 6 because it's my lucky number. Anyways, I'm on YouTube. I do debates, talk about politics, philosophy, religion, or whatever the fuck I want to talk about. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Good stuff. Yes, ma'am. Our pleasure. Okay, so we're gonna get right into it. You got to see how the format works. I assume you don't have any questions. If you do, just hit me with a DM. We're gonna kick this over to our AF first. 3 minutes is going on the clock. Game Boy, please tell us why moral facts exist independently of human experience.
Okay, so low-key, I'm gonna open up by like saying first and foremost, I don't have a prepared opening because I first want to see the arguments against objective moral facts, because just like objective morality, a lot of people have different interpretations, and I don't want to give my opponent any misconceptions about what I believe. I want to first hear why they think that they can stand on the ground of subjectivism. Because like as a Muslim, I'm gonna be different from like a Christian or an objectivist or something like that. And second off, can we all admit orthofoid kind of sold? Like the only reason I voted for them is because they have the Virgil Abloh on. Like that was a terrible debate. Let's be so for real. Like I do fuck with the off-whites though. That's crazy. That's crazy work, genuinely. Anyway, no opening today, guys. Not my first time doing this. Probably not my last.
All right. Well, it's not a whole lot for you to really be able to cross-examine there, Ghosty, but ask whatever questions you want of Game Boy. Use this time as you see fit. It's your 3 minutes to control, ma'am. So go ahead and start when you're ready.
All right. All right. So you
You
believe
don't have to ask me questions.
you believe morality is. Do you believe morality is discovered or invented?
It depends. Low-key, like, there are certain moral facts that I think, like, okay, from your perspective, this is objective, and these, like, aren't really debated. Multiple cultures hold this view. But oftentimes, I feel like objective moral statements or moral facts are found on the grounds of subjective views. So like a different culture may apply the same moral truths throughout through different ways, because even though it's the same underlying foundation, like say killing's bad, we have different laws in place to prevent killing, or different ways to help people from like not being killed. So I think many ways are invented to address these moral facts, if that makes sense.
Okay, so if they're invented by humans, that means that morality.
No, the moral facts themselves are not invented. I'm saying the way in which we interpret the moral facts may be invented, and that's not the term I'd use, but may be adapted throughout cultures and individuals to address how they apply those moral facts onto their own life. Because say like, oh, I don't want people dying. That is my morality. Okay, well, you don't want people dying. How do you stop people from dying? Universal healthcare? That's a good start, but if you're in a war, hey, maybe killing people and you're a utilitarian may lead to more people living. Like, that's what I mean by invented. Like, adapting those moral facts in different manners.
Okay, so you're saying they're discovered, but they're interpreted differently through like different cultures and stuff. So your basis
God, I
for
hate that.
your basis for
No, I was talking about Tyler.
Okay, is your basis for objective morality like grounded by Islam, your faith?
My morality is grounded by a god, yes.
Okay, so do Christians have objective morality?
I would say so.
If they're different moralities, how can both be objective?
Well, I didn't say they were correct, and I certainly think that the Abrahamic religions do have an overlap between, say, the commandments and a shared history and lineage. I would say that just because something is wrong doesn't make it any less objective, because they still believe, hey, it's not independent of cultures and people, but it is a shared, like, it is something that is intangible and something that is a constant, which makes it objective.
Well, for something to
All right.
be,
It's wrong.
Oh, okay.
Yep, real quick. We're done. We're out of time on that. It's now your time, uninterrupted, ma'am. 3 minutes is on the clock for your opening. Go ahead and start it up whenever you're ready.
Okay, yeah. So for something to be objective, it must be absent of distortion by interpretation, prejudice, or personal feelings. So if you feel like your morality values or whatever, your set of morality beliefs are objective because maybe you were raised in a certain religion, or you just feel that way, or that's how you interpret the Quran or the Bible, then inherently that doesn't fit the standards of objective. Also, if you believe that morality is objective, that would mean that it exists independently of human experience. So that means it's part of like the fabric of the universe. It's a part of nature. So if we agree that if we say that hurting a baby is immoral, so if a tornado sucks up a baby and hurts it, is that tornado immoral? And you're probably going to say, well, no, it's not a moral actor. It only applies to moral actors. Humans have consciousness, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know. If it's a part of nature, I just don't understand how it would apply. It wouldn't. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't apply to anything else besides humans. Morals adapt over time. You even see this in the Bible. So how would you even know that your set of morals are the objective true ones right now, even if they did exist? Yeah, I don't know. Morals just adapt with knowledge, and I don't see any way how you could call them objective. How do you settle a disagreement between two different moral? How do you settle a moral disagreement, basically? Pretty much my opening.
All right. No worries. That is fine. We're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock now. Game Boy, it's your turn. Cross-examination or rebut as you see fit, sir. Start up when you're ready.
You say that morals are separate from personal experience, but how do you address objective moral frameworks like egoism or virtue ethics like Aristotle, which directly rely on personal experience and your personal ends, like what I'm trying to accomplish within my life, as the best means for morality? That it is the right thing to do to prioritize your personal experience, which is directly reliant on that individual.
I agree.
Is that no longer objective?
I agree. That's my argument, is that morals come from your personal experience and therefore they're not objective.
No, I'm not saying like there are certain grounds, not to give a history lesson or anything like that, but Aristotle believed that there were certain virtues that are prioritized by individuals, and it is the end of every individual to have accomplished certain virtues like justice, fairness, and kindness. And this was kind of Christianity also has this view, and Islam has this view of people are made with certain ends. You have to accomplish this in your life, and it's a very personal experience, and it is moral to say get closer to God, or be kinder, have more justice, and these virtues and the individual actions are good or bad depending on how they strive to meet that personal end. And then, is that no longer an objective moral framework because it relies too much on personal experience, even though it says there are objectively wrong things to do, do an unjust act?
What says there's objectively wrong things to do?
That moral framework which relies on you must do virtuous actions to get a virtuous character. That is what we consider by all scholars to be an objective framework, but directly relies on personal experience.
I don't know about that. I don't think so. If it's coming from your personal values and your human personal experience.
No, they're not personal
values.
It is
mind dependent, correct?
No, they're not personal values in the sense of I value like for a religious twist on it, the values correspond with what God is. Like, if you are doing things, they must align with God's will, but through your personal journey. Like, it is personal behaviors that align with what God's doing. Is that an objective, like, moral framework if that relies on values that are not directly personal?
Like if a
He's
person
not saying
believes
you
them.
decide the values, or
So,
like the culture decides the value.
the
You're born
person-
with those values that you have to correspond with.
The person believes that the values are commanded by God. Is that what you're saying?
No. Like,
All
not
right,
the
Sid,
theory
it's
of
fine.
this.
Just so you know, I'm putting 15 minutes on the clock. Y'all just go ahead and keep going into the open forum.
Okay.
Like, one of those values may be, it is right to be just. It is right to be kind. It is right to be strong. But the idea is these values aren't something the person believes, but rather things that exist separate of him that he must try to accomplish. But because they are values and not directly like right or wrongs, like a book that has rules, they are directly personal and rely on personal experience.
This is, sorry, I'm like a little confused. So you're saying that the morals can be factual. Is that like that's what you're arguing, right?
Morals are factual, yeah.
Morals can be true and false. That's what you're saying. But
Morals can be true or false,
because people
but they don't always have set rules. They can be more fluid, like certain values you're trying to attain. Like, that's what the majority of people believed for a long time in history, is you were trying to get closer to certain values, like, or like.
So
there
how
was an
do you
Eastern
know?
Orthodox person here who, like, God has these energies, and these energies are things you have to attain to, like justice, fairness, kindness. I don't think kindness is one of them, but and these energies, you're trying to become one with those energies. Like, those aren't anything like a set rules like you do with Kant. And there's probably better examples, like Ayn Rand. Your main value is try to flourish and trying to be try to survive in the best conditions possible for your interest. Those aren't exactly right or wrongs. You can make them into right or wrongs, but they're just general values that are solely determined on your personal experience.
But you believe those are like a part of nature.
I'm not saying I believe them. I'm just saying those are objective frameworks that you, like, definitionally, you're cutting out of being objective because they rely on personal experience. It seems like a weak definition to cut out things.
I mean, that
That
is the
can
definition of
change or adapt.
objective, though.
Objective doesn't mean that they can't be personal.
Yeah, no, it literally means they cannot be personal.
No, because
because
So-
the actual prompt is that morals exist independently of the human experience. If you have a personal human experience, and that's how you get your morals.
Like, if God, okay, say God says everyone should be a good person, and you say, okay, well, being a good person is being like Jesus or being like Muhammad. So I'm going to try to live like Muhammad. Muhammad, as he lived through his life, wasn't always giving right or wrongs. There were certain things Muhammad acted out that you should try to achieve like that. So there's a certain character that is Muhammad, that you want to be like that character. Would you say that, like, that is a personal experience that Muhammad lived out? Same thing with Jesus. He lived a personal, like, life dependent on his there and now. And so not everyone can be like these great prophets. You have to kind of adapt and change throughout your time. So to say that morals don't rely on something personal while still being objective means that, like, well, then they have to be some ancient written rules somewhere, which I don't think anyone believes. I don't think you can ask a single person outside of maybe some Kantian that morals don't change and adapt to your culture. It seems like a very stale understanding of it.
But do you think they exist regardless of?
I wouldn't be debating the prompt. I don't think just because there's a deeply personal experience with it, like some people have a personal faith, Like that faith may not be right. Because I have a personal faith in Islam doesn't mean Islam is less right. It just means it's personal and it's lived out. That means there's not a set guideline.
So that makes it not objective, though.
No, objective doesn't mean concrete. Stuff can adapt and change while still being true.
No, that's not what that means.
Evolutionary principles don't stay static. They change with different organisms, don't they?
Well, yeah, knowledge.
They're still true.
Knowledge. Science isn't static. We are so like our truth is based on our current understanding of knowledge. Well, I don't think morals are the same way. Yeah, I don't think morals are static. I think morals adapt with knowledge.
But then, why wouldn't an objective moral realist also believe the same thing?
Because they believe that morals are a part of nature. Like so let me ask you a question. Are things good because God commands them, or does he command them because they are good?
That's like creating a dilemma that doesn't exist. God is good because of the essence of goodness is attached to the essence of God. To be like God is to be good, and God can't be separated from what is good. Like, that sounds like dumb, but like no one ever has believed that good can be separated from what God is, because that would mean that good is either more powerful than God, or that God can do stuff that isn't good, which would mean that God isn't good. God chooses to be good, which would be dumb.
Okay, well,
that would mean that there is something on par with God.
Many Christians say that God commands goodness, or God commands things because they are good. So that means that goodness is a part of the fabric of the universe. This is what moral realists believe, right? That it exists independent
Why are you thrusting that onto them? Augustine didn't believe that. Thomas Aquinas didn't believe that.
So what?
Like, you're saying, okay, well, Christians believe this, but then if you look at what Christians believe, I don't think they do.
We can go to Plato, but like he had a dilemma.
Plato wasn't a Christian, and it was Socrates.
No, okay, so
Plato used his definition of forms to address that dilemma, but it doesn't mean that Plato speaks for all Christians or all people who believed in God. Plato didn't believe in God.
So the question that Plato addressed was, how do you know about a mind-independent reality simply by just thinking about it, right? So you have to have a connection between reality and the thoughts themselves. And Plato answered this by basically saying, we have souls that were in heaven before we were born, and then we had some kind of contact with the truth makers, and then we forgot about the truth, and then once we're embodied into our bodies throughout our lives, we rediscover and we relearn these truths, which sounds very silly, right?
How did Plato believe in heaven? That he was in ancient Greece. There wasn't a heaven. Was he in ancient China or something else? But like, I don't.
You don't think there's different versions of heavens?
No, but how did Plato? Like, what form of heaven did Plato believe in?
I don't know. It doesn't really matter.
But I don't. But like, if you're trying to make this like view of what Plato believed, I mean, at least be kind of accurate with it. Like, I think
it doesn't matter what heaven it is.
Anything,
like, just the fact.
No, but I'm saying he probably didn't believe in heaven. Like, what's your source on that?
I don't know. I was just looking up philosophy today, and that's what I found.
Plato, from my understanding, believed in the world of forms, which is more similar to what I'm saying morality is more similar to. That these are objective values and exist separate of the world, but people live life in a certain way to try to live and partake in those forms. Like, that was his morality. But that would also imply that, okay, Plato didn't live when we had cell phones or industrialism. How do you confront things that directly relate to that? Don't people adapt and change in a world that like your prompt suggested that people very, like you said something about the Bible and how that morality adapts.
Yeah. So how do
But,
you know
like,
your current morals
time
are
to-
the objective ones?
Well, that's the issue, but that doesn't mean that objective morality doesn't exist. That's just saying that there's an issue trying to figure out what's objective.
Sure.
Same thing with like math. Like mathematic theories change all the time as we learn more. But I think most people can agree, and I would be hard pressed, and I'd be relieved if you found someone who said math was subjective. I think that there are axioms that say 1 + 1 is 2, but there's different logistics. Like Bertrand Russell doesn't believe everything that the next guy believes on how we got to 1 + 1 = 2. But there's a general understanding that we all agree that you take one water bottle and you put it next to the other, it equals 2.
Hmm.
I think that's similar to mathematics. Like we may not all get to the same. I mean,
You think
same thing with
morals are
morals, like-
similar to math?
well, in the sense that they're objective.
Like
and as
how?
we learn more
So
about
why do we have like trials?
trials, like legal.
Yeah. If morals are objective, we should just automatically know, right?
That's stupid. That's like we have laws in place to try to correspond with a moral theory that okay, you shouldn't do certain things because that's bad for society, and everyone has a different view on that roughly. But we all make claims that this shouldn't be done, this should be done, and we look at people and try to see how close they were to violating the law and how they should be punished in a just and fair means. Like trials, I think in most places, like you brought up Plato, like ancient Greece, they believed in objective morals but still had trials, and trials I don't agree were fair, but to try to convict people on the grounds of you did this that was objectively wrong and we should punish you for that, but we don't know if you've actually done it yet, so we're going to figure out if you did.
Okay, so you're just figuring out. Okay, I see.
If they like
If they actually
murder's wrong, but
did
do
it.
I know if Radish killed his wife? Like
Do you
probably
think there's
not. We need
some-
to have a trial of this.
Right, but you agree that there's some moral dilemmas that are pretty complicated. It's not just black and white, as in this is absolutely wrong or this is absolutely right. Like you
Yeah,
could
but
do
so is
something
the
bad for the right reason, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so
That's why, like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I don't think it's as
some
simple as
moral-
math. Like you can't interpret math.
Yeah, but if you think math is simple, then I don't think you've like. I'm
not calling
saying
it
it's a
simple,
perfect
it's just-
comparison.
It's not
I'm
interpretable
just saying that.
like morals are.
Yeah, but I'm saying that they're. Like, do you believe science? There is an objective world out there that has to be interpreted through certain means, like the scientific method.
Yeah, and we do our best to understand it.
Does that not mean that the truth still is out there and exists? We just struggle to interpret it, and that there are problems that come about it.
We struggle to understand it, like to
Yeah,
fully.
for
Like
sure.
we are limited, right, to our five senses and
agree.
our capabilities.
Yeah, and I think same thing with God. Like, not everyone's gonna fully understand what God wants, but hey, okay, we have the Quran out there. We have our religious institutions. We can roughly get a guideline of it, but we are still limited by our five senses and six if you're into that kind of thing.
But
Like,
so let me just ask, like, how do morals exist without the human experience? You think they're like, it's like
why would morals exist if humans couldn't make choices?
exactly? That's my question.
I think morals are directly related on how people act in this world or how living things act.
Okay, so they're
if
mind
living
dependent.
things could not experience. No, I think if morals couldn't exist without living things to act them out, then they aren't mind dependent. They're directly related to how people can address other things. Like, how would that be mind dependent? It would just mean that morals apply to how people act, or how people should act. That's what morals are.
Well, because without humans, I don't really know how morality relates to the world in any way, right? Like, animals aren't moral actors. Nature isn't a moral actor, even though they can cause suffering.
Yeah, but that would go back to like other moral theories. Like Aristotle believed, okay, a chair is born to do what a chair does. Not born, but created to do what a chair does. People are born to act moral, so the things like being fair and being just, people should adapt around the world and change what they do on a day-to-day basis to try to be moral, because that's what they're born to do.
Why should they do that?
Oh, are we out of time? Or can I get
Oh, you're muted.
muted?
Sorry, no, I would love to hear the answer to that.
Well, that comes to my specific view that Allah made people to try to be his people, and if you stem and stray away from Allah, then, well, then you're not doing what you were made to do, and you should do your best to try to change your behavior. But that's specifically my religion.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and kick this over to the Q&A section. That was a great conversation. Thank you both for not yelling and insulting each other this time. But I also felt like there was still a little bit of talking past each other. So it seemed like it got better towards the end. So I'm hoping that the rest of this is going to go well. I have a question for each of you, as do the judges and chat. Remember, if you have a question in for this one, throw it into the jar. Game Boy, I'm going to go first with you. If you believe that moral facts exist because of a higher power, which is what you said, correct? I don't want to misquote you.
Yes.
Okay. If you believe that moral facts exist because of a higher power, then why do you believe, or can you contend with the idea that there are biblical activities that we now find immoral? Why did the morality change if the morality was objective as written by that higher power?
I don't think that Allah ever did anything that was deemed immoral, just things that only apply to those set people. Like, if circumstances change, the way we apply moral principles also change. You can't have something that was... Like, you can't assume that the environment and the people and the issues that people dealt with, say, in 2000 BC are the same that we deal with in 2000, post-industrialism, post-digital era, and all this stuff. So therefore, everything that we still take as moral, like killing's wrong, people suffering are wrong. Like, just take people suffering as wrong. People suffered in different ways, and the abilities in which we can enforce certain principles has also changed. We can do more now to help people suffering than we ever before could in human history. So I think that changes how we apply moral principles. It's applied morals versus theoretical morals, if you want to say that.
All right. Doomer, are you ready with a question for Game Boy?
I need a minute.
All right. Tyler, let me hear your question for Game Boy, please.
All right. Your argument here seems to be, and this is a clarifying question, so if I get it wrong, let me know. Your argument here seems to be, let's say justice just exists as this energy out there, this entity out there, and how each group particularly perceives it is at face value an equal attempt to obtain this objective moral truth of this entity of, let's use justice. So before scrutiny is applied, all of these attempts are equal. They're based off of interpretation and circumstance. That's what differentiates them. Isn't that just moral relativism?
My whole back and forth has mainly been to clarify certain things that I think have been misinterpreted about objective moral realism. I don't particularly agree with the Eastern Orthodox view of morality, nor do I agree with Ayn Rand, nor do I agree fully with Aristotle. My whole point is to say that she's making the assumption that since objective morality exists, it must inherently be separated from personal experience. And I'm saying I don't know a single moral theory that has ever separated itself from how people act or how people adapt to their environment. I am saying that moral principles and moral values exist separate of personal belief, but that does not mean personal experience. Say I experience life different from Radish, which is objectively true. That means the way that I say stop suffering or give to the poor is definitely going to be different than how Radish would do, because I'm dealing with different people and different capabilities.
Okay. Are you ready now, Mr. Doomer?
You know, both of you pretty much stole my questions. I'll try and phrase this one differently.
Sorry. Bud.
All good. Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so kind of clarify me if I get this wrong, but you're pretty much saying morality is objective, grounded in God, interpreted differently by other cultures. If their God declared cruelty is good tomorrow, does that just mean cruelty becomes good?
There is only one God, and that is the one and true Islamic God of the Prophet Muhammad. So if another false God proclaims a false morality, then it is inherently immoral.
So if you got a whisper from Muhammad tomorrow, animal cruelty is all good, you would go start torturing cats?
I would say if
he
Allah
said
himself
Christians
came
have
down
objective
in another
morality.
and said animal cruelty is totally fine,
Now
which
he's just
isn't
taking back what he
anything that
said.
contradicts any other part of the Quran. Well, sure, I'm beating my puppy all day, all night, but I don't think Allah would say that, because Allah is all good.
Okay. So, Ghosty, it's now going to be your turn for some questions.
Okay.
Once again, I have a question for you first, then both of the judges. We do have some questions coming in from the chat, but we're going to get to those after we're done. So, Ghosty, try. This is going to sound kind of crazy, maybe, and I'm not sure. I haven't actually said it out loud, so I don't know if it's dumber than I think it is. But how would you contend with the idea that self-preservation is both a moral duty to oneself as well as a biological imperative? And if that is the case, which all of the reading that I did seems to say that both of those things are true, that self-preservation is both a moral duty to oneself as well as a biological imperative, does that not mean that that moral duty exists beyond and or previous to human experience? In other words, like an animal trying to defend itself and keep itself alive would be a moral necessity for itself, or a moral duty for itself. Therefore, it would exist outside of human consciousness.
I wouldn't grant that survival is like a moral or immoral. I think survival is amoral. So, sorry, can you define imperative? I'm really bad at vocabulary.
Sure. No worries. It's a compulsion. It's something that you have to do whether you want to or not.
Oh, okay.
It's something that you are instinctively compelled towards. So in other words, if again, like I said, I found multiple definitions, and self-preservation was defined as a moral duty to oneself. So if that's the case, then that moral imperative exists whether you want it to or not. But if you don't have to grant it, again, I just wanted to hear how you'd interact with that, or how you'd contend with that idea.
Yeah, no, I don't grant it as a moral action. I would just say survival is good because it's a desirable, it's something we desire. And like you said, it's kind of intrinsic in life. Like life just wants to survive. So, but yeah, I wouldn't put like morality on that.
All right, no worries. You know what? I'll go ahead and go to you first this time, you first, Doomer. So that way we can't steal your question, because I know you didn't plan to ask the question I just did.
Yeah, if morality depends on humans, can anything ever truly be wrong? Like, for example, was slavery objectively wrong before society recognized it, or only when they adapted did it become kind of a wrongful thing to do?
Yeah, so this is a good question. So, no, like technically, no, it's not like true that slavery is objectively wrong. Now, I personally believe that slavery is wrong, and I also personally would assume that the people who owned slaves knew it was wrong, but they did it anyways out of greed or, just selfishness. So, but no, there's nothing that you could really say for a fact this is wrong. Unfortunately, it's very inconvenient, but that's how it is.
Okay. And Tyler, your turn, sir. Question for Ghosty.
All right, Ghosty. So, do you think that there are some truths like, okay, so preservation of life and harm reduction are two morally objective so-called truths that exist? And I want to ask you, do you think because we can observe actions like these in maybe the animal kingdom from lesser beings, that could be some form of proof that they're truth? And just because they're not able to form an entire consistent system around it like we are as greater beings, doesn't that give you some proof that they just exist as concepts?
Well, you're saying,
I feel like this is similar to the question that I was asking, but he's just forming it better. Say it again please, Tyler.
Yeah, okay. So, for preservation of life and harm reduction are the true truths the moral truths I'm gonna go with here. Because we can observe animals in the animal kingdom acting in these specific ways to tap into what we would see as actions that fall under these moral truths, can we not then surmise that these things are moral truths, and just because humans have the higher capacity to develop systems and consistency around them, doesn't mean that they don't exist for every other being?
Well, first of all, I think if we're judging animals' actions, I think we would consider them, like many of them, to be immoral. Like the way certain animals kill other animals in very gruesome, cruel manners. But like, again, I think in order to be moral, you have to make a decision. You have to make a conscious decision. So, no, I don't think that survival instinct in animals proves that there is some kind of moral system in nature. Also, could I give a really quick response to the last question too?
Absolutely.
Okay, so to the slavery thing too. So I don't think that there are moral facts, but I do think that one way to decide if something is moral or immoral is to see the outcomes of certain actions. So when you enslave somebody, you can visually see that this person is suffering, not happy, not enjoying it. So although, I can't say for a fact that slavery is inherently wrong, I think that doesn't mean that you can't determine morals in general, like what is a good way to act and what is a bad way to act, if that makes sense.
Right. Now, it looks like we do only have one question coming in. Ooh, thank you very much for the $5 there in the tip jar raiser. So, if humans were gone, would the animal kingdom follow these objective morals? And if so, how? I believe that this would be a question for you, Game Boy. So, if humans were gone tomorrow, would the animal kingdom follow these objective morals?
I think humans inherently have a different definition and different application of what it means to be moral versus what an animal does. I think for an animal, they do live moral in the sense that they live to survive. They wouldn't intentionally hurt themselves or the animals around them. But I don't think in the same way that we consider morals to say apply to humans, that I would even grant the fact that animals have objective morals beyond that. And I think morals are inherently something that we do apply to humans because, okay, we are conscious animals and they are sentient, although I think that's a broader debate. So I don't want to tug on that horn too much because me and vegan back in the day had like 2-hour debates on that. So
Okay. So for what it's worth, if you think that animals are capable of or are
yeah, you're
follow
assuming animals
morality,
have morals.
sure.
I was
And
being
you
vague on that
clearly
earlier.
you've never owned a cat because they're vicious fucking creatures. But
Yeah,
that
but I
said,
do beat the dog.
no, of course you do. All right. So thank you both. I'm going to go ahead and kick this now over to you guys. You both are going to get 3 minutes on the clock for your closing arguments. We're not getting any more questions coming in, so this is all y'all. Game Boy, you're up first, sir. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start it up when you start to talk.
I will say, kind of crazy slip. Are we not going to acknowledge the whole, but I do believe that they thought, no, I do believe they know that slavery is wrong. Like, that's just a slip. I ain't going to attack that too hard, but crazy slip, like Freudian levels. I just wanted to say that this whole debate, at least this far, has been definitional. Tyler had that like question earlier, and I wanted to clarify. I'm not saying that I believe all the theories I put forth. I'm just saying the idea that we have static objective morals that exist separate from personal experience rather than principles that guide personal experience is a clarification I would like to make forth. Most moral theories that I've ever seen put forth, at least, excluding Kantianism and like a few other like hodgepodge, has been there are values or principles that people should strive for and should be done in a broad manner, adapting to their environment. So Christianity, Islam, Judaism especially, all three Abrahamic religions say strive to be like Christ, strive to be like the energies of God, strive to be like Allah, and have this character. It's very character-based rather than rules-based. That means there are virtues and actions and a mindset that should be cultivated, like cultivating your garden, in order to change and adapt as a person to do and be a moral person. That means your actions are moral based on how that affects your character. Same thing with Buddhism. Okay, you want to reach enlightenment, you adapt your character to reach enlightenment. Actions that are wrong or right are how you strive to reach enlightenment. It's very personal. It's very personal experience, personal this, personal that. That does not mean it's personal preference or personal belief. The belief is still, these things are objective and they're objective in the world. Buddhism. These things are so objective. There is enlightenment. There is a reincarnation. These things aren't just personal belief, but you still cultivate your character and your personal journey in order to reach this reincarnation. So my whole thing is, if you're going to say objective morality doesn't exist, don't say that objective morality doesn't exist outside of personal experience, because I don't know anyone who would even strongman that to say that objective morality doesn't adapt and change with the person and environment around them.
Right. So we're going to go ahead and kick it over to you now, Ghosty. 3 minutes is on the clock, uninterrupted. Go ahead and tell us your closing thoughts.
Okay, so I think Game Boy contradicted himself a couple times. He first, when I asked him if Christians have objective morality, he said, yes, they do. And then eventually he said that his moral beliefs under Allah are the objective morality, and any other faith that has their own morals makes them automatically immoral. So that kind of contradicts itself if you think Christians have objective morality, but yet you're calling their morality immoral because they're not the Islamic set of morality. I also think that when I asked him if morality is discovered or invented, and he said kind of both, that kind of concedes the debate right there. If you think morality at all is invented, then it isn't mind independent. Therefore, it would be mind dependent. So you can't have all of these different values be objective at the same time. If you have prejudice or personal feelings are involved or interpretation is involved, which every religious set of morality, I don't know how to word it, every religious morality value sets have. They're interpreted. They usually have bias and prejudice because you're born into it, typically. And it's your belief, right? It's called faith for a reason. It's your belief. Just like my morals are what I believe. There's no way to confidently settle a dispute between two opposing moralities. So, like he said, morals do adapt over time. I guess you could argue that, okay, well, there is an objective set of morals. We just can never know for certain that we know the correct ones, which in that case, it's just kind of useless at that point. If we are never able to truly know the objective morals, then what's even the point of calling them objective? At that point, I don't even think they exist. So, yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say.
All right, good stuff. All right, thank you very much, Ghosty. Thank you very much, Game Boy. Great job, both of you guys. I appreciate it. I appreciated the tone and the engagement. We're going to go ahead and kick this over to the judges. So, Average Debate Enjoyer actually asked if he could go first because the dogs that somebody said they were going to go beat need to go outside. So, Tyler, if you would be so kind. Yeah, who indeed. So, Tyler, if you would be so kind, sir, as to go ahead.
I should have asked him if he believes marrying a 6-year-old as a grown man is immoral or not.
This vote, because these two judges disagree on most things. So there's a good chance you're going to probably be the ones who make the decision for them this time as well. I don't know that that's true. I don't think anybody can hate you, Game Boy. But, all right, everybody, let's listen in. Tyler, where did you land on this?
All right, so there was a ton of wasted time by Game Boy in the start. I absolutely hate him for it. He's 100% right about that. So clearly Ghost won the first of the introduction phase because he didn't even participate. But it ended up actually being, again, as Game Boy said, he noticed that I made the prescription. There's a low-key definition debate. There wasn't much bickering about dictionary definitions. It was kind of in the backdrop as the theme of the debate. But in this, Game Boy was arguing that truth is essentially an entity, like a scientific truth yet to be discovered, and we disagree on the methods of which we try to perceive it. Justice as a truth doesn't give you the exact right system and the exact right laws and the exact correct jurors every single time. Like, the system's going to have some flaws to it. That doesn't mean the truth itself doesn't exist, and I feel like he had to explain that 4 times, and I just never heard a good definitional argument for it. Now, Ghost did have a second definitional argument and was objecting, kind of imputing him of making a subjective morality argument, because how we all interpret justice is different, how we all implement the systems is different, and things of that nature. I think it was all right, but he addressed it well enough in his closing, and there was no rebuttal to what he said there. So I feel like Game Boy, as the affirmative, kind of set the tone with his argument. His argument went unchallenged. So I gave this to Game 8-2.
Really? Okay. 8-2 for Game Boy from Tyler. Go let your dogs do their business. Just so you know, Ghosty, I sent you the link in DMs so you can put it into your chat as well for the votes.
Thank you.
Doomer. Yes, ma'am. Doomer, are you ready to render judgment, please?
Yeah. So first off, I will say I hate these prompts. The debaters did a great job outside of Game Boy for missing his opening. Um, yeah, I felt that the biggest like summary of Game Boy's arguments kind of came down to like the objective morality is based off of like God or some kind of like divine command. And I found that the argument somewhat that like the objective moral statements and facts are built on subjective views. I can see that argument. I kind of think that it's kind of just like kicking the can down the road almost, because I think like if you have two parties with, you know, so-called objective moral like standards or whatnot, and they contradict each other, I don't know how you resolve that if just divine command alone is kind of how you square those. I don't see the mechanism to kind of verify the objectivity in the argument. Outside of that, I actually gave it the inverse score 2-8, and I took a point for missing that opening. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I expected was going to happen, that the two of you guys were going to disagree like that. And I would ask for nothing less. Okay, we are going to go ahead and say one more time, chat, please click that link. You should be able to see it right there. And I'm going to drop it one more time. Did I make sure? I did. I already dropped it in the other two streams. Ghosty, your audience should also be clicking on it by now. I'm going to talk for just a few seconds to let everybody get their votes locked in. This one is definitely going to have some fucking conversation in the after party, and specifically, I'm going to have some hands with. I'm going to have some hands with AVG, or I'm sorry, there's two AVGs now, with ADE, Tyler Aid. That's it. We're going to have some conversation with Tyler Aid in the after party about his statements there, because I personally take issue.
Go vote for me,
but that's
chat.
okay.
Click the link.
We will see how the audience felt, and
Bitchy's
based on what I'm hearing from Game Boy, things are not going very well for him over there. So, with that said, I do want to say thank you to both of you guys again. I'm going to, regardless, drop y'all's links in. And as I said with the previous debate, I really hope that you guys stick around. I'm going to go through each of these prompts in the after party, and I think we're all going to get pretty twisted up about them. I also want to address what Doomer said there, in that I didn't love these prompts myself. This is going to sound like a cop-out, but I have to do it nevertheless. I do not choose the prompts anymore. I do not make the prompts anymore, at least not most of them. Most of them are submitted by the community, and they go through the judges panel before it goes out to the actual prompt list. So, if people have problems with these prompts, have it out in the fucking server before I put them on a list, please.
I'll clarify that real quick too. The prompt is fine. I personally hate the philosophy type prompts. Like I said before, I'm more of like the political kind of legal kind of stuff. So,
bro,
I
don't like this either. I was complaining that I got it the entire time, bro.
Well, you always have the ability to turn down a debate, Game Boy, but that's okay.
And can I admit something?
No, you
because
cannot.
I already know I lost the chat vote.
Not until.
Bro, I lost it.
Yeah. Well, the chat called you out.
I misread the prompt and contradicted myself the entire time. I DM'd Radish right after it.
Yep.
My bad. I thought I was arguing the neg.
The chat called you out for it instantly when you were doing it. They're like, is he making a better neg than the neg? Is that his...
I was making a neg argument against someone who's doing neg, bro. Sorry.
We know. We saw. And that's why I'm going to have words with Tyler after this, how that shit got past him. And how he scored it 8-2 when you didn't even give us a fucking opening. But again, I'm going to save that for the after party. I'm a little heated.
They're obsolete.
I'm a little heated. Oh, fuck off. All right, let's see what the chat says.
I never give
the chat. Does the chat think your fucking opening was obsolete?
How can you be
I lied about my religion
Muslim,
the entire time,
like a devout Muslim, and
I
not
don't deserve to win this.
And be
you didn't
and be negative to the prompt.
I'm locking it in right there.
So he's saying he's Muslim, but he got the prompt confused.
That is a 55 to 45, which translates to a 6-4.
So he actually does believe that morality is mind dependent.
Great job, great performance. Thank you very much.
I think he's just upset because he lost
we round
the
up
debate,
because it's
whatever.
10 points, and that's the easiest way to do it. So, Very good job from both of you, I guess. And I still love you, Game Boy. But yeah, next
Game
time
Boy?
read the prompt, bro. Yeah, Gamer Boy. Okay, so one more time, Game Boy. I can't really give you any chance to shout out too much, but go ahead and have a few words with the audience. Tell us where
Shout
we can
out my
find
boy
you. Or,
Muhammad.
Yeah, I knew it. You're just gonna troll. All right, Ghosty. Thank you very much for your first showing here. I hope that you had a good time, and I hope you stick around for the after party where you can hear us all pile on Game Boy in front of you for your personal amusement.
I'll stick
So
around.
will you please one more time? Fantastic. Will you please one more time tell everybody who you are and where we can find you? I'll drop your link in the chat.
Yep, again, I am Ghosty. The G is spelled with the number 6, and I'm on YouTube.
And that's really all that anybody needs to know about you. All
Pretty
right,
much.
cheers. And here is that link. And y'all give that a click and a follow. And we did get through all the questions, right? Y'all didn't have any? Yeah, okay, just making sure. All right. So with that, we're going to go ahead and kick this over to our final debate, the one that I have been afraid of the entire night, because I can see a particular set of Emmett's jowls that tells me that he might be ready to throw fucking fire. And Vigi is sitting up straight, which means that he's ready to catch it. So, our last debate of the night. It should be legal in the U.S. to marry more than one person. I don't know how this is going to become contentious, but somehow I think it's going to. So we're going to go through it again. Vigi, on the affirmative, will you please tell everybody who you are, where to find you, and what you are about? I'll drop your link in the chat.
Yeah, so I'm the Vigilante TV on basically all platforms. I mostly stream here on Twitch. I do political streams and debates as well as gaming content sometimes. I haven't really streamed lately though, unfortunately. I need to get back into that. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Yeah.
All right, cheers. And Mr. Emmett, will you also, you are mute, oh, you got it. Will you also please tell everybody who you are, where they can find you, and what you're about, sir? I'm dropping your link in the chat.
Yeah, my name is Emmett. I have a YouTube channel called Count Emmett. You can find me at Count Emmett in YouTube. And I do different stuff over there, so thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure as always. So I will reiterate, please try to keep this as good faith and above the belt as we possibly can. Engage with each other's arguments where possible, and let's hear it. Vigi, 3 minutes is on the clock for your for your opening, sir. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Yeah, so the state has no logical reasoning for restricting the number of consenting adults in a marriage. Denying ethical non-monogamous marriages criminalizes a private relationship between consenting adults, which harms no one. This is an indefensible use of state power under secular democratic principles. Yes, marriage is sacred not just to religious people, but to secular people as well. It represents a commitment between consenting adults. People get married so they can have a fulfilling, loving partnership and build a family. This is a personal autonomy choice made between consenting adults. There is no logical reason that we should deny that right to partnership that include more than two people. The Supreme Court precedent already agrees with this when we look at the many cases we have surrounding marriage. Obergefell v. Hodges, centered on marriage being a fundamental right rooted in personal autonomy, dignity, and the freedom to define one's own family. This logically extends to ethical non-monogamy. If the state cannot restrict marriage based on gender, then restricting it based on the number of people in a marriage is just arbitrary. In Loving v. Virginia, the unanimous court held that marriage is one of the vital personal rights essential to the pursuit of happiness. Ethical non-monogamy is a practice that has multiple benefits to those who practice it and the family members of the people who practice it. You get a greater emotional support system. The division of labor in the home is more spread out because there are more people to take care of the home. And an economy like what we are in now, the more income that you have, the better. Because it's nearly impossible to live off of a single income nowadays. This benefit extends to the family and the children in the extended family and any children in the home as well. Marriage is a legal institution in the United States of America. It is not a religious one. It is practiced by religious groups, but it is not a religious institution. Therefore, it should be expanded to accommodate religions that accept ethical non-monogamy. Because one of America's founding principles is that religious freedom. There are multiple religions that accept polygamy and ethical non-monogamy as a religious practice. The prime examples of this are Islam, Mormonism, paganism, and Unitarian Universalism. So not only does having a ban on ethical non-monogamy fail to meet a logical and legal standard, it also oppresses religious minorities. See the rest of my time.
Right. Well, then in that case, Mr. Emmett, 3 minutes is on the clock for you to use as cross-examination or rebuttal. Use it as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start.
Before we move forward, what do you think is the purpose of law?
The purpose of law is to restrict things that we as society see immoral.
Society will see immoral. Okay. Do you think lowering the IQ in the general population would be something that is immoral?
I mean, kinda. I mean, the only way that you can really do that is by failing to teach people problem-solving skills. So,
Teach? Do you think you can teach IQ?
IQ, the system that tests for IQ is based off of problem-solving skills. So, yeah, you can teach problem-solving skills.
Okay, so you can just teach IQ. Okay, interesting. I've never in my life heard that before. It's usually not a teachable skill, but I guess we learned stuff today. When it comes to, you said that we should be able to do that, right? Because it's in accordance to the law and religious minorities. If a practice in a religious minority includes, for example, let's call it child sacrifice, would you be in favor of it because it's some kind of, religious freedom?
You're conflating. This is a false.
Just answer the question. I'm not asking about conflation. Just answer the question. Yes or no.
This is a false. This is a false equivalency.
I'm just asking if you are willing to accept that as a religious freedom.
I would not accept murder as a religious freedom. There is a
perfect.
dark difference between murder and sexual freedoms.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. How about the marriage of your cousin, as the Islamist would?
Generally speaking, we consider incest immoral.
That was not the question. The question is whether or not you would accept the marriage of cousins as illegal because of religious freedoms.
This is another false equivalency.
It's a you question. Can you answer it?
No, I'm not going to engage with bad faith questions.
You're not going to answer the question?
Ask a real question.
Fine.
I'm not going to answer bad faith questions. Answer real questions.
Okay. It's okay if you don't want to answer. Okay, fine. If you have if you have this idea that we consider to be immoral, and that's the reason why you wouldn't accept one of them. I mean, we think we accept that multiple wives is immoral. Why would you accept it in accordance to you?
We don't necessarily consider it. So we
do consider it immoral. It's in fact,
I agree,
you said it
Genji.
yourself, right? It's to avoid, to prevent actions that are supposed to be immoral in society.
Ethical non-monogamy is not actually banned in the United States. There is no criminalization of it.
It is banned right now. You cannot marry more than one person. It is. Thank you. So the time is over. Thank you very much.
Hold on. No, you can date more than one person.
Yeah, it is over. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
all right,
I can finish. I can answering your question.
It's okay. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm all right with Vigi answering the question. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it is not banned in the United States. You can date more than one person. There is no laws regarding.
We're talking about marriage. We're not talking about dating.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I was actually going to clarify the difference between non-monogamy and polyamory, for what it's worth.
There is no difference between non-monogamy and polyamory. It's the same thing. Ethical non-monogamy is just another word for polyamory. The only thing that is restricted.
We're talking about marriage. We're not talking about dating.
Sorry, I meant polygamy. I apologize. I meant polygamy.
Polygamy is just the act of having more than one wife. Yep. It is a type of
polygamy. Polygous marriages are legal, I believe.
Is the
in most states. if not all.
Fair. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go over to you now for your opening. Mr. Emmett, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, uninterrupted. Go ahead and start it up.
So, first of all, I will be.
What's the exact prompt?
Thank you very much for the debate, to both Horseradish and to Vigilante. I will go ahead and say that when it comes to the idea of having
The prompt
these
is it
kind
should
of
be
behaviors
legal in the
legalized, we're
U.S. to
talking
marry
about
more than
making
one
them
person,
available for everybody
which I think
in
it
it.
is.
Now, usually what I would say is that this will probably go directly against the idea of the children. Most of the children in families are way more secure in between with their nuclear families. We're talking about biological father and mother. If you look at the stats, which by the way is impossible to get any stats in polygamy, in polygamous couples, mostly because they're almost non-existent, because we have decided that it's an immoral action. But if you look at the stats that we have access to, which is, when it comes to step parents, the likelihood of abuse skyrockets. There is a bunch of different things. They have a little bit of a stat here. So the threat of death for younglings is about 60 to 120 times. You're 8 times higher of having kinds of sexual impropriety. I can share the stats later on if you want them directly, Horseradish. But you know what? Like, we're talking about lefties, so who the hell cares about the kids, right? If they're gonna go with a meme, oh, please, somebody think of the children. In reality, what we're looking at is another problem is the destruction of the society itself. What we see is we're gonna be generating the kind of structures that Islam has in the Middle East. In fact, he even mentioned this himself. He wants to allow the Islamists to go ahead and create a society in which they will go ahead and marry every single one of their cousins and lower the total IQ of our country. Oh, why is that bad? Have you seen fucking Sandyland? It's incredible that they breathe sometimes.
Hold on. First of all,
well, it's very simple. They go on, they marry a bunch of their cousins, and they have kids. They probably have less IQ
some of the
than
Middle
the next
East
generation,
has
and they
some
do it again the next
incredible
generation. Now we also have the problem of
and
polygamy,
interventions,
which is the one that's probably going to be the most accepted, the
like
most
Saudi Arabia
usual, in which
is
most
going
of the women
hard
are
right now. Like that is not a bad
for the top
place
percentage
to
of
live.
men. Which means
It is
you're going to
very
have a bunch of
wealthy.
disenfranchised
They're
males
trying to
in
make
your
it
society. You're going to be moving towards
more tourist
authoritarianism.
friendly
Why?
right now.
Because they're disenfranchised.
You got the UAE and
Unfortunately,
shit
we
like
have
that. Like, would
that
I
much
personally
time
want to
left. So
move there?
what I would
No,
say
because like
is,
they don't fit my
what
values.
is-
But to say that
when it
they're
comes to the idea right now,
living
it's
bad,
impossible
like,
that we can
I
have
don't
any
know.
kind of
Go to fucking
good
Kensington in
thing or
Philadelphia.
any kind of movement towards what we consider
You
to
know,
be
it's like 20
moral,
minutes from here.
except for
It's not a
Kumi.
great place to
All
live
he
either.
wants to do is allow more Kuming, because that is the good in accordance to him. And he's not trying to find anything that is actually good. Why is the reason we want to do it? In fact, he didn't do it. He just talk about what feels good. Thank you so much.
I'm not even like an
3 minutes
Islam
now on the clock for
lover
you, Vigil.
or anything
Cross-examination
like
and/or
that
rebuttal.
at all,
Use it as
by
you
the
will.
way.
I'll start it when you start to talk, sir.
Yeah, so you argued that plural family structures harm children, correct?
They do.
Yeah, so are you aware that there are multiple studies showing that not just having multiple adult figures in your life actually helps the development of children, including ones on polyamorous families?
What do you mean? What exactly? Well, wait. First off, I will have to ask you about the specific methodology, because I was looking at any kind of the numbers. The numbers are extremely small, and the sample size are completely out of the question. So, what do you mean by having multiple? What do you mean by having multiple people or multiple adults in the kids?
Yeah, so there are multiple ways that we can look at this, because technically speaking, when we're talking about having multiple adults in a child's life, we're not just talking about polyamory.
You're talking
we're also
about mom, dad,
about,
grandpa, grandma, and the other grandpa,
We're
and
also
the other
talking
grandma,
about
and maybe uncles and aunts. Are you talking about that?
we're also talking about extended family here, yes. So when we look at
so it doesn't. Listen, that has nothing to do with them leaving with the parent.
It is very relevant, because the whole point behind those studies the whole point behind those studies shows the fact that the more adult figures that are in somebody's life, the better the outcomes, right?
So if let's say that you have a complete broken family, where you have two sets of stepfathers. You have mom and stepdad, and then you have dad and stepmom. Is the kid more or less likely to be abused?
Statistically speaking, I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, you don't know.
That
Okay.
is not something that I looked into.
Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I don't know how that works for polygamous marriages. If like you
So
can put
are you aware
more than
aware
two parents on the
of,
birth
Dr.
certificate,
Elizabeth Scheff,
or if more than two
study,
people
that
can
25-year
have
study on the
parental
outcomes,
rights over a child,
of
I am not
polyamorous
sure about
families?
that.
Nope. How many parents?
Here, I will send it to Radish real quick so that way he can pull it up on screen.
Yep.
And I'll also.
I mean,
will
you
also
should be
DM
able
it
to
you
tell
as
me
well,
how
so
many
you-
parents
you
were
can
in the
pull it up.
study. You should be able to tell me
The-
that. How many parents were in the study? How many families?
That I mean I didn't actually look at because
Oh, you don't know.
was the outcomes, because the outcomes are what matter.
The outcomes are what matter, so the methodology of how you got to the numbers don't matter? No?
The methodology does matter to an extent, but considering
Listen,
you're talking about-
okay, let's put it this way. If I have 3 families, and those 3 families came out, let's say, good, is that a study on the general society?
we're not talking about the general society. We're talking about niche case example here, buddy.
Well, it would be against the general society, right, buddy?
No, because it's a niche case example.
No, we're not talking about the general society. We're gonna put these in the general society. We don't take it into account the general society.
Even if we allow the hold on, if we allow this to happen, do you think everybody is going to become ethically non-monogamous?
Does it matter if everybody does it? We're talking about upping the likelihood of that happen, right?
Yeah, we're just legalizing it. So the only people that are actually going to do it are the people who are already engaging with it now.
Does that mean that everybody's going to have a gun?
No.
But is it more likely that people will have guns?
It is more likely, yes.
Yes, perfect. That's exactly what we're doing. We're putting in the ethos so
we're
that
talking,
more people will
like
be
I said,
more likely to be part of these, right?
Like I said, this is something that that is already practiced because we don't criminalize it. The only difference is that the people don't get married currently.
We do we avoid it, and we say that it's completely unacceptable in normal society. We make it as a bad thing to do when it comes to the original, and it should be criminalized.
We provide a slight restriction to where if you practice ethical non-monogamy, the only thing is that you cannot get married to anybody but your primary spouse.
Yes, you can't get married.
What?
That
Really?
is a deterrent. That's a big deterrent to most people. Most people
Don't
want
we
to get
have
married.
like Mormons
No, it's not a
in
deterrent
Utah
because we
that are
don't criminalize
legally
we don't criminalize adultery, so there's no fucking deterrent
polygamous?
there.
Like
do you
in
not
marriage?
understand
Yeah,
what
that's
what
wrong.
the deterrent would be?
Welcome to wrongness.
Why should we legally criminalize adultery?
It's a wrong action. It destroys the family unit. That's why.
Where is it wrong? Who says it's
Oh
wrong?
wow, polygamy is illegal and not
Okay, do you want
legally
to have a morality
recognized.
debate now? I'm okay, fine. I'm not gonna go to the morality debate. I'm gonna grant that we're consequentialists.
Wow.
The consequences of having people going out into the ethos and being complete degens outside of marriage is the destruction of the marriage.
It is
that is a
a
consequential
crime in all 50 states and punishable by fines and potential
You can't make a
imprisonment.
consequentialist
crazy.
argument without grounding it in a morality.
Utah
So, by extension,
reduced
you are
consensual
Oh my God.
polygamy
So
to
you
an
wanna go into
grounding of
infraction,
morality,
similar
my
to a traffic
preferences.
ticket in
What about
2020.
yours? Because you're gonna tell me that's gonna be your fucking preference anyway.
That's so
it's gonna be
weird.
my
I
preference
wonder
versus
why.
your preferences, and then we can go to consequences. Fine.
Unrelated
yeah, there we
adults are
go. So in
legally allowed to live
consequences,
together,
there you
pool
have
finances, and share a
the moral
household.
It's not my
action.
fault you don't wanna make a
What's
fucking
gonna
Yeah, they
happen
just
at the
can't
end
get
is you're
married.
gonna have a divorce.
Like, what is the
which is
reason
gonna
for
lead to the
that?
destruction
It
of the
has to be
family
like
unit,
tied
which
to
will put the
religion,
kids
right?
at risk.
There's
That is the
no
point.
real
Divorce
like
already fucking
ethical
happens.
argument. Like this is dangerous or
Yeah,
something like that.
let's make it
It's
more
just like
prevalent,
a-
right? Let's make it more likely
Where's
to
your,
happen.
where is your proof? Where is your proof that? Where is your proof?
What's my
that
proof? The
legal-
moment that we allow divorce to be quite literally, the moment we we allow
Where's your
divorce
proof that
to be for
it will
whatever
make
reason,
more
what happened to divorce? The moment we allow divorce to happen for any reason at all, what happened to the divorce rate?
Who cares?
Do you know?
The divorce rate went up.
But went up, exactly. So now we're gonna allow more degenerative behavior to happen within marriage. What do you think will happen with divorce that is allows you to get out of it for any reason? Oh, divorce will go up. Okay, so now we have a complete
divorce rate will stay
allowance
the
of
same.
bullshit to happen. We're putting kids at risk, and we're going to destroy more family units. So
So he wants the
consequently,
government
this is
to
a
dictate
complete
people's
destruction of the idea.
relationships.
Why should we allow it? Why should we encourage it? Why should we allow the government that is supposed to be there to enforce what you said, our moral standards,
Yeah.
not enforce it?
No, the
There
government isn't supposed to
The government
enforce
doesn't
moral.
have a specific moral standard outside
Yes.
of what society deems that we want to allow.
Yeah. Why should we allow the government to allow these that society has deemed to be completely undesirable for hundreds of years? Why should we just allow it now?
The government is supposed to just protect
There
citizens.
are multiple societies that still practice ethical non-monogamy.
I'm not
danger.
asking you about other societies. It's not about what about them. It's about
W
our
divorce.
society. Why should
I'm not
we
going that
allow
far,
it in
but-
our society?
We should allow it because it's something that is normal and happens all over the world.
If you don't want to be in a
That's
marriage
because you like to
anymore,
coom.
no one
That's
should
the only
force you to be in a
reason why,
marriage
because
anymore.
You think,
Like,
oh my
it's-
god, I'm gonna have another one to coom to. I just love to coom. I'm a libertarian and I'm willing to pay more in taxes and do anything away when it comes to my society as long as I can fucking coom. That's the only reason why. Right? It's about cooming?
No,
Oh, it feels good.
No,
oh,
it's about
my pee feels good. That means I should do it.
it's about personal liberty.
Right?
It's about personal
Yeah,
So
it's about
polygamous
personal liberty.
relationships
It's about personal liberty.
are-
You don't care
are
about how much.
typically
you pay in
three
taxes as long
people.
as you
I
can
guess
have
it could
the
be more, but
personal
it's typically
liberty to go
three
on and go,
people
right?
that love each other. Like, it's
Should you have the personal
basically
liberty to
a
damage
monogamous-
kids because it's your personal
polygamous.
liberty?
Wait,
Look,
is monogamous the
if
right
you wanna
word?
say you're gonna make
They're
personal attacks, I'll
monogamous
make personal attacks back,
in the
buddy.
way that like
You
they
can
only
do whatever
date
you
and
want.
sleep
I'm not
with
even
each
making
other.
personal attacks.
And
I'm
they
asking
have,
a
like,
question directly.
relationships
Should you
with-
have
so
the
there's, like, three people.
liberty to damage
So, like,
kids
this person-
because it's your personal liberty?
This person will have like a special
You have
connection
no
with this
evidence that this
person.
actually
This person will have a
damages kids,
special
and I
connection
have
with this
plenty of
person.
evidence
This
that
one will have a
am
special
that
connection with this
does
person.
not
So it's
damage
like
kids.
again until you
three
answer it.
different
Should
relationships
you
all within the
have
same
the
relationship. It's kind of hard
liberty
to
damage
describe, but
kids
like I've
because
met
You're making
a polygamous
you're making an
couple. It was
unsubstantiated
a
argument.
woman
I'm not
and
going to
two
engage
guys.
with it. Make a real
and
fucking
I'm gonna
argument.
engage with it.
I don't
Yeah.
know. It was
So when we
interesting,
see
but
that,
they
when we
made
see
it
quite
work, and
literally
it
that there
wasn't like
is abuse
dramatic
on,
or anything
you know,
like
on
that.
at least
So
you know, let's
I
talk
don't know.
about
Like,
essay.
people
There's an
love differently.
8
Who am I
times more
to
likelihood
decide
to,
how
for a
someone
kid
else
that
should
has a step parents
live
in
their love
home
life? That's
to
how I
be
feel.
essayed 8 times higher than the
We're not
norm.
talking about step parents. We're
That is-
talking about pluralistic marriages.
There was going to be one that's
Does-
not going to be the biological parent there, right? At least one.
Yeah, but the biological parents in
Oh,
most cases will
perfect.
still be in the fucking home, buddy.
At least one of them is gonna be a step parent. If there is a step parent, there's an 8 times more likelihood of them having some kind of sexual impropriety. So if that is the
Where
case,
is your source for this? Where is your source for this?
oh yeah, I can give you the source. Don't worry about it. Give
If
me
you
just
if you
one
if you do
second.
have a source, I would like to see that as well, please.
Well,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
polygamy
You can
has
give it to
nothing
me
to do
in
with
the
step
chat, whichever you
parents.
want.
Oh, I guess he's talking about divorce. If it's
Yes.
a higher likelihood to get divorced.
I'll even stop the clock real quick so we can get to that.
I also don't know how many
Yep, I
polygamous
can- I can
marriages or
type in
relationships are having
the channel,
children.
so I need to send it to you directly.
Actually, I'm curious.
Whichever one you prefer. I can get it either way.
I just can't. It doesn't
Do-
load the back channel, the back chat. So.
Okay, yeah, no, you can also DM me. There you go. Yeah, that's perfect.
8 times more likelihood. Yeah. So I can send it to you, Vigilant, if you want to put it in the back chat. I just want
Yep,
to.
I'm gonna put it into the actual Twitch chat so the audience and viewers can see it as well.
Okay,
so
it
they
says
can
yes,
peruse
they
as see
frequently
fit.
have children.
Now,
Is
are you
there-
willing
is
to
there a
answer the
It
specific-
question
says they
now?
frequently have
Real
children. I'm
quick,
pretty
is there a
sure that's
specific
probably
place?
like
Do you know where it says those numbers?
thrown off by the fact
can
that the
just look
majority of
for 'em, but I didn't
polygamous
know if you knew
relationships
in
are like
there and save me
Mormon
some
or
time.
some kind of like weird sect of Christianity, and they
Again,
have
the
a
time
fuck
has
ton of
stopped, so we're not
children.
on
So
the
that's
clock
probably
here.
That's probably why. But I would assume that like non-religious
There we go. Specific reports of
polygamous
violence involving step-parents, I assume.
relationships.
Child abuse is a serious problem that
I'm
affects
just
millions of
guessing. I could
children
be
worldwide.
completely fucking wrong, but I feel like I would assume
step-parents are
that they,
unfortunately
on
not
average, have
uncommon.
less children.
Research conducted by the Canadian founders of
than just
evolutionary
two
psychology found that the
people in
rate
a
of
relationship.
infanticide was 60 times as
I
high
could
as
be wrong.
sexual abuse, and sexual abuse was about 8 times as high in step families as in biologically related families, according to Brody E.J. 1998. Similarly, research conducted in Brazil in 2010 found that Brazilian mothers were more likely to mistreat their children if they had a partner who was not the child's biological father. That is Alexandre G.C. et al. 2010. So you guys can continue from there.
So now, would you be willing to answer the question? Should you have the capacity because of your personal liberty to damage
Okay, but
kids?
if a woman is more likely to abuse a child,
So there are studies on what this actually
and
looks like.
because she's not with the
in-
biological
Are you
father,
going to
I
answer
don't-
the question
I don't
at
think
all?
that's causal. It's not like
There are
she's
studies
abusing
on
them
what-
because
how
she's
the-
not with the
Should you
biological
have
father.
the
households.
liberty? Should you have the
she's
liberty?
gonna abuse
your
children
personal
regardless.
liberty to damage kids? Yes or no?
That's a like correlation. That's not a causal thing.
No, you shouldn't be able to damage kids, but there is no evidence that
Okay, perfect.
ethical non-monogamous households actually damage kids. There's actually plenty of evidence stating the otherwise.
No, yeah,
just
you
because-
cannot tell
just
me
because in-
about them. When
just-
I ask about methodology, how many families did they get? Oh, I don't know. How many kids were they surveyed or were they checked? How many? No, how long was that happen? The only thing you know is that it happened for during 25 years somehow.
That's fair,
How many
Jonesy.
families? Do you know?
How many?
Because I tried to find the numbers to actually get.
I'm going to go ahead and
numbers
stop the
from
clock
it.
again
And
for you,
it-
Vigi, to look that up as well. If you have counter information, I'm happy to hear it and pull it up.
It quite literally said that that when it comes to data, the data sets are extremely small. And I wasn't able to pull out the data in and of itself because of how small the data pool was.
It was 40 families over the course of 25 years.
Yeah,
the
40 families.
one that I'm specifically, yes, over the course of 25 years. It was a long-term study
Yeah.
still.
how
Long-term
big
studies
is
are
the
going to
population in
have
the United
smaller.
States?
Long-term studies are going to have smaller.
How big
pools
is the
of people that
population
they
of the
study.
United States?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's a couple million people.
You don't know? Do you know anything
It's like 3 million
about
people
the topic of the debate?
or something like that. No.
No?
About the topic
Okay,
of the debate,
I
yes.
agree.
You're asking a bunch of irrelevant questions.
I'm asking a bunch of irrelevant questions about how is it a good idea to do this kind of bullshit. You couldn't even answer the
you're-
question.
you're-
It's like, should you have the personal liberty? It took forever. I had to show quite literally that it damages kids in order for you to even answer that question.
Yeah, you're using
like,
an
okay.
argument about you're using an argument about step.
You're using 40 families
talk-
to make an. You're using quite literally 40 families to say that it's good in general for a lot of people. I mean, for all of the United States to allow this kind of behavior. When we see that the moment you put strangers in the home, kids are way more likely to get abused.
You're talking about you're talking about step parents. This is irrelevant because step parents come in after the fact, after they are the parents have already broken up. Plus, we're talking.
I mean, you can have
you're talking about monogamous households.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not just referring to the studies about polyamorous families.
You can have a
Also referring to
polyamory in which
I'm
there's
also
two people, they
referring-
have a
I'm
kid,
also
and 3
referring-
years
I'm
later they
also
find somebody
referring-
else.
I'm also referring to the studies that talk about how having the extended family heavily involved in the home, because that's a lot
That has
closer
nothing
to
do
what
with this.
that is a lot closer to what it
Okay.
is when you add parents into the home. It is extending the family. It is creating a bigger family. It is not
Vigilante, your
replacing one
point
parent.
is mute. Your point is mute, okay? It can be the case in one of those families that they start off as monogamous and 4 years later a new parent comes into the home. So it's not like, oh, they were always this way. You can add people at will. What is the idea here? You're gonna tell them when they're gonna get a third wife?
No.
Oh, you can only have a third wife between the first year of marriage. Otherwise, you cannot have another wife. Is that what you're gonna do?
No, they can bring in
Exactly. So
they-
there's no limitation in this. It can be the case that a lot of another guy comes later, another girl comes later. You don't know.
Again,
It has nothing to do with that. It's a mute point. When it comes to the extended family, I agree that extended families are good, but it has nothing to do with the old family.
A new parent coming into the home is not the same as one parent being replaced by a completely separate parent. They're two completely different things. There is a false equivalency.
But we don't know that, right? Because at the end of the day, we have no data on this. We have 40 fucking families.
Yeah, so we are using this
we have
moral
families.
argument based off of a false equivalency, to try to tear down my argument.
It's not a false equivalency. It's a stranger.
Yes,
it's a stranger coming to the house.
It is a false equivalency.
Stranger.
It is a false equivalency.
When we see biological strangers coming into the house, the kids are way more likely to have bad outcomes.
It is a false equivalency. It is a false equivalency because of the fact that you are using studies based off of monogamous step-parents to argue against.
But we don't know if they're monogamous, right? We don't even know if they're monogamous, because at the end of the day, what we see is that when there's people coming, strangers into the home, we see this kind of behavior skyrocket, especially against kids.
Your source is
that was the point.
Okay, monogamous relationships can also be swingers.
What?
Your whole argument is,
my boyfriend's friend just found out that his parents are swingers the other day.
No, your whole argument
because
is
they have they literally have upside down pineapple tattoos.
Oh,
that's how big of swingers they are.
You just want to go ahead and Google more. It's fine,
like,
bro.
I
don't know what that proves. Again, you did this in your opening. You're using the same again.
Being in a polygamous marriage doesn't mean that you're swingers.
My argument is that
this is all irrelevant.
What the data shows is that when we expand the family out and there are more adult influences on the children, there are the influences.
Yeah,
and the
just
results
positive.
are
There's never a
mostly
negative,
positive.
except for the fact that they get abused more, right? When it comes to step parents.
Parents get
I literally told you. Wait, I'm gonna ask you this question once again. Now that you have the data. Now that you have the data.
In general,
now that you
having parents in general get you
one at a
abused
time,
more.
gentlemen, please. The audience cannot hear you guys.
Now that you have the data, Vigilante. Now that you have the data, Vigilante, it's very easy. You have mom, stepdad.
It's still a false dichotomy.
You have mom, stepdad. You have dad, stepmom. Is it more or less likely that kid is gonna get abused?
That is where you're talking.
More or less likely.
Are on monogamous. The study is on monogamous relationships. It's irrelevant.
That's not the question. Can you please answer the question? Is it more or less likely?
We don't have any other data on this whenever it comes to polyamory.
Is it more or less likely that a kid that has 4 parents, in a way, 4 influences, okay, adult influences in his life, is it more or less likely that he will get abused?
In separate monogamous relationships where the other parent has no influence over the other person's relationship, yes.
Okay, so the amount of adults in their life doesn't correlate.
There is a reason this there is a reason this data is irrelevant. It's because the biological parents on both sides have no influence of what the other parent does because they are in monogamous relationships. This is a completely different dichotomy. What you are presenting is a false dichotomy. You are trying to
not a false dichotomy. We're talking about interpersonal. We're talking about families. We're talking about
by utilizing a false dichotomy.
We are talking about interpersonal. Well, the reason why I brought it up is because you said that the most amount of adults in the life of the kids is gonna showcase that it's better for the kid. I just showcase that that's not the case. When you have 4 parents in a household, the kid's way more likely to be abused. So unfortunately for you, there's not that much information when it comes to triples and quintuplets and sextuplets and whatever degeneracy you want, because you like to fucking cum when it comes to the amount of abuse that's gonna be for the kid. There's like 40. There's only one. There's your fucking study with 40 families in a 380 million, okay, population state. So I don't know how I can do that to the general population, telling everybody, yeah, you can, guys, red pillars, what you guys are doing is great. Just have 50 wives. Fuck every woman.
Most polygamous marriages are
Great
religious.
fucking idea. Give the red
They're
pillars
either
more freedom.
Islamic or Mormon or some kind of
plenty
other
of
weird
data
sect
on
of Christianity.
Whether or not having more adults within the home
So
itself.
I don't know why he's talking about cooming and degeneracy.
How that has a
So
positive
I'm pretty sure
effect
even like
on
some
the
Jewish
raising of children.
sex
Because there are more
can be,
adults directly in their
can
life.
have
What
multiple
you're talking
wives.
about is not.
Are you
the
gonna
more
tell me
adults
that
directly
4
in their
adults
life.
directly in
Yeah.
their life is not more than 2?
They're not. They're not directly in their
Is
life because
4?
custody is shared. Do you not know what
Is 4
shared
more
custody is,
than
dumbass?
2? It's 4 more than 2.
There is shared custody. They're
Is
not
it
all directly in their life at all
More than
times.
2.
Oh my
They're
god.
not directly in their life because there is shared custody.
Oh, they're not directly in their life? So shared custody, let's say that they have shared custody, it's not directly in their life? No?
That is not the same as cohabitation. Cohabitation
what the fuck
and
you
shared
mean?
custody are
They
two
go
completely
from
different
Monday
things.
to Wednesday to from Monday to Thursday in one home and Friday to
There is a
Monday
difference
another.
between there is a
So
massive
I'm gonna
difference
ask you
between
once
what
again
you are
because I'm
talking
not
about in
entirely
a
sure if
broken
you know
home.
what numbers are.
There is
it 4 more than 2?
There is a massive difference between what you are talking about, which is a broken home, and cohabitation, which is why the data you are using is irrelevant and false dichotomous.
It's not irrelevant. Is it 4 more than 2?
It is irrelevant because you are
Is it
talking
4?
about.
Why can't you answer a question that simple? Okay, I really don't think you know anything about numbers at this point. Is it
Because
4
you are
more than
trying
2?
to trap me into answering a bad faith question.
Well, we're talking about kids, okay? Having relationship with adults, and what is the likelihood of that be better for them? You're saying, oh, it's always better. I'm telling you directly right now that when you're talking about these kind of situations, when you have step parents, if you have 4, you have the parents and the step parents, and it's more likely that the kids get abused, then probably it's not about the number, it's about the quality of it. And we're talking about extended families. Extended families are great. I like the extended families. We're talking about putting in the inner circle of the kid as strangers. That is where abuse is rampant.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump on in
Is
there.
that
Let
clear?
y'all go a little bit. I'll let y'all go a little bit past. We've definitely got some questions here, and yeah, once again, it was exactly what I expected it to be. Although, as I said in chat, I heard the word cooming tonight as many times as I heard contingent last night. So I'm glad I'm not doing a shot game. So that said, I have some questions. I'm sure my judges have some questions. We're going to go with you first, Vigilante. So you were talking about the benefits of multiple adults in a household. Okay.
Yes.
We also know, though, that losing a stable adult from a child's household is, I would say, as bad as having multiple influences, multiple adults is good. So, with that said, how do you balance the idea that in a polyamorous relationship, there is a much higher likelihood, or polygamous relationship? I need to start clarifying because we are talking about marriage here. Oops, sorry, and I need to fix that on the prompt. My bad, everybody. I apologize. I suck. Still learning how to do this. In polygamy, there is a higher likelihood of one or more members leaving the household group. Why would the negative effect of losing that influence not balance out the benefit of having multiple people?
So the negative effect is obviously still going to be there. It's going to be there whether you're in a polyamorous relationship or whether you're in a monogamous relationship, because losing influences, positive influences, is always going to be negative on a child. That's just an unfortunate reality.
You could even argue that if
Fair
in
enough.
a polygamous marriage,
Doomer,
if you lose
you have a
one
question ready for
person,
Gigi?
at least you still have two parents,
I'm trying
and
to
you're
figure
not
out
a
how to
single
word
parent
it,
household.
So I'm gonna try and follow through real quick.
So it might actually be
I think you
better
had
to
mentioned
have
Obergefell
polygamous
as
marriages
one of
because it's
the
less
case
likely
laws
to end
that
up
were
in a
supporting
single
you.
parent household.
I will say in Obergefell, it does specifically mention that it's limiting marriage to 2 people, and there's also historical other case law that also reaffirms that marriage should just be to 2 people. And it does go into some valid state interests on why that is. Do you think that there is no longer any valid state interests? Like you disagree with those previously, or just those don't apply nowadays?
From my understanding, the valid state interests, when we talk about putting it to just 2 people, I would have been happy to get into this if we didn't get sidetracked on the kids thing, is actually just, it's that is too complicated. And saying that we shouldn't do stuff, have the government do stuff because it's too complicated is kind of dumb in my opinion. That just means the government shouldn't do anything because the government doing anything is complicated.
Okay. And Mr. Average Debate Enjoyer, do you have a question ready for Vigi?
I do.
Hit him.
So it seems like there was a back and forth, and I'm sure you wouldn't agree as much, but it seemed like the evidence was questioned fairly well, that there's not a lot of data on poly relationships. I think you said because it's something that we don't really see in the country. So Emmett had a bunch of data, though, showing that the 2-parent household, traditional household, is the best way to raise kids. He brought it up in terms of outcomes. He brought it up in terms of abuse. If we know this is best practice and we have a ton of data that shows this is best practice, wouldn't be getting rid of that standard and opening up marriage based off of what you said was, well, everyone else does it, so it's normal. Wouldn't opening it up because it's just normal elsewhere actually be immoral in some way?
I wouldn't say that it would be immoral. I mean, you can argue that there is the potential for negative outcomes. However, we don't really have any data to support that. Like I was saying in the debate, the data that Emmett was using is about already broken homes. So the data that Emmett was using is irrelevant because of the fact that it's about already broken homes. That's not dichotomous to what we are actually talking about. We don't really have any studies on the effects of broken homes in polyamory, because the amount of people that are polyamorous in the United States is something that is just currently on the rise. There could be studies that are done in the future because it is something that is becoming significantly a lot more popular, but we don't currently have the data.
Okay. Now, for you, Emmett. So I'll start again.
Yeah.
First question for you, sir. By the way, we do have some questions coming in from chat, so you guys keep those coming in. We'll get to those as soon as we're done with ours. So your primary concern seems to be for the children. With that said,
Well, that was the one we actually
you
get
spent
on,
the
but I
most
was
time
talking
on.
about.
Fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I did mention also the destruction of the family, the fact that we create like underclass of men, and the and the lowering of IQ thanks to practices, for example,
Sure.
what we see in Islamic countries, that they just go on, they have a bunch of they marry a bunch of their cousins, and then that happens over and over again. So
Of course. So going back to what I was saying though, concern for the children was a significant part of your argument. So my question
Yes.
to you is, we do know that marriage has a positive effect in elongating the length of relationships, that people tend to stay together if they are married. So if we know that a lot of these relationships, and I understand that in an ideal world, you would rather have nothing but the nuclear families, and those nuclear families last the entirety of the child's life. However, in the reality we exist in, we know that most marriages, a substantial number of marriages, I don't know the exact statistics, do end up failing. And then we end up in a situation where one or both of the parents is dating at least one, possibly multiple people. Would it not be beneficial, if people are going to engage in polyamory, for them to be able to engage in polygamy as an encouragement to make those relationships last longer and be more stable as a household for those children?
I would say that the introduction of people that are foreign, especially when it comes to biology, and it can be seen as weird because you would think that most people just want to protect kids, but when it comes to people that are outside of the biologically, there's a likelihood, there's a higher likelihood of abuse simply because of it. And you see it as well in Animal Kingdom. So there are different animals, but when they have like these kind of communal experiences of taking care of the kids, even the mothers of different kids will go on and attack kids that are not their own.
What?
So it seems to be something
This
that
is not true. Look at
that is
elephants, look
adaptive
at
to
orcas.
biology itself.
They all protect
I don't think it's
all their
I don't think
babies.
it's good for the kids, in other words.
Got it. All right, Doomer, you're up first again, sir. Question for Emmett.
Yeah, so you did do a big focus on the kids and stuff. I'll also say you did cover other things. I also want to say that you mentioned some type of like authoritarianism or something protecting against that, but then didn't bring it up again.
Yes, correct. If you want me to just give it a
please do.
rundown real quick about the authoritarianism, is that you have an underclass of men. Men are usually men are usually aggressive, so you have a rise up on gangs and other kind of proponents when it comes to that, and it will end up more and more. The government will go more and more authoritarian to protect itself from this rise of men that have nothing to lose.
Okay, and then my question, I guess, would be that with the big focus that you had on kids, specifically like the data you had with like increasing household size is a
Violence.
detriment. Correct, yeah. So would you say that that kind of evidence would be more supporting of like legislation to limit like remarrying if you have kids rather than reaffirming kind of restrictions on polygamy or polyamory?
Well, I just the thing that I see the problem is the introduction of non-biological people inside of a nuclear house. I don't think I agree with you that we should absolutely limit the divorce, but I think the big problem when it comes to kid is the introduction of non-biological parents into a nuclear house.
Did he answer your question, Doomer?
Yeah.
All right, cheers. And average debate enjoyer, question for Emmett, please, sir.
All right, Emmett. At one point, you were making an argument that engaged in something like with a higher likelihood of harm, that you're endorsing that harm that come to those kids. I believe you were saying that you're allowing these kids to be harmed. You're saying that any situation outside of a two-parent household, there's a higher likelihood of abuse. So that higher likelihood of abuse comes with it. For me, and I think for a moral argument that you were trying to make there, I think that the main factor is intent. So if you
This
take
guy's
your kids and
mic
put
is
them in
so
the car,
fucking
that raises
annoying.
their likelihood that they're going to be harmed because you're leaving the house and going to a more dangerous area. But your intent is not to harm the kids. So if you get into a car accident, that's not morally wrong. So if the intent is not there to actually see these kids abused, is that actually allowing this abuse to happen?
Well, I'm not talking directly about the individual in and of itself. I'm not saying that individually these people would like to put the kids at risk. I'm talking about the likelihood of
He has
risk
a
to
little
be
cat
happening
chair.
and what is the state responsibility to curb those kind of actions when it
His
comes
chair
to
has
protecting
cat
innocence.
ears.
So that is that would be the difference. I understand your position when it comes to, well, is there an intent to cause harm? And if I was like if there is some kind of utilitarianism in the idea that consequentialism that might be there in the way that we process morality.
I wonder if he thinks single-parent households are
point
worse
is
than
whether or
households
not
with step-parents.
The state has some kind of responsibility to curb actions that put kids at risk when it comes to innocent beings.
All right.
I hope that answered your question.
Yep, I'm pretty sure it did. Okay, so it's closing arguments time, gentlemen. Oh, no, wait, we do actually have a couple of questions coming in from chat. Actually, hey, shout out Razor with both questions. We're going to go with that first question here, which for some reason is going right here above my face, which is kind of annoying. So let's get that moved over there where it belongs.
What
Sorry
are the
about that, everybody.
points
I'm going to
for
put that
objective
again. Let's see.
Oh.
From Razor.
So I was
Does a
arguing
larger
against
family with more adults create a
objective,
better environment
independent
for the
morality.
children? In other words,
So
a
the way
larger
that this
family with more
guy
adults
formats his
create not
debates, there's like three
strangers,
different
no
debates.
strangers in the household.
So I
believe
was
this
the
is
last
probably
debate.
for Emmett because I'm pretty sure
So if you want to
Vigilante
go back
used this
and
as
watch that part,
as a
but yeah, I was against it. Basically, the
to
argument
you specifically,
was,
Emmett, does a non
a la divine command theory
does
was
having
basically
more
their
adults
argument
who are not strangers,
because they're Muslim,
i.e., family, extended family,
but then they
multi-generational households, does that have a net benefit?
They
for the children?
conceded to, like, they were like, well, Christians have objective morality too.
Yeah, I would say it does when it comes to extended
morality
families and
is
multi-generational
discovered
families,
and
I would say
invented.
usually
So it's
does.
like,
They
I don't
also,
know. It was
they
kind of a
have, like,
confusing.
full-on
I was kind of
relationship when it
confused
comes
by
to
my
biology, so
opponent's
they're very closely
argument.
related.
And then
So
he
I would-
said
I would think that
afterwards,
it does.
he misread the prompt and
That's
he
sure,
thought he was arguing for
And
the
so you believe that it
negative.
relies more on
But
biology. Got it.
he's
But
Muslim,
you did make
and
that
he
comment in your
clearly
debate.
stated that he gets
All right,
his
second question
morality
here, also from Razor.
from
What is wrong
his
with having
faith
various types
in
of
Allah,
families in a society
and that
so long
Allah
as
sets
the
objective
people
morals.
are happy?
So I don't know
Once
how
again, I'm pretty
he
sure this is a
can
question directed at you, Emmett.
believe in
and I'm pretty
objective
sure you actually did
morality
sort of address this one,
and
but it
be
gives you the
Muslim,
opportunity to
but at the same
reiterate your
time
position on
think
this
that
one more
morals
time. What is
are
wrong with
mind
having various
dependent.
types of families
So
in a
I don't know. I was
society
kind of
so long as
confused
the people involved
by
are
my
happy?
opponent.
I think
After
he
this
I think
debate,
he
which is
mistyped
wrapping up, we're gonna
word
have
there,
like a
happy. I think
after
he meant
hours
cool.
thing where we
So when it comes to
all of the
allowing
people on the
to
panel get to
coom,
talk
it's
about all
absolutely
the three different
understandable that you would
topics.
like
So
to
hopefully it
maximize
will come up
cooming if
again
you're
in
a
a couple
coomer.
minutes.
But when we're talking about the likelihood of abusing kids. So when it comes to that, we just want to minimize risk so we can have a healthier society, and that doesn't involve how much you get to coom, unfortunately for you.
Okay. All right. So, we got one more question coming in. This one from Chad Dad. Let's see. If have not been married, monogamous or polygamy, what makes you think you have any knowledge about what marriage is? Okay, so I guess the question there is, Emmett, or to both of you, have either of you been married before? I'll put this to both of y'all. Have either of you been married
get
before?
wrecked.
And are you currently married? Vigilante, are you married?
I am in the process of getting a divorce, actually.
Okay. And Emmett, are you married or have you been married?
No.
Okay. And so I guess the next question then would be, Vigilante, do you believe that having been involved in a marriage makes you more able to speak on this subject, or do you think that that people can weigh in on it regardless of their personal experience?
People in the chat were saying that the New Testament disavowed slavery. First of all, in the Old Testament,
I think it's
they made
kind of
it
a regardless of the personal experience thing. I don't.
God
I'm
gives
not really
permission
a
to
fan
buy
of
foreign
using,
slaves,
arguments
and God
that are
also
based off of
permitted
personal experience.
indentured servitude.
I think those are generally speaking bad.
And in the New
faith,
Testament,
and
the only thing that
when
changed
you back your
was
arguments up with
God gave an
what my
outline for
experience
how
is,
to
it doesn't
properly
hold up.
treat your
Understand me.
slave. So slavery was never abolished
and Emmett,
in the
same
Bible,
question. I
like
assume I know
some
your
people were
answer
saying
here, but
in
I
the
would
chat.
give you the chance
That's
to
not
say
true.
it. Do you believe that being a
So yeah,
having
obviously,
participated in
I
marriage
think
would give
slavery
you
is
more
immoral.
insight into
I
what
think
is and is
most
not marriage?
people know.
So
I
I
think
agree
even
with
most
Vigilante
slave
on
owners
this one. I
know
would
that
say that I
slavery
don't
is
know what-
immoral
I've
unless
never
they were
been a
getting
woman,
their
but I know
morals
what
from the
fuck a woman
Bible,
is, and
which
I can
just tells
debate,
you
for
how
example, abortion.
misleading
So
getting
I don't understand
your
what is
morals from
this,
divine.
complete fallacy
I can't talk
of,
from
of
divine
book,
command theory
like,
can be.
you have to be married in order to know about it.
But yeah, I think
that's
it's
what
almost
about you
impossible
argument
to be a
makes no
slave
sense.
owner and see your
Do
slave
better,
and
Chad.
not understand that you're doing something
All right.
wrong
Well, we
to
also
that
got
human
another
being.
follow-up question
And that's
from,
not
from
something
Razor,
that's like
and for what it's
intrinsic to
Razor-
nature.
for what
It's
worth,
because
that
we
question
can
went into my
visibly
notes for the after party,
verify that
but
this
he sort of
slave
wanted
is
to
not
clarify.
happy and they are
I will
suffering.
include the snark that he put
So
in, since he
therefore,
paid good
it is
money for
cruel
it.
behavior.
I
Yeah,
need him
that's
to
fine.
not put words in my mouth or imply my intentions.
It's also like,
please just
I never
can
put
do
you-
unto
anything in
others
your
what you would have done. Do
just
unto others what
because
you
you
would want
can't
done
love
to
doesn't mean others
yourself,
don't
like
put
done
love
onto
first.
you.
So
That's like
I
the
will
golden rule
reframe
that
the
I learned
question
in
for
Girl
him, since
Scouts.
I
That I
think
think
this
is a
is what he
pretty
was trying to
good,
get
good
at.
way to live
you
by.
are using
I don't
the
think
cooming,
that's,
and,
like,
and it's a fun word, and,
a
I hear
part
you.
of
I
nature.
assume
I
you mean
think
sexual gratification.
that
right?
was
We're using
created
that word
by
to represent
humans
sexual
because we are
gratification.
social creatures
Do you
that
believe,
need each
Emmett,
other to
that
survive.
the
So,
only purpose
you know,
of
we
a
live in
relationship
societies, and in
is
order to
sexual
survive, we can't be
gratification?
killing
Or
and
would you
hurting each other.
concede that,
We need to be
having
cohesive
that a
and
significant
civilized.
part of
So
it
that,
is
therefore,
support
like,
and or love?
you know, we have morality,
I would
and
need
with
to have
knowledge,
more
morality
clarification of what
adapts.
he
The more
needs to be
knowledge
happy
we have,
specifically. Usually, what I mean
morality
by
will
cooming is that
change.
they're
It's
actually
like-
not thinking about.
For example, say like a schizophrenic
Talking about
man
cooming specifically
was
is
running
that they're
around
not
in the
talking about
streets
the other
threatening
aspects
people
of their
before we knew what
relationship in
schizophrenia
general.
was.
They're doing
People
these
probably would have
degenerate
called
acts, and
him
what they're actually thinking about is,
immoral.
"Oh, I can kill
Today,
more
we
women,
understand
I can be
that
more degenerate."
he's
So
not an
that's the
immoral
point,
person.
of the
He's
tongue-in-cheek
mentally
of the
ill.
argument in and of itself.
Sure.
So,
But can you
know,
concede that some people might actually have a
that's
polyamorous,
like one
yet
example of
also
morality adapting
sex-free
with
or
knowledge.
intimacy-free? Like there are some relationships who are non-sexual but are in a long-term committed relationship based on mutual love, respect, and support.
I mean, are you talking about your parents? What we're talking about here? Like,
I think good and bad
I'm
exist.
saying that we live in a
but
world
I don't
now
think
where there are a lot of
no, I don't think
asexual
you can
couples.
prove that
I've
there's
never
an
met any of
objective
them, so
good
I'm gonna
and
go ahead
bad,
and
like-
just say that I am completely ignorant as
like
of
in
this.
a
You believe they're unicorns? Nope.
in a
I got it.
natural sense.
Yeah,
fair enough.
I
Like,
don't
the
believe that
world-
they exist. I believe that most of the
Na-
time
they're-
when they're
like,
saying
nature
this kind of bullshit
has
is
right
just
and
to
wrong. I don't
be online
think
and get brownie points.
that's true. I think humans
Fair enough. All right.
decide
cheers.
what
So,
is right and
we're going to go
wrong.
ahead and go to our. We're all done. Yep. We're going to go ahead and go to our closing arguments.
and
so,
if, like,
gentlemen, 3
you
minutes is
could
on the
argue
clock. Vigi, you're up first. Go ahead and start the clock
that
whenever you start to talk, sir.
like you
let us
could
hear your
argue
closing
that
arguments.
you might be able to prove that
Yeah,
something is
so
objectively wrong.
We didn't really
by-
hear any
And
substantive
when I say
argument
objectively,
from the
I mean in the
negative here
same
today,
sense that, like,
unfortunately. All we really heard was a racist rant filled with comments about incest in the
how do I
Middle
put
East.
this?
And
Well, I'll just finish what I was saying.
Using
I feel
that
like you
to
can
straw man and
maybe not
talk
prove,
about
but come to the
how,
conclusion that
if we
something is
allow,
wrong by viewing the
polyamorous
outcomes.
relationships
Like
because
I could
we
say
also
abuse is
allow,
wrong because abuse victims
we also then
tend
would
to end up
allow,
with PTSD,
incestual relationships
physical
because religious
injuries,
freedom.
other
Now,
mental
there's a
health
substantial
issues.
difference between
So therefore, we can
a
verify
polyamorous
negative
relationship and an
outcomes that are
incestual
caused
relationship. An
from
incestual
the
relationship
action
does have
of
negative effects.
abuse.
Therefore, we should
Therefore, I can come to the conclusion
A
that abuse
polyamorous
is a bad
relationship,
thing.
we don't have
and
any
then I would
actual
label it
evidence
as
showing
immoral.
that it has
But do I think that's
a
like
negative
an
effect.
intrinsic
All we
part
have
of the
at the moment in
universe,
time
like in the same
for
way
him to
that
say that it has
gravity
negative effects
or
are
geometry
fallacious and bad
is?
faith
No, I
arguments
don't
about broken
think
ho-
so. I
comparing
think
broken
that's
homes
totally
to cohabitation.
reliant on
Whereas I brought
humans
he brought up
and our
fucking step-parents
experience.
from broken homes and the rate of the abuse with broken home situations versus I was talking about the statistics when we actually have multi-generational households and how having more adults cohabitating in the home actually brings in positive outcomes for society. And he relegated all of the arguments down to just people want to coom, people want to goon, blah blah blah. Look, this isn't about cooming. This isn't about gooning. This is an actual legal argument based off of the rights that are brought to us from Supreme Court precedent as well as the Constitution. So I'm gonna read part of Obergefell real quick because it is significantly relevant to the question that we're having right now, and that's under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. No state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The fundamental liberties protected by this clause include most of the rights enumerated in the Bill of Rights. And then he names a Supreme Court case. In addition to these liberties, these liberties extend to certain personal
My hair's
choices
bothering me
central
today.
to the individual dignity and autonomy, including intimate choices that define personal dignity and beliefs. This is about personal dignity, and it is not about cooming argument where low-quality men won't get laid. If you don't have a personality, you're already not going to get laid. I'm sorry.
True.
All right. We're going to go over to you now, Emmett. 3 minutes is on the clock
Yeah, I
for
find
you,
it-
sir.
I mean, I guess
Go ahead
unless
and
you're
start
Yeah, I find it
extremely
funny that these
hot or
retards decide
something.
to just go on and attack me at the end. Why wouldn't you do it during the debate? I would like to call you a retard to your face. It would be way more easier. Okay, his whole argument is quite literally, trust me, bro. Okay, as the phrase says, the lack of evidence is not evidence of absence. Whether it's the fact that we don't have the numbers right now because that's not done, it's being considered to be completely immoral during all of our time, doesn't mean that there's not going to be effects, especially effects against the people that are more vulnerable, like kids, in our society. His whole thing has been, trust me, bro, trust me. Okay, I just want to coom more. Well, he says, oh, it's not about cooming, but why would you want to have 5 wives? Exactly. Who is the people who are
Kids,
saying
this is
that we should
only
have
argument,
20,
but
50
it's kind of
wives?
irrelevant
Oh,
because
yeah,
that
the
can
red
happen
pill. What is
in
their right
two-parent
idea of how to treat
marriages
women?
too.
Oh, just had to
So
go
I
on and
don't
coom a lot.
understand why
That
he
way
just keeps
you know
bringing up
women.
kids.
It's just this is quite literally in a sense is the idea of, oh yeah, you can just go on and do as thou wilt and there's no consequences of it. But in reality there are consequences, and we can see the consequences. And whenever we add the strangers into relationships, when it comes to the kids, okay, biological strangers, what happens? The likelihood of abuse skyrockets.
They aren't
He
strangers.
goes ahead and calls me a racist. Oh my god, I'm so racist for pointing out that the IQ in the Middle East is way lower. For pointing out that over there, what happens is they go on and they marry their family members, not only one, but a lot of them, and they do it multi-generacy. And I don't know if you know
Incest is
about
not
the
the
rat
same as
people of
polygamy.
Pakistan, but they're
Necessarily.
doing great in accordance to you, right? I must be racist for pointing it out. Oh my god, the racism. Horrible. What is it? What is the way he had from his side? Trust me, bro. We'll look at 40 families about 25 years and they seem to be fine in my obviously not one-sided study. In my defense of my numbers, okay, they were literally just taken from broken families. Yes, they're taken from broken families. But what we're looking at is the correlation of adding people that are not biologically related and what are the effects on the kids. That is the point. This is the thing he never actually understood, apparently. It's like, oh, he's not relevant. Of course it's relevant. It's relevant to the point of what kind of things are we doing that can put kids in danger, can put our society in danger. We're already having a problem when it comes to interpersonal relationships. Why make it worse? Why? And that he never said why. He just said, oh, well, I like to coom. Thank you very much, Horseradish.
All right. All right.
Exactly,
good stuff. So,
Summer. As
we're gonna
long
go
as
ahead and
it's
throw the link in
consensual,
chat.
who
We're gonna
fucking
get through the
cares,
voting as
right?
quickly as we can, because I do know that some of our East Coast debaters have been like, this one took a little longer because of the information and the fact checking and such. And I want to make sure we get a chance to get some after party words in with our East Coasters before we dip or before they dip. So that said, I appreciate you both, gentlemen, for your debate tonight. Chat. Who do you think won this argument? Do you believe that it was Vigilante on the affirmative, or do you believe that it was Emmett on the negative? Go ahead and click that link right there and let us know. I'm going to go ahead and also, you know what? In case anybody else is watching, if the two YouTubers are watching, I'm going to send them the link as well. That's you, Ghosty, and you, AVG, so that we can get your audience's vote and weigh in on this topic as well. That would be swell. And while we're doing that, we're going to go ahead and go to our judges.
That didn't work. 1 second.
Judges, this was a pretty tough one too. Like, this has been all 3 debates tonight have been a thing. So I'm going to look at you first, Doomer. Doomer, are you, sir, ready to render judgment?
Go vote, everyone.
Yeah, I think I can get through it.
Let me hear it.
So I liked this prompt. I gotta say, kudos to Emmett. Every time you've shown up, I've been super impressed with almost everything you put out there. I will say in this debate, both debaters left a little bit for me to be desired. I really liked how, like, definitionally, there wasn't really anything like ambiguous in this debate. It was all pretty laid out. Vigi, I felt, made a weaker opening when he said that the primary reasons for this to be legal was a lack of like reason for it to stay illegal, pretty much, and then kind of further clarified it later on with some other things. like the past state interests being like burdens to process and whatnot. Emmett, on the other hand, I felt made a lot of good arguments, but I don't feel that they were very persuasive to the prompt as much. I kind of asked it a little bit in my question to him, like how the evidence he's presenting doesn't support more like a ban for like remarriage, and he clarified that, well, yeah, he would actually support like a more ban or cap on divorce or whatnot. I feel that that kind of shows that his evidence isn't quite supporting the prompt as much as it could. And actually, you know, going back to like that valid state interest, I feel like he could have made a lot more ground on this prompt, going back and looking at actual U.S. case law to see why it is currently set up that way and the historical reasoning for that. And then have Vigi kind of say why that's not the case anymore, or why it's, you know, not relevant. Maybe disagree with that premise entirely back then. But I felt Vigi kind of made the more persuasive arguments. That's why I'm gonna lean it to him, 6-4.
All right. That is 6-4 from Doomer in favor of the AF. Tyler, I'm sure you're going to totally agree with that. Let me hear your judgment, please.
Well, first off, this was kind of a fun debate because at a certain point it just got down to both people threw their citations on the table and then started reading the tea leaves and playing tarot cards as to interpretation. It was almost like a debate style fucking Yu-Gi-Oh battle with citation cards. It's pretty fun in a way. Intros were both fine. I don't like that Vidge refused to engage with some of the questions in the cross. The cross is the time where you kind of have to go down the path they're leading you. You did it just fine in the debate. You said, hey, that's a bad faith thing, I'm not answering that. And sure, that was perfectly fine. Testy was yelling too because Emmett took over Vidge's cross. Testy's yelling in the chat, bro, you gotta take your fucking shit back. Like, Emmett kind of bullied him out of it. So I gave Emmett points for that, but all those points that he got for winning the introduction completely went out the window for him saying Coomer because it made my skin crawl. So I had to take him away. So they went into it pretty even. Vidge, I like that you quoted SCOTUS here, but all you did with SCOTUS was tell us why the wording would allow this to be legal. And then when you were asked essentially why this is a good thing, you said, well, it's normal and other people do it. But then you're telling us it's so rare the data is scanned. And you link this study of like, what, 20-something families, I think Emmett said. I didn't hear that refuted, so.
It was 40.
Oh, sorry. Well, still, yeah, it's still a pretty small sample size, so thank you. I went to the justification as to why, because you guys gave citations, but neither of them were exactly polyfamilies. One of you went with, this is what an extended family does, and that's because it's in the household. That's your argument for why it's similar. It's not a broken home. And then I went with step parents because of the interchangeable parent factor, non-biological parents coming in. And it could lead to similar abuse that we see with step parents because you're kind of bringing in that. And I feel like in those exchanges you won. And what really this almost never changes my mind. Horseradish asked a question about that, and when he did that, he brought up the fact that poly marriages are much more likely to see a partner leave. And that Emmett didn't give that point, but then he started using it, and I kind of feel like it gave him something for his argument that he needed. And he ended up winning the exchange in my mind because of that. Both of you guys were using you both were making arguments as to why your slightly related data set was the better data set, and I feel like Emmett pulled out and won that exchange, so it was close. I gave it to Emmett 4-6. So I guess judges are tied.
For 3 consecutive debates, the decision lands in the hands of the audience, which ultimately I think it should. I think that's kind of exactly the way I want it to happen. So that means that I've chosen my judges as well as I've chosen my debates and my debate partners. So, all right, everybody, you've seen the link. You know what to do. Click it. Tell us where you landed. If you're seeing it in other people's, again, I've already given this to the other streamers tonight. Hopefully, you can actually see it in your stream now, Zach. Now that we got the shared chat thing going again, I think. So, with that, We're going to give it just a couple of seconds. I do want to go back to the two of you. I know it got a little contentious, it got a little spicy there, but at the end of the day, I felt like both of you were actually trying to engage for the most part with each other's arguments. There were just a few parts where you guys were sort of talk past or more sword fighting than debating. But I appreciate both of you all showing up tonight. I appreciate all of the debaters tonight, as I always do. And I actually, while we're waiting and we're giving it a second for the chatters to get that last vote in, this is a big deal. This is a really big deal tonight. It's a big deal to me anyway, because this is the first time that we have had enough tips come in that I'm actually going to be splitting the tips with the participants. So I have said multiple times, if we ever hit $30 or more in tips in the night, half of that is going to the winning team and the judges split across the 5 of them. It's only going to be like $3 and I'm probably going to wait until I've got at least 10 in the kitty for each of y'all before I bother using the PayPal transfer fees. But just know, this has been an awesome night for the chatters, and the chatters have been more engaged tonight than they ever have been before. So that said, I appreciate all the debaters again. Now let's see where they landed on this debate. I've got about 3, 2, 1. Holy shit, that is a lot of people responding. Let's fucking go. And we're locking it in right there. 20-16. That is a 6-4 win for Vigilante. So this is the slimmest of margins, but the audience has spoken and they believe that the AF pulled this out by 1 point. All right, there we go. So one more time, I want to thank all of the debaters. I appreciate everybody sticking around as late as they did. I know, like I said, that AVG is going to have to get going soon, and I want to at least give a couple of minutes for some people, because I know everybody wanted to weigh in, and she actually had some questions. I completely fucking flubbed, and we might have actually brought you guys a little bit more tips, but I forgot to put the link for the tip jar into the Twitch, or I'm sorry, into the YouTube and the Kick. So that was my bad. I took money off y'all's table. I apologize. It will not happen again. I will figure that shit out by next week. So thank you all. I'm going to go through our fun little close here. We've gotten all of our debates in the bag, and so. Give me 1 second.
Good to see you, Namaste.
Yeah, absolutely. So, where were we? We're up here. All right. So, thank you again to all of tonight's debaters. We hope this has been as awesome for you as it has been for us. We are always open to feedback and suggestions, so please let us know if you have any ideas on how we can improve this experience for you, the debaters, because at the end of the day, we can't do this without y'all. Above all, thank you to all of the viewers. We literally wouldn't be here without you. We do this every Friday and Saturday night. We start at 7 p.m. on Fridays and 6 p.m. on Saturdays, so make sure you give us a follow and you will get the notification every time we go live. Subs and donos definitely help to keep the production improving, and as I said, once we reach a $30 threshold, we split it with the other participants, and once those become more regular, the debaters are going to be able to actually benefit from this more. So help us out if you can. But if you can't, we also appreciate you guys helping by spreading the word about what we're doing here. Last but not least, if you haven't already, type !Discord into the chat, and you'll be able to join our free Discord server where we take this conversation after the lights go off and the cameras go away. That is also where you can tell me if you
by the way,
are
guys,
interested
if you want to join my Discord, it should be linked in the description
so we definitely
of
hope to
this
see you
video.
guys in the next round.
So
However,
go ahead and
everything
join
past
that.
this will not be in the VODs. The after party is for live
like the
participants
channel.
only. And this is also where we get a little bit spicier. We do still try to keep it TOS, but and I do my job as a moderator as best I can. But we're going to get a little bit more into the weeds here because everybody had some shit to say about tonight's debates. These were some of the most contentious debates we've had yet. Also, if anybody has anything that they need to go do a break for, I'm going to go get myself some alcohol because I fucking need it after this. But I'm going to put the clock on 30 minutes so that way AVG can start weighing in. I'm counting on my mods here to please make sure this shit doesn't get too off the rails. But we'll bring that first prompt back up here. And those who rely on their communities rather than themselves tend to be weak and dependent. Jump in there. Who's got something to say about this? Because God knows the chat did. I want to start with the judges. Doomer, where do you stand on this? Do you agree with that or do you disagree? Inherently.
Dude, I think... is it Zach? Or Adventurous?
Yes. Zach, yeah, sure. He's both. Just like Tyler is average.
I think both gave the best argument for the AF in that, and I think that actually swayed me the most, where like that very broad reliance on community, like if you don't have that, it's just an overall detriment. You can't really get away from that. Like if you have no one, it's a net negative to you. I feel that is very strong evidence to show like those who rely on communities rather than themselves not really necessarily tend to be weak, but are like de facto weak and dependent. Like back in the day, you'd put people into exile. That's not to strengthen them up. That's because as an individual, we are weak without community.
Okay. Tyler? Oh, yeah, well, I promise you I'll get to... I just want to hear the judges real quick first.
Well, I think that one was actually the one I had the highest hopes for going into it, because I know I've seen both of you debate before. I just haven't encountered both of you in this setting. So I kind of was, in my mind, I don't want to say disappointed. That's not exact. I'm not trying to hate. It was perfectly fine. It's just I had the highest hopes for it. It kind of was like a little meh. But we were kind of where it was similar. Like there's not a lot of statistics that were specifically about this thing, so you guys are kind of bringing somewhat related statistics and making your arguments as to why. I felt again like we were using too broad of things. I really feel like AVG had a really solid argument with technology, and she really had to define community to be like much smaller than what we were seeing. We were getting economic arguments from a global economy that's skill-based and shit. Some of this shit you're getting from other countries that you're depending on. Like, that is not a community. A community had to be defined as like the people you go do these activities with. And the definition he gave for community could have been like my Coke dealer. Anyone that gives you euphoria. So like, those had to be attacked and weren't. So I feel like I agree more with AVG's argument. Generally, I thought she had the winning argument, but just didn't do it in a way I like.
Okay. Well, for what it's worth, I just want to acknowledge, I didn't know, AVG, that you were actually a litigator, a professional litigator.
Oh yeah.
Ty, I got to say, your opponent Zach is actually pretty damn new to debate. So, like, jokes and performative snark aside, the fact that he was actually in there doing his best like that, I just want to give a shout out to the fact that this is like his third or fourth debate ever, and he was up against an actual fucking attorney. So shout out to Zach for that at the very least. So.
I got to correct you a little bit there, Horseradish.
Oh,
it's my
I'm
third
sorry.
one third one on your platform. I've had quite a few debates on other people's channels, and
got you.
I've been
I thought whenever you
politics.
first started here, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought when you first started here, you had said that you had never really debated before. I stand corrected. I apologize. Then never mind.
Yeah,
fuck it. Nail him to a wall. I take everything, all the nice shit I said back.
No, just
Yeah,
kidding. I just have to dig at him for the Christian comment. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So go ahead and let's go ahead. I'm gonna go get my liquor. Like I said, keep it above the belt, but I'll be right back. Y'all talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. So I thought the topic was pretty hilarious. I don't usually like to put anecdotes in my debates, but I think it's actually relevant. So I suffered a horrible back injury about 2 years ago, where I was basically paralyzed for over a year, couldn't even stand up. And I live in a pretty major area. I actually do not have any family that lives nearby. My friends, God bless them, are not very reliable. And I basically survived on my own without being able to stand up for the better part of a year. And so when I look at somebody advancing a position as to community dependency and whatnot, right, makes you strong. I'm like, really? Because like I survived fine on my own with a horrible injury for over a year, right? And with the advancements in technology, I have to question, why does anybody need to rely on a community? The examples that my opponent, Zach, provided are primarily religious-based, and I do concur with him. I think that there is a sense of religious community, right, which everybody in that community benefits from, but it's so rare. And so I really didn't understand the vote there with respect to the win.
How would you even be able to help, like, fix
one
your
of my
injury?
sources was religious based.
Shit, I'm muted.
And this is something that I disagree respectfully with. Let me scroll on Average Debate, Mr. Judge, sir. My sources directly pertain to community involvement. Every single one of them is a study of either the effects of being in a community or being out of a community. They couldn't be more relevant. And there's also something I want to bring up, and that's the categorical nature of the debate prompt itself. The debate prompt is those who rely on communities rather than themselves tend to be weak and dependent. Well, as the research proves, as the entire body of psychological research proves, some level of community involvement and social interaction is non-negotiable if you want to be sane. So it's not really categorically logical to use the word dependent to describe a need. That's like saying I'm dependent on oxygen. That's what I'm saying.
How do you define
reliance? You can't say I'm dependent on oxygen.
How do you define reliance?
How do I? Well, okay, you were saying dependent. Which one do you want, reliance or dependence? Because they're largely synonymous.
Reliance is part of the prompt, right? Define reliance.
How would I define reliance shorthand? I would define reliance shorthand in the context especially of this debate as something that an individual or organism needs for survival and essential function.
So depends upon, right?
Yeah. But see, that's the category error.
What's the fucking difference, Zach? What's the fucking difference?
Again, that's a category error. To say
it's not a category error. You just correlated the two together. Can you please clarify why now you're engaging in a separation?
I can clarify if you'll let me talk. Jesus Christ!
Don't use the Lord's name in vain, please, fellow Christian, as you claim.
That's not what that piece of scripture means. But go off.
Yeah. I was gonna become.
Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna become a sola scriptura guy until I hear you talk. Then I decided not to anymore. I'm sorry.
Did you go to a back doctor? Did you have to go to like a medical place to get your back?
Yeah, I have an orthopedic surgeon. I have an RMT, an osteopath.
You don't count those as community members, or?
So that would be an exceptional thing. I don't think most people have a superimposed disc extrusion that occurs on their L5S1. So,
Daria, when was the last time you called them for to share a meal to any of them?
That doesn't matter.
I know, it's so rude of me.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to assume
surgeon to be like, hey, do you want to grab some lunch tomorrow?
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. The point is,
That's not my community. I can't depend on my RMT. I'm paying my RMT, Ghosty. I'm paying my Uber driver. I'm paying my orthopedic surgeon, right, through my government health plan, right?
Yeah, you need them. You rely on them.
This is a service I am paying for, ma'am.
They're a part of your community. So if you were to do, you wouldn't be able to do it without them.
They're only a community member because I pay them. Okay,
it doesn't matter. That's irrelevant.
Of a community or is not a friend or a support network. That is an individual who you engage in commerce with in order to provide services.
That's
okay.
Hold on.
I don't think that's
relevant.
A lot of these things
is between society and community.
A lot of these things are not things that we even make and manufacture in the United States. So this is a global thing. A lot of these goods and services that you're getting are from people from outside the country. A community would be a small subset of people around you that all come together for a particular reason. If you're buying chairs from IKEA, they're coming from fucking Sweden. That isn't your community.
At your local IKEA. Larger. At your local IKEA or your local hospital where your neighbors work at.
Okay, yes, but again, it's a globalized economy at this point. Your neighbors can work there, but the infrastructure itself is because of another nation investing in your country and building stores there. So this isn't like your community. This isn't you don't know the owner. The owner probably never fucking sets foot in your state.
You know your doctor pretty well, your primary care physician.
Sure, but do you know the owner of the company that employs 600 doctors that your doctor works for?
Probably not unless like they're your neighbor. You might.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter though. The point is that
They
we
go
all
down to
we all rely on each other for different services, goods, other different benefits. Like it doesn't make you weak to be involved in your community or rely on your community. I agree there are extreme examples, and I think independence is good, but that doesn't mean that relying on your community for help or for services or whatever makes you a weak person.
I'm just arguing the economics point in general. Because we live in a large-scale globalized economy, to argue community is a benefit of is showing dependency on a community by accessing this globalized economy, to me just doesn't track as well as people are impugning. That's all I'm thinking.
So let me
Independence is good. Make independence
right?
great again. Hashtag MIGA.
Let me try to take this from a different angle, right? So your argument was basically that having to rely on other people makes you weak, right?
Correct.
Okay. So
Independent.
because the vast majority of people have to be employed by somebody else in order to make an income, are you weak for working a job?
Okay, so this is the common confusion that I've seen throughout the context
You're
of the
weak
debate
for
and
working a
the after
job.
panel. You're confusing a commerce situation with a community situation. Community support is something that occurs absent any monetary contribution. Y'all are basically saying, oh, well, like, what about this person that I pay? Or what about this person that pays me, right? This is a commerce-based relationship. Absent the commerce occurring, i.e. absent me paying somebody for services or absent me performing labor for a return, i.e. in the form of a salary, this exchange, this support does not occur. There is a price for that, and that's what reduces it to not being community and rather at a commerce exchange.
AVG,
Yeah, but I'm not talking about
if I
the
pay my
community
kid to mow my
portion.
lawn, do they stop being part of my community?
So your child is part of your family, and your family is not
paid
a
them.
community. That's your family.
But we still have a monetary exchange going on. So I mean, do they
So that's
now
your
start to become
family. It's not
commerce?
your community.
Okay,
It's that's a separate thing.
Is your family not part of your community?
Why is your family not part of your community? It's your family. They're literally part of your
Well,
inner circle by virtue of birth.
Yeah, but aren't like in the past at least like communities based off of family and family bonds and then kind of build outward?
No.
What? I thought
No.
So you don't believe the community built
No,
off
that's
of
your
tribalism?
family, and there's a separate community that is other families that might be friends with your family.
Separate community? Wouldn't that imply the first?
Sorry,
that
do you
would be a-
consider your father to be your community?
Yeah, he's part of the broader community.
So why would he
Probably
be
heard
part?
this before. Sorry, we probably heard this before, but this is a category error. Just
Why do you say that?
Yes.
because the family is a different category than the community.
So should the prompt therefore be those who rely on their community
part of the
rather than
category of
themselves and their family tend to be weak and dependent?
Ooh, got him.
That wasn't the
Because
prompt.
we do.
Well,
we
I'm
do
asking,
rely
should the
not
prompt be that,
exclusively-
like-
Yeah, and probably for what it's worth. Again, our prompts are always flawed, but we also sometimes leave intentional flaws in there just so that people can have something to chew
Hey,
on.
Well, yeah,
So-
I'm not
that's
even
not a
arguing it's a
debater.
bad prompt,
Yeah.
but
What's
they're
that?
Don't you put that on us.
they're kind of
Put that
adding
on
a
you guys.
they're adding
Yeah,
a
what if you're
caveat
that
that they're adding a caveat that it's not just relying on themselves, they're also relying on their family as well as
They're
paid
extending
services
family to represent
and
themselves. Yeah,
as everything
exactly.
else.
Yeah.
There's like a whole bunch of other caveats that leads back to not actually just relying on yourself.
So I guess a good question then, Emmett and AVG, because y'all seem to agree on this. Are there different types and levels of community, or is community exclusively defined as non-familial, what would your community be if you're not allowed to pay them? And
Yeah,
they're not
so
allowed to be
somebody
family.
outside your immediate family who provides support and help without any kind of monetary exchange.
This
So
might be
insurance?
kind
So
of repeating a
friends.
little bit, but hold on. This might be repeating a little bit.
Yeah, my
What is the
friends are my
actual
community.
definition? What is the actual definition of community? Do you know?
Let's
Do you want to do Miriam's? I always
let's
do
do
Miriam.
Yeah,
I
do
think
too.
you guys
Yeah, I've
should
got
have.
Miriam pulled up. So
I think you
Let's
guys
hear
should have
it.
locked down the definition of rely because it's such a word that's context based, and I think
hate-
AVG would have really benefited from locking down rely as not like I rely on somebody to do the job they're paid for. What I mean here is I need a shoulder to lean on in this group of people that I need to borrow from my co-employees because I make bad financial decisions and things like that. Rely needed to be clearly defined as like a burden to somebody else because you can't accomplish your responsibility.
All right,
I
so
think
real
that
quick,
would be
I want to jump in there with Miriam. I'm gonna read it straight out of there. For what it's worth, it's also my favorite go-to, even though apparently some people think it's been politically captured. A unified body of individuals such as A, the people with common interests living in a particular area, B, broadly the area itself, or further, a group of people with a common characteristic or interest living together within a larger society, or C, a body of persons of common and especially professional interests scattered throughout a larger society. We also have a few more. I have not found any that exclude family or financial.
that was the reason why I asked for the
Yep,
definition.
I understand.
You're not-
I was just
yeah.
iterating it. A body
Yeah,
of
so
persons,
I'll
and there might be
provide
one. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll provide the distinction right now. So a group of people implies individuals that are not familial. Notice how familial is not even mentioned in the list of definitions. The secondary category is monetary exchange. That is nowhere mentioned in the definitions, nor is it implied because sharing the same beliefs would not include exchanging goods for money. This is a strictly commerce perspective, and you'll notice that it is excluded from the Merriam set of definitions.
It's
Okay.
not.
So the second definition under Miriam, real quick. I'm sorry. I'll go to you next, Ghosty. I just want to interact with that. A state, and this is the second main definition. A state or feeling of caring about and wanting to interact with others in a group. Like that feels like my familial group as well as my economic group would still qualify as a community.
Because it
Okay,
does.
I can.
Yeah.
The D category under that. Hold on.
Okay, just as an idea,
The
real
D
quick.
category under that definition, real quick, is social activity, aka fellowship.
Yes,
so you know.
correct. So what were you going to say? Well,
There-
actually, Emmett, hang on. Ghosty wanted to say something, then you, Emmett.
Oh no, I was just pointing out. I'm pretty sure in some of the definitions too, it even brought up your like professional career, like and stuff like
Professional
that.
community,
So
yes.
like you're gonna rely on your community for your career and employment and stuff like that too. So I think
What were you going to say, Emmett?
Yeah, my for example, when I have family in Mexico, they're still my family. I still will go on ahead and try to help them out outside of the boundaries of my geographical location. And it is stated directly in the definition that it has to do with geographical location. And family bonds are different because they belong in a different category. You are familiar due to other means. In this case, the fact that you were born into a side of this kind of family. When community doesn't necessarily means that you
Community
can
doesn't
move
have to be
ahead
in-
and change communities.
So you
Community
cannot be
doesn't
born
have to
into a
be in-
community?
Well, the community doesn't
You're
have to be in
born,
your
and there's
direct
going to be a
vicinity.
community of people, but you're not tied directly to that community simply because you're born. And
What
when
were
it
you
comes to
saying?
family, you are tied to that people group simply because you're born.
For what it's worth, I have family members I wouldn't piss on if they were on fire, and they are most certainly not part of my community. But so again, I don't necessarily think that familial contact makes them part of my community or not.
I mean that's fine. That's fine of you to say, but that doesn't change any of the arguments I made, right?
Fair. Vigi, what were you going to say?
Community doesn't have to be within your direct vicinity. The definitions B
Read the
and
definition.
C under. I'm about to. Under definition 1, sections B and C specifically mention larger society, a group of people with a common characteristic or interest living together within larger society, or C,
Living
a body of
together. So
persons
if
with
they're
a-
living together, wait. If they're living together, are they sharing a space?
that doesn't say
That is
doesn't say
one
direct
of the
vicinity.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
technically,
he was
this,
saying that
this,
that
this,
specifically
technically,
not.
hold-
That actually
hold
said
on.
it's living together, so they're sharing the
I
community
was going to read a
they live on,
second.
so they're
I was going to read
tied
a
up
second
to
part of the definition.
geography. Go on.
Hold on.
Emmett and Vigi are like oil and water. Go on.
Section C, a body of persons of common and especially professional interest scattered through larger society.
Well, actually, can we read definition 3 real quick, because it seems like the most useful in this context. Society at large. 3 words, summary of community. Society at large. If we depend on society, we are this is actually the thing that I think AVG. Real quick, I'll kick it back to you. I promise. Hold on. I want to acknowledge something that AVG did do that I thought was super wicked cool, and that was the fact that inherent to saying that you are depending on your community, you have already acknowledged half of the prompt that you are dependent, right? So again, it starts getting into does the reliance on community weaken you? And so I'm sorry. Go ahead. What were you going to say, Emmett?
I'm just gonna say that those are contradictory, or that those two definitions are contradictory. So you're contradicting the definitions with one another.
Hang on, let me hop in really quick, because there's something that's been going in chat. One of my people wants me to really get this out, and this plays into what Horseradish was just saying too. Humanity absolutely 100% would not have survived its history in multiple instances without community. And you have to then talk about the weakness and strength of the community and the individual and the interplay thereof. The community absolutely has a reciprocal strengthening, and the individual has a reciprocal strengthening with the community. It's a positive feedback loop. What's good for one is good for the other. Humans can't survive without community. Individuals need community. Communities need individuals.
That's why I kept saying that.
In other words, apes together strong is what you're saying.
Apes together strong. I debated saying that. I debated putting that in my opening.
So apes alone.
Let me demolish Zach again. Zach, is it true that most adults nowadays have very few friends? That people are mostly isolated?
And again, if you want to go that route, is that good for people?
Yes or no? Yes, it's a yes or no question.
And I'm answering. I'm not. This isn't the debate. I'm answering your question.
Yes or no?
Has that been good for people?
Question.
It's not if it's good.
Sir, answer the fucking question. Answer it.
No.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull you. Remember when you were in the cross-exam? Remember when you were literally being cross-examined and you just straight up refused to answer? Yeah, I can do that too.
Hold on. Hold on. If Zach doesn't want to answer it, I guarantee you somebody else in the room will. But before we do, we did have a question. A question from the chat, because they wanted to hear Black's Law community or definition of community. And so it took me a second to find it. But according to Black's Law Dictionary, community is defined as a society of people living in the same place under the same laws and regulations, and who have a common rights and privileges in, and then it gives all the cited. It also says in civil law, a corporation or body politic. In French law, a species of partnership which a man and a woman contract when they are lawfully married to each other. So I think that the first one is the most relevant to this to this conversation. A society of people living in the same place under the same laws and regulations, and who have common rights and privileges. Anyway, I'm sorry. We were yelling. Go on.
Yeah, I agree with that one. I would say that that's what I was talking about, the difference between one and the other. You can have familiar relationships that are outside that specific area of space. That would be like the threshold of difference within one and the other. Even if you can say that you don't like your family, it's fine.
Sure. So AVG, pretend like I have long hair and a really cool little Van Dyke. Can you please ask the question you were gonna ask of Zach, and I'll do my best Zach impression.
Geez, Zach, repeat your question again.
Fuck, it was a yes or no, man. I just wanted to answer the yes or no for you.
Are people living more like? Do people have less friends today than in the past, or something like that?
Yeah. Thank you.
I would say no. People do not have less friends. Just the type and nature of that friendship has changed, and they become more involved in online communities. But they still have roughly the same number of people that they are influencing or influenced by.
We also live in larger, like there's more people. Like so, back in the day, you were kind of limited to like small towns and small groups of people around you. Today, with the internet and more like populous cities, we do have access to more people.
Is the internet your community? Can you depend on the internet?
We're literally in a community right now. We're
Sometimes.
literally all actively
Can you
in a
depend?
community
Can you
right now.
depend on this internet community?
depend on
If I need
Amazon
something
pretty
tomorrow,
regularly.
can I get horseradish to get it for me?
I can
Probably.
get views.
So
I can
yeah,
depend on the
I was about
community
to
for views.
there.
One
Well,
thing.
so
My
so hold on,
community is my
AVG.
views.
Dependency?
Hold on, AVG. A great example of this is things like crowdfunding and or like community support through the internet.
Will you support my crowdfund? If I have a crowdfund tomorrow, how much will you donate?
Depends on what it is for and how much I like you. If you're
It's
how
for,
much,
it's for
how much a
let's
part of
say
my
it's for,
community
like
it
a
is.
life-changing operation. How much are you going to donate?
As much as I can. If you are part
Well,
of my
also-
community, then yes, I would
Really?
be willing to contribute to your needs, because I've seen plenty of times where people have helped other people, and I would like to think that if I have a need, that my community would be willing and be able to.
And how
support
many
me as
people do you
well.
think would adopt your standpoint on that?
It'd be difficult for us to actually quantify that, but
Exactly.
I would like to.
It happens all the time.
I would like to
Exactly.
think based on the usefulness of crowdfunding more than you probably think.
You know, to bring my own
Honestly,
anecdote to the debate. Hang on. To
Game
bring
Boy,
my own
let Zach go.
anecdote to the debate. My
Okay.
community here on Twitch, these are people that have never met me in real life. And it is by definition purely a parasocial relationship, okay? For all they know, I'm completely different off screen. I'm not, but for all they know, hypothetically, okay? They have come through for me in times of great economic strife. Maru helped me with the money I needed to get internet back after Comcast just shit the bed and just I didn't have internet for weeks. My community has definitely come through for me, and I've tried to pay some of that back to them. Your community is what you put into it. If you actually express to your people that you love them and they matter to you, you get it back. And that, by the way, is what Christ taught us.
So I don't know about the Christ aspect, but I can tell you at least within my own
Virtue
community.
signaling Protestant.
You're
Not
right.
virtue signaling,
Yeah.
I believe it. It's not
okay.
signaling if I believe it.
Either way, I can only speak from my own personal experience in my own community. In my own community, and kind of what Zach is saying there is each of us has our own communities here online, right? And what I have seen is within my own community online, we have created a culture that is about support and help. So here's a good example, and this is since apparently the chat doesn't like the idea of using crowdfunding as a representation of community support. Let's instead go as silly as this is going to sound, and I promise I'm going to come back to you still, Game Boy, but let's boil this down to the type of community I have created, which is a debate community. It fills me with joy how many times I see one of the debaters involved in this community going on to a different platform, having nothing to do with the DMZ or me or anything we do here, and everybody comes out of the fucking woodwork to help them prep and get ready for that debate, because those people know they can rely on this community to help support them when they need them. I understand that that's not necessarily fiscal support, but it is still time. And if you believe that time is money, which I kind of do, then these people are willing to sacrifice their time and effort into helping somebody else that they don't fucking know from Adam do better on this platform for nothing but their own edification. So I would say that at least in that fact, I see people in a community supporting people they don't actually know on a near daily basis. I'm sorry, Game Boy, what were you going to say, sir? I didn't mean to talk over you for so long.
Can you ask your chat how many of them will support me? I would absolutely like to know the answer to that.
Support you how? Support? No, you would be shocked at the answer.
I just wanna be part of the community.
Vigilante just helped me for an hour set up my OBS settings. Like, we don't know each other very well. He helped me for an entire hour set up my OBS settings so that I could like have my video on my screen for my stream. Right there.
And the fact of the matter
communism
is,
aside, Vigi actually does seem like a pretty chill dude.
He is, and he's not a filthy commie.
And
Actually.
the paganism.
Hey, I'm not a communist. I'm a
Now,
socialist. There's a difference.
See, yeah, and don't insult
Okay, fair
pagans,
enough.
goddammit.
Fair enough.
But Emmett, to answer your questions honestly, sir, you would be shocked at the support and love that you have actually gotten within my community since you literally Tyler Aid with his finger up has commented and literally said earlier how fucking amazed and pleased he is with you joining this community and being part of this. If you asked for help,
Damn,
if
I really
it's
need to
within
raise
their
my hand.
If it's with you, well, yeah, raise your fucking hand. Turn your camera on, you coward. Anyway, I'm sorry. Shots fired. I love you, Game Boy. You're the best.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
call that bitch out. Call him out.
Anyway,
fake ass
anyway,
call.
Emmett, if
Fake
you ask my community to help you, I guarantee you will have people come up to help you. It may not be all of
No,
them.
I just
but
want,
you,
I just want
you
some
are
friends. I just
Dude,
want
we
some
are your
friends.
Anytime you want to hang out with us, we are here every Friday and Saturday night. You know this.
Wanting friends doesn't make you weak either. Like that's just such a weird concept. I don't understand.
I never said that make me weak. What are you talking about?
Yes, it does.
That's
No,
the
I think she was
problem.
talking about
Wanting
AVG.
friends makes you weak.
Talking about
Holy
AVG.
shit.
Friends.
We kind of move a little way away from that. That was just.
You're kind of mocking
Yeah, that's
it.
right. There you go. Fucking Emmett.
She lost Emmett.
You
She
paint
lost Emmett.
miniatures. If you paint miniatures
I do.
and you reached out to me and said, Radish, dude, I desperately need some magic blue from
White
you,
Knight.
I would send that shit in the mail tomorrow.
Look. I'm making this night right now. Pretty cool.
Gonna be so real. I would not help any of you.
I love it.
I know.
If it was
I
like
wouldn't help you either. Don't worry about it.
I like couldn't
This
care
is
about.
Ignacio
multiple
Freya.
friends.
Yes, I
Game
know.
Boy is a
Yes.
troll. He's actually probably the one who's
No,
beat
no,
the
I'm
person
being-
to help you.
Speaking of, don't we need to get to his
I'm being
prompt now?
so dead
Oh, I
ass.
would absolutely not help Game Boy at anything.
I'm being
I'm
so
gonna
dead
be
ass. There's,
completely
like,
honest.
2 people.
If I had the option to watch a movie or help Game Boy not to drown because he's too dumb to breathe, I would
You're
watch
watching
a
a movie?
movie.
That is a movie.
Which movie?
Yeah, absolutely watching a movie.
It has to be a
Anyone.
good movie. Spaceballs, please. I would. Spaceballs is better than my own life. I will take that.
All right, I'm looking
Roaming
forward to
through
the
the
sequel.
sand.
Before we
All
move
right.
on, I got one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead, because we
All
are
right.
about to kick it to the next one. Go ahead.
All right. So I think again the prompt was unwinnable. I think you had to define rely to be a level of reliance where the majority of people would be someone everyone could generally accept as weak, and that would just be like widowed wives, poor people, and old people. That level of dependence. So it's pretty tough of a prompt to take as the affirmative, which sucks. But the history of humanity point, I think that would have been really interesting because then we might have gotten into the technology has advanced to the point where community is no longer needed. If we need to talk to somebody, we can reach out to these new pseudo online communities, and then
And that's still a community.
But all you have to do is reject that that's the same type of community. This is emulation. It's not a real community. It's just an emulation, and we're kind of naming it
I
that because
reject
it
that.
functions
My community's
similarly.
real.
Yeah, you sound
Well,
like
that
such a
would've been up to
fucking
the
boomer,
debater.
dude.
My boyfriend's
They would've
best
up to the
friends
debater.
are all like across the country, online friends, and they literally talk for hours
So
every day.
scary.
And for what it's worth, a lot of my actual IRL friends, like shit people from I've known for 30 fucking years, are in this community. And so again, because they live on the other side of the country, this is the only way that I can communicate with them is digitally. That doesn't make them less of my community, and it doesn't mean less that I'm willing to jump on an airplane and go fucking help them out if they needed it. So just because there's a camera in between us doesn't mean it's not real.
Hey, I think AVG is trying to say something.
I'm sorry, AVG, what were you going to say, ma'am?
Yes, I'd like to test how great this online community is right now. I am only 14 subs to 500. Please subscribe to me now. Show me how the online community works.
That is a very
Fake it,
legitimate
bravo.
request, and you know what? No, I actually support that. I'm going to drop your link into the chat one more time. If you people haven't done it
I ain't
already,
doing that
please.
shit.
Yeah, well, you don't
I
have
ain't
to
trying
because
to know.
we already
Ortho
established you're a
boy.
coward, Game Boy. You're a coward.
Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah.
In high
You
school,
know what?
mine was too,
I've
Jonesy.
already subbed to you, but I will do it again.
And I'm still friends with those
Let's
same
see,
people.
get that into
It
the
all
chat.
started with smoking
Ooh,
weed,
Control-V.
If you win a debate, I'll pay you.
but we're
And I want to know
Um,
too,
yeah, we're still friends now. A lot of us.
if you don't mind, once you're ready.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Baru.
I want to know what's wrong with me criticizing elderly people that are dependent upon their communities. What is wrong with just stating the facts? Are we such snowflakes that we can't contend with realities?
Oh no, I don't
Well,
know
it's the fact
anybody
that
who would
you
disagree
care-
with
I
it.
would say
I-
that children and elderly people are inherently weak, generally speaking, because they're reliant on others to an extent.
Right.
that
And
is- that is-
dependent.
but that
Reliant
is-
or dependent?
But But
Yes.
my thing is like just because
both.
there are certain groups that
Yes.
rely
yes.
Same thing.
yes,
Just
they
say
are,
it's the
yes,
same
they
Yeah,
are.
but this is an outlier situation because this is like we're talking about like the beginning of life people and the end of life people.
Yeah.
They're reliant and dependent on other people because they are
It's an
either
argument
being
from
raised
exception.
to
Exactly.
become part of society or they're at the end of their life so they can barely fucking function.
It's an
I
extreme
also want to throw in
case.
too real
It's like
quick.
It's just a fact, right?
Yeah,
The
and
word
I
10.
Nothing
completely,
offensive about it. It's just a fact.
yeah,
But
and I
would like
completely
to say,
That
agree.
would be
AVG
weak.
only brought up those things, but I feel like Zach made the other part of the argument for her with everyone else.
Yeah. Well, I also
think-
was surprised that nobody said anything about
Uh,
tend. It's not universal. Go ahead, Game Boy.
I've been trying to say,
Oh, that's
like,
a good
the
point.
issue with the prompt was just the weak part. Because there are people who constantly depend on the community, like Zach said, who do it simply out, like, not out of necessity, but to be a part of that community. And if you depend on the community, it could oftentimes benefit that community by virtue, rather than staying independent and hurting that community. Like, the fact that you specifically had to support the point that said weak characterizes a whole group of people who depend on that community as weak just because they don't want to go out of their way to do something else. If I specialize in, say, making clothes, that doesn't mean that, hey, I couldn't build my own house. It means I choose not to and depend on that community to build my house. Now, oftentimes, yes, people can be weak, but, like, you never really, throughout that entire debate, brought that up once because it was the hardest point to defend.
Not only another thing, I should have brought this up. I can't believe I just thought of this. Would you call the Spartans, who relied on their community of fellow soldiers to, topple armies, would you call them weak for relying on their shield brother next to them?
Remember the
Can I-
times
can I-
when the Spartans
can I-
were alive, guys?
Thank you. Oh, wait, hold on. Can I field this one? Zach, are the Spartans still here?
Getting beaten by a bigger force in the end doesn't negate the point.
I mean,
Zach,
it kind of
do
does.
do you know anything
They
about the
got
Spartan
beaten
society?
by a bigger community.
I know
Yeah.
a little
Wait,
bit.
wait,
I'm not a scholar
do you
of
know
Sparta
anything about
specifically.
okay, because their community was them seeing themselves as foreign to their lands and having a bunch of slaves, and the only reason why they lost to the Romans is because at the end of their civilization they didn't have anybody. The way that the society
that's
was
at the end. So I know what you're
was
talking
set.
about. The diluting
Yeah,
of their civilization
You
started
know?
happening, I believe, towards
A
the
lot
last
earlier.
third of their civilization, where they started having decadence creep in because they did become so powerful that they just went uncontested in the region for a long time, and they fell to decadence.
So they were
So is
weaker
the
when their
community-
numbers were smaller. That's all
Well,
you're saying.
now, hold on. Is the community stronger or is the individual stronger because of the community? I would say that the individuals made the community stronger, but the individuals themselves were still weak and dependent or reliant, depending on which word you choose, on that community for their strength. Literally, what you were describing when you were talking about their shield brother on the right of their phalanx, they literally had to rely on them. They had to be dependent on that community. Otherwise, by themselves, they're just a dude with a fucking
Right,
shield.
it's reliance,
And
but
that
it's not
example-
weakness.
For that example,
And
the
the
other person
flank
on the
was
other side of
always
their
weak,
phalanx
right?
could actually be their wife's second husband.
Wait,
They
and,
were
and the flank was
polygamous.
always
True.
weak.
Truth. All right, so fun times. Thank you guys for exploring that. Just so that you guys who are new here know, one of the reasons we do what we're doing here is because I don't ever want an idea to be put forward as being true just because somebody is less skilled at debate, right? So, like, again, we want to give everybody the chance to explore the corners of an idea before we just say put a stamp on it and say it's true. That said, let's go ahead and move on to our second prompt. We got 30 minutes on the clock for this one as well. And again, AVG, I know that you have stayed way past your bedtime. I appreciate the hell out of it. Anytime that you need to go, Afida Zen, I appreciate it. And everybody, please fucking go subscribe to this woman's channel and prove to her the strength of community. She only needs a couple more to get her over that 500 mark. So,
What a weakling.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go at past my
I'm
bedtime
still
for real.
finishing my nightcap, so I'll stay for as long as this is still full.
cheers. Cheers. All right, and Game Boy, you don't get to leave because we're just now getting to your prompt. And boy, do I have some fucking bones
I got
to pick
church
with you, buddy.
tomorrow.
This isn't your opening. You got to
Oh.
say
I mean,
shit.
mosque
Uh,
tomorrow.
I'm sorry,
Me too,
little
and
guy.
I'm singing in the choir and standing up. It's an Orthodox service. Suck it up, pussycat. Come on.
I got
Wrecked.
an Episcopalian service, so I have to stand up too.
I also want to say, and I said this earlier, I want to say this again, that it is super awesome how many conservatives we have on tonight's panel on different sides of positions. That makes me very happy and very interested, because to me, that is more interesting than having two people who are on opposite sides of the street yelling and cursing at each other. I like it when people are on the same side of the street yelling and cursing at each other. That's way more fucking
You
fun.
like seeing us fight amongst each other?
That's it. That's it. Well, it's more about showing where people overlap and where people differentiate, showing that ideologies are not monoliths. So, anyways, all right, second prompt, and this one makes my fucking teeth itch. Moral facts exist independently of human experience. Jesus Christ,
Shit,
and
I
Doomer, you are
misread
not
it,
wrong.
by the way.
I know you did. We all know you did, buddy.
Bro, I was like,
Doomer, like
I
you
thought
said,
it
Tyler
was
doesn't
like
like us.
personal preferences.
this
But-
prompt makes me want to bang my fucking head on the desk.
But you're
So-
still a divine command theorist, right? Because you're Muslim. So how could you?
Look,
Oh no, he is
I'm
not actually Muslim, Ghosty. That was 100%
I just
performative.
didn't want to
What?
have
You cannot trust.
Christianity.
You cannot trust literally a fucking word that comes out of Game Boy's mouth. I
Oh
should
my
have warned you about this in
Imagine
advance.
that.
Yeah, no, I love him to death, but he is the perma troll. He will say whatever the fuck he needs to in a debate, and it's very difficult to deal with. But I had been told that you were solid on your feet. That's why I was confident you were going to be able to handle his nonsense.
Okay.
And I think you did it with a
on that
plum.
I
debate.
just didn't want to have a
Hands down.
Christianity debate.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Come on.
I'll just be Muslim. What is
That's
she
why
gonna say?
I was so confused. Like half the, I'm like, are you arguing for or against the prompt? It was very confusing. But yeah, go ahead.
I was arguing against the prompt. My bad.
Eventually.
No, the entire time, like my opening was gonna be entirely against the prompt. I misread it and didn't reread it once to fact check. Nor even to my closing. I was just like, well, I already made the argument. Might as well run with it.
So let's discuss the from the previous prompt, the benefits of debate prep from a community. So if Game Boy had actually relied on his community, he would have been less weak and less dependent in his arguments.
Depends on
I
this
won
community,
Tyler's
really.
vote. I won
Yeah,
Tyler's vote.
Tyler doesn't count. He just doesn't like women.
One out of three
so-
is really good when you don't even argue the prompt. Like, I can do literally anything at this point.
Oh, trust me. Like I said, he is going to get a
I
sternly
won a
worded
debate
letter.
without an opening.
He is gonna
once.
get a sternly worded letter about scoring an 8-2 to somebody who had no opening and was debating the fucking opposition, for Christ's sake. So I'm just saying, man, maybe
I did a really
Don't
good
send
job
it.
being as vague
I'll
as
wait.
possible.
I'll wait.
I
I'll
guess.
defend it.
All right, no,
The issue was
hold on, Game Boy, hold on. I want to hear him defend this right now. Please go ahead, Tyler. Tell us how that.
I was going
Nope,
to type
let me
it
hear
up,
it.
but okay. So the main argument to me was the argument he was making about moral rights being a truth, similar to like a scientific theory that hasn't been discovered yet. And that argument had to get laid out several different ways. At one time he said kind of like economics. Another time he said scientific truth. He kept using different words to explain it. And he laid it out 4 different times, and I never heard it sufficiently addressed. And he's the affirmative, so he sets the tone of the argument because I didn't hear a good argument to punch back at that. And he just relentlessly controlled the argument. Like the cross, he completely dominated. Every time there was something he didn't like, he just said some dismissive comment about it, got a little angry, and we just moved on to the next subject. And like, so he just kind of got to pick the topics. That was what I was gonna say to Ghost is bully a little bit back. Like AVG got fucking in there, was punching, like did not let the get talked over. And here it's just like whenever he wanted to change the subject, it's like, all right, let's talk about this now. And it was just that. I feel like Game Boy just.
I think I was largely just like confused and trying to figure out what he was saying.
Compounded.
He didn't do a fantastic job.
Which is the
explaining
strategy
it.
he
Right,
uses,
okay.
Ghosty, for what it's worth.
Yeah, game.
He does
Yeah, no,
that
it is
intentionally,
one-
100%.
I had her. I made sure to make sure she was prepared for that one because I sent her my
Good.
debate versus Game Boy, expecting that he would do something similar, and he did exactly
What
that.
was our debate? I don't remember.
Funny enough, is that the one that I sent you as well, Ghosty? Because she asked me for like links to Game Boy's page, and I was like, "Yeah, he doesn't
Shit,
have
y'all
one."
were
But here,
doing some
look at
prep
what he
work?
does. Yeah, that's what
Wait.
most debaters do, bro.
Damn. I walked
Nutty,
in,
right?
Like, I've never done debate prep except for the one time, like, against Emet or whatever, and, like, I did it with Kay, and I almost lost. So
Don't you
never again.
Gamer Boy and Emet. That's a fucking podcast, kids. So actually, to quote Emet, so you literally got done cooming and gooning, and then showed up with your hair still mussed to try to debate on the DMZ. Like, super.
Oh, and
Yeah.
Game Boy, because you asked, the mine and yours debate, the one that I sent her, was the ordinary citizens don't have the right to govern themselves.
Yeah,
Shit,
your first response was like,
we haven't heard from the Ghosty debate. Ghosty, why weren't you more of a fucking bitch to this guy? He failed on his basic principles. Why didn't you drill him on his inability to contend with your points?
True story. And this is let's rephrase that in a more positive framework. So Ghost,
Why are you not capable of constructive criticism on a more severe level?
well,
There you
I
go.
was genuinely
So-
trying to understand what he was
Perfect.
saying. Like that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
So
nope, that's fair.
I couldn't even
My
like
objective, subjective, moral standards.
You were trying to understand so that you could actually engage with it.
yeah, I
right?
didn't even know how to like what to reply or be like, "Oh, well, that's wrong," because I didn't even get what he was
Okay, just
arguing.
Be more critical and in a more severe fashion, i.e.,
Yes.
I know you've eye rolled at me several times throughout this discussion, but this is what sells, right? Entertainment sells. Just a tip for your
Yeah,
channel.
ad homs.
You might get a few more subscribers if you're a bit more entertaining and a bit more
Oh,
bitchy. Can I say that? All right.
You can
Yesterday's-
say anything you like.
Clean.
yesterday's debate was fucking awesome without that
Yes.
stuff.
Yes, it
All
was.
you gotta do is just turn up. Sometimes you just have to turn up the aggression a little bit.
Right. Well,
I
again,
never be aggressive.
there's a proper level and method of aggression where you don't have to resort to ad homs. You are able to aggressively shut somebody down and demonstrate how idiotic they're being. Like you can do it. Look, show how they're being an idiot instead of saying you're being a fucking idiot. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like instead of saying everything you're saying is fucking retarded, show how everything they're saying is retarded.
yeah.
Like I don't think Game Boy interrupted you, but like for an example, like if somebody interrupts you, do what I was doing and like to Emmett and like repeating yourself until they shut the fuck up and then continue what you were saying. And then if they interrupt you again, just repeat yourself again.
I mean, I feel like I've had pretty contentious
And then you just repeat the
debates where I
fucking question
get.
again, and they refuse to answer it until you force them to answer it.
I've definitely gotten heated in debates. I'm like a
question?
generally very chill person, so it takes a lot for me
Very
to like
nice.
get to that level. But like if somebody's like being bad faith or whatever, like I will call them out on it. But I was just confused.
Well,
Like
nice
this debate
too.
was just confusing to me. So I was trying to figure
Nah,
out what
that's
the
real.
argument even
I used to be
was.
nice too, Ghosty. It didn't get me anywhere. Trust me. Unleash your inner biatch. Okay.
Hey,
I-
sorry, I don't
Again,
mean to
there's
derail, but
there's a
Emmett-
nice balance.
Because right, I will say to your audience. I'm sorry to your audience,
Yeah,
but
no,
I
no.
lost one debate that 2 + 2 = 5, and one that the person didn't know if 2 is less than 4. So
That is
just
not
letting your
untrue.
audience know
No.
that they're being less than
You
stellar
also
when
called
it comes to
Europeans
math.
communists, so let's not forget about that.
They're fucking commies, you retard. Where do you think they come from?
Dang. That was
Hey,
mean.
let's
that was
remember-
mean.
Where do the commies
see-
come from? Oh, I don't know.
See,
Where's
and for what it's
Moscow?
worth, AVG, again, I'm also much more willing to allow like that kind of shit in this part. But in the debates, honestly, my logic is because I am willing to sacrifice the clicks in exchange for cordiality. I do understand that, yes, that the spurging and the blood sports entertains a lot of people, but I also feel like that is what's wrong with the political discourse in modern society, or at least modern America. And so I would like to see more of people actually stopping and listening to what the other person is saying, as opposed to just talking over them and interrupting them and insulting them, et cetera, et cetera. You can still make somebody look like a fucking douchebag without having to call them names, right? So again,
Actually,
Ghosty
no.
being more aggressive, I'm all for it. but I honestly don't think that she would have needed to add insults to what she was doing to have made Game Boy look even dumber than he made himself look. So
Okay. It's just like I play by the rules of my regular job, and so this is where I utilize my argumentation skills for fun,
understand.
right?
Yes, no,
and
I
when I
completely
have
understand.
fun, I like to, right, push the limits a bit. And so does my chat. My chat loved it. In fact, they're posting right now. Heck yeah, we loved that shit. Keep it coming. She's cooking. All that stuff. They loved it.
And to be clear, I didn't stop you, did I? I did not stop you.
I think your debate style is generally fine. Personally, I would just like for spaces like this that are more good faith focused, just cut out the ad homs.
Yeah.
Honestly,
You didn't start it
Take
though.
that under advisement.
Just
during my
letting
debate,
you know that ad
there was
hom
not
is a
enough-
response to an argument by attacking the person, but you can actually attack the argument and the person, and that's not an ad hom.
Exactly.
Yeah, you retard.
They both did both, so.
Yeah, and that was the other thing. That was the other thing.
Tyler
Pushing
got it.
back on that. When did I ad hom?
At the beginning.
Girl boss.
What?
That's not an ad hom. I was saying that about the argument.
It is in
It's
this
a type
context.
of argument.
Hey,
You know
it's
what
funny-
did you ad hom?
Would you say that
when you
about
were
me
like,
making
we
the
had this
argument?
conversation.
Yes, I would say that. And you were making.
until I
No,
listened
I'm
to
answering
you.
the
That
man's
was an ad
question.
hom.
I'm
That was the
answering the man's
dumbest thing I
question.
ever done in my
One at a
life.
time.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let Doomer go because Doomer had a really good question. Say that again, Doomer, please.
No, he was answering. I just asked, would he say I'm a girl boss if I made that same argument?
I didn't say she was a girl boss. I said
would,
you are
queen.
making girl boss arguments. I think my exact words were, "It's a girl boss article." I did not call her a girl boss.
Nope, I
Listen
understand,
to
but
what
if
I
Doomer-
say
if
because I'm
Doomer-
deliberate with my speech.
If Doomer made that same argument that AVG did, would you have referred to it as a girl boss
Absolutely.
argument?
If someone makes a feminist girl boss coded argument, I'm going to call it out as a girl boss argument.
Slay.
It is kind
So
of.
Riz
the
coming
girl
from
boss-
the church of women who are fucking pastors. Oh my god.
I don't
Did
support
the-
women as
did the
pastors,
girl
just
boss-
so we're clear.
I don't need no man. Independent woman.
I have a question real
Women
quick.
shouldn't be
Did that
pastors.
girl
I
boss
do that with my
argument?
neck. Yes, Evan.
Did the girl boss argument came from a girl boss? I wonder.
The world may never know.
Yeah.
Sure. No.
I think.
yeah.
I think everybody's fucking stupid, right?
So
Everybody-
Yes, chat. It is funny, isn't
Including
it?
yourself,
on
Emmett?
the,
Because the world will never know if it came from a girl boss, according to him. So we all must be fucking stupid, even
Got
though
you.
we realize
Got
that it wasn't. Yeah, sure.
I see. Yeah.
Hey, I'm allowed to think something about someone. That doesn't mean I have to say it.
Yeah, just do
Sure,
it.
yeah.
Next time when you try to think, actually think.
You know what, Zach? That's a real
damn,
girl boss
he really
argument that you're making right now.
Remove yourself from the church that appoints women as pastors, if you can. You know,
I'm
you're
not
trying
in a
to
church. I
criticize
actually
someone
left
making
a
a girl
church because
boss
of
argument.
that. So we're clear.
Really?
Yes.
So you do? Oh, hold on.
It's
hold
real.
on.
I've done
This
that before.
falls all. No, my God, I can't let you pull me out. No, we're not going to go away from the prompt. But I'm going to write down a fucking prompt, and it's going to be. It's going to have Zach's
already
name
did.
on it right there. Oh, did you? Okay, good. Is it in the suggestions?
Yeah, I'll do no female.
Thank you, Gameboy. Yep.
You can
thank
message me about it too. I'm happy to talk in messages.
I would
Yep,
love
nope,
to debate that 3v3.
Yep. We'll,
Oh
we'll
yeah,
make that
I'll
happen.
debate it too. No female pastors. I'll debate it
No
as
female
well.
pastors.
Oh,
You
really?
can't debate it.
Hold the fuck on, AVG. You agree that women do not have the
Hell
word of
yeah,
God?
no
Of
female
course
pastors.
they cannot
Paul
be a
made it
female.
very clear. Yes,
That's a
I
very
will
staunch
debate
orthodox position.
Yeah.
Really? Why?
I will,
Most
and I'll be the
religious
female that
denominations.
debates it. Yes, I will.
Okay,
I
what?
agree just 'cause I'm
No,
the
I don't want to
sexist.
hear it. I don't want to hear it. I want to hear this in. Yeah, I want to hear this in a debate. So I'm eager
Yeah,
to
we'll
look
see.
forward to that fucking debate.
Don't, please,
I-
God, don't make me be on the same team as her.
Why
This
not?
would be
my
the most
God.
entertaining
That's the
debate ever.
fucking
Don't
point
stop
of the
crying.
3v3, Zach. That's
happy.
literally the point.
Zach.
Snowflake and crying aside, that is literally the reason we do the 3v3s, is because I'll have a fucking ANCOP, an ANCAP, an ANCOM, and a MAGA defending why they believe that authoritarianism is justifiable.
You said MAGA
And-
like a slur.
Because it is. And that's I'm sorry, I had to. No, but seriously,
Oh, horse ride.
having I'm just fucking with people. But having people who are ideologically completely fucking opposite find themselves overlapping on certain prompts, and then they find themselves prepping with people that, again, there have been other debates that I've tried to schedule for 3v3s literally for that purpose, and they fell apart because some of the people involved were not comfortable finding themselves elbow to elbow with somebody that they want to disagree with. And so
I
women can be
appreciate what
clergy.
you're trying to. I appreciate what you're trying to do with your big kumbaya project. I really do.
Thank you.
It's
I appreciate
actually quite
kumbaya.
Christ-like.
I'm about kumbaya, and that's not the same kind of kum as Emmett was talking
I
about.
was just thinking that.
I mean, the Proto Bros know about Kumbaya.
See, I knew he was going
Not the
Yeah.
Proto Bros.
Just
Not
just
the
to echo on the
Proto Bros.
3v3s too. Like I'm pretty sure me and Tyler are undefeated when we're on the same team. It's the only time we agree
Yep.
on things.
True story. True story. And
Also-
the fact is,
Yeah, let's
they
do
are.
it, let's do
You
it.
saw tonight. You saw tonight. They were not capable of agreeing on a single fucking thing. But whenever I do find a place for them to agree, to seeing the two of them debate together is it's magic. So
Yeah, women
I will-
shouldn't be
I-
clergy. I'm on the negative. I volunteer.
you mean
for the 3v3.
the affirmative? Women shouldn't be clergy. Affirmative. You are.
Yes,
Okay.
affirmative for that
Cheers.
specific prompt. Yep.
Block it,
I
queen.
I
Girl
guarantee
boss.
you. I guarantee you it'll be on the next prompt list. You have my word on that. So again, just make sure everybody.
Awesome.
And this is also
Let's do it.
to everybody else out there. I send out these prompts to anybody who's interested, and if you know somebody who might be interested, and I've given you the prompts, just send it on along. As long as I know how to get in contact with them, I will definitely get them scheduled. We always try to prioritize new voices, and then beyond that, we try our best to schedule people based on skill level, as well as the actual like where they stand. So I try not to put people against people that I don't think they can handle.
If I can, horseradish, I'd like
Yes,
to have
ma'am.
Marte Aurelius. He is
he
a
can get it
baptized
wrong.
Orthodox
Wrong.
Christian.
That's cute.
I am very familiar with Marte. If he wants to join our community, he would be more than welcome.
I would love to have him on the affirmative for this.
Oh, he just got Israel
Wait,
cock
what?
slapped the other day.
PPG would love to be on the affirmative as well.
What's the prompt?
Oh,
Because I will
sweet.
gladly dog walk Marte again.
Israel,
it was,
I'm not going to say anything. I work
Tyler-
with many lovely Jewish people, and I think they're amazing. So I'm not going
yes,
to hate
Jewish
on
people.
Israel.
Nothing against Jewish people. I have problems with what Israel as a nation has been doing. So that's completely separated from the two. That said, as far as Marte,
what do you mean, boy?
as far
You
as
want to talk about
Here-
trolling?
as
Here,
far
here
as
is your
Marte,
credit
Pops
card
the
and stop
flag.
complaining,
Stop
boy.
interrupting Radish, holy fuck!
Gang, we've
It's
been
okay, I don't-
interrupting each other for the entire time.
I don't mind.
We
I
haven't
can
even
talk louder
mentioned the
if I need
prompt
to.
once.
I know we're gonna come back to it. I can literally mute people, Vigi, but I appreciate it. No. So again, if Marte is interested in joining in, absolutely, I would love to have him. The only reason I think he might be hesitant is because we are both in the word war debate.
Oh, that's good quality trolling right there.
Wait, what did
It's
I
not
miss?
trolling.
Oh,
I'm very, very pro-Israel.
yeah, no, that's not trolling.
He's not
He-
against you, the horseradish. He's against
Being
Mild
pro-Israel is
is
cringe,
fun.
bro. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
So
Say
the
that.
first guy-
I also very, very much enjoy the my credit card and my credit card limit and my interest rate. So
What does that have to do with anything?
Usury is
I
a
mean,
sin. He's
the
probably referring to
masters
that.
are
Oh,
always there
usury.
to give us
Gotcha.
cool
Oh,
stuff.
God.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, I tried putting a usury should be abolished in a prompt list, and I got piled on because somehow that's anti-Semitic. I'm like, what the fuck
What?
do you
Well,
mean?
Isn't that supposed to be me and
Jewish
Chief?
people were forced into usury back in the day, right? So
And I've since been educated on why that is Jewish coded.
It's not anti-Semitic, actually.
But yeah,
That's
I don't think it
that's
is either,
horrendously
but
stupid.
it is what it is. So I try.
we're not going to get into a Jewish debate right
Yep.
now.
That's right. But I was just about to say, for everybody, again,
love-
I
we
said
love
this
them.
earlier. I'm not the only one in control of the debate prompts anymore. I was at the beginning of this adventure. However, I put it through all of our group of judges, and our judges kind of are the ones who reword or chew up and spit out the prompts. So again, at the end of the day, however, the one that you guys are talking about, I'm going to do what I can to keep it as close to what is put in there. Like that is pretty simple. Women should not be clergy. Like, I feel like that one doesn't need to be fucking debated over to get to the debates. But that is a thing, is we want to make sure that the debate prompts have at least gone through some sort of filter, so it's not just whatever the fuck Radish was thinking about that day. Though some of those do still make it onto the list. But back to the fucking prompt. Yep, back to the prompt. Thank you.
On that woman prompt, I'm just going to be really disappointed if the first question isn't what is a woman.
I will be
I'm
very
gonna ask
disappointed if the first question is not what is a woman, to be fair. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Is that
okay.
really
I'll
your
ask it. Don't worry, I'm gonna ask it.
YouTuber?
And I will make sure.
Do you like my little hat? I love my little hat.
Oh, I can't see your little hat. You're not streaming it onto the stream anymore. You changed your stream. Where's your little hat?
It's a little
I can see your
yarmulke, I think.
Oh, there's. Oh, I love your little hat. Yes, I love Jewish
my
people.
little hat too.
I will happily say.
Amen,
I really
Baru.
love them. Okay, so moral facts exist independently of human experience. We've only got 10 minutes left or less on this fucking prompt, so let's actually get into it. As far as this goes, Tyler, let's see, this went to Ghosty. I think the reason that we aren't getting too much engagement in this is because Game Boy whiffed it like he did. But how? Okay,
I mean,
I'm looking at my own notes just real quick. Morals are factual, so that was an interesting weird take, Game Boy. How Freud to say slavers knew it was wrong? ? Oh yeah, somebody said that it was Freudian.
Freudian slip.
Yeah, why was that a Freudian slip? Explain that to me.
Well, because
Whenever
if
Ghosty
they know
mentioned
something's
that.
wrong,
Yeah.
like that would imply that the thing that, like, it wasn't subjective. Like she was saying,
I see.
I feel,
She realized that she was saying that slavery wasn't inherently bad on its own, and so she kind of recanted. And by acknowledging that slavery was bad on its own, that was the objective.
Well, not exactly.
If you take the word no as literal, then
to me it came off as like the entire time she was saying like I believe, and da 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 da, and then by the time she got to specifically referring to the slave master, she said, well, they know it's wrong. And to me,
I actually had never heard that argument before. I thought that was kind of cool that the slave masters knew, or the slave owners knew inherently that it was.
And when I say like no, I mean like they can see that. Like I mean maybe I'm assuming, and I could be completely wrong. Maybe they felt like they weren't doing anything wrong because they saw their slaves as less human than themselves. So maybe they didn't feel that they were doing something morally wrong. But I would assume that any human seeing another human in that condition, you would be able to see that they're suffering and they're unhappy, and therefore you would kind of feel that what you're doing is wrong, but they just don't really care.
Well, I don't think all suffering is wrong. I would be willing to make exceptions. So for someone else to make that same exception about other people or things that they think they own, I could see them saying like, oh, it's not wrong. That's why they engage in it. Like, have you ever like read like, and I know this is like super niche, but I used to have like a thing from kind of a homoerotic relationship with Thomas Jefferson. But like he wrote about like slavery.
You like him chubby, huh?
And,
no judging.
I like people who are into the French. But he like wrote about like his experience with his slaves, and he genuinely thought they were just like naturally born to be slaves, and then like cited Aristotle in that. And it was like, oh damn, there were people who genuinely like didn't like. I always think it's such an odd perspective of like, oh, how can you not acknowledge that they're a person? But then like I had a conversation with someone today who was like pro segregation because they lived through it, and it was like, damn, these are just different people's views of morals.
Isn't there biblical precedent for slavery?
Yes.
Not chattel slavery.
No, yeah. So in the Old Testament, it permits buying foreign slaves and also indentured servitude. In the New Testament, it only outlines how a slave master is supposed to treat their slave.
So real quick,
In the
Ghosty, I
same
gotta-
passage, hang on one second. In the same
Yep, go ahead.
passage in the New Testament where it outlines how a master is supposed to treat their slave, there's a very key passage, and this is the groundwork that abolitionists used in the Bible to argue against slavery, which ultimately abolished slavery first in Britain and then in the U.S. It says, slaves, da-da-da-da-da, to your masters, and then masters do likewise unto your slaves. It literally tells the master to give the slave the exact same treatment that the slave gives to the master, rendering the institution pointless.
Say that again for me. I need to hear it. And what passage is that? What is the actual scripture?
It's Ephesians. I think it's Ephesians 6. So the passage says, slaves, give good temperance to your masters, follow their orders, heed them as you would unto the Lord. And masters, do unto your slaves. So literally, everything a slave is supposed to do for their master, the Bible commands the master to do for their slave.
All right, that's interesting. So,
Would you
Ghosty,
say
I got a
that-
So
question.
that's moral then, right?
Oh.
To own a slave
Well,
as
hold
long
on,
as
Would you say that the people?
Okay.
Doomer jumped in
never
first.
mind.
Yeah. No, go ahead, Doomer.
I'm spoken and it just slipped. It'll come back.
Okay, that's fine. So Ghosty, real quick, and I know you had a response to what he was saying, but I actually have a question for you first, and then you can respond to both. Because you said something that kind of, and the reason that I honed in on you saying that about slavers realizing that what they were doing was immoral, it goes against something that I firmly believe, and that's that nobody imagines themselves to be evil. Every person justifies their own immorality. They think that what they're doing is correct, and they will find a way to justify it. Do you honestly believe then that these people knew that they were doing wrong and chose to do it anyway? That these people perceived themselves to be the villain? Or do you think that they probably found ways to justify what they were doing?
I think it depends on the person. A lot of them probably found ways to justify what they were doing, and they could probably even use the Bible to justify their actions. But sorry, wait, hold on. Can you? I lost my thought. Why am I losing my thought?
People don't imagine themselves to be the villain.
Oh, right,
Nobody's
right.
the villain in their own narrative.
So I
Go
don't
on.
think that is true. Like, I do agree that lots of people think they're doing the right thing, but I think lots of people willingly do the wrong thing because it benefits them, and they're selfish and they don't care about the other person. So I don't think, they might try to like justify it in their own mind, but I think a lot of people do things that they know is wrong, but they do it anyways. Right?
Did it come back, Doomer?
Yeah, kind of.
Shoot.
Zach was saying that particular passage like shows it's a two-way street. So if they didn't obey that two-way street, would they just be like immoral or wrong in that sense?
He's not here, so I'm going to go out on a limb and pretend like he's here and channel my inner LeBray and say yes.
Yeah, I was just kind of trying to get into what you were kind of phrasing with most of it's going to come from like post hoc rationalization for their actions.
Correct. Yeah, the people are going to find a way. Like, again, and this is just my personal experience, so I guess maybe but every person I talk to will find a way to justify the immoralities that they engage in. Like, and I feel like if anything, Emmett should have something to say on this one as well, because even the Coomers, because even the Coomers think that they're justified morally in what they're doing, right? Like, no
Well, that
matter how
depends-
immoral your act is. Go ahead.
I would say that it depends on the framework. When it comes to Christianity, the idea of the Christians is not, it's because I am so righteous and it's so moral of me to act that I get to have any kind of justification. You understand that you're a sinner and that you are moving towards the idea of theosis and repentance. And even though you might think that you're trying to justify yourself, the reason why you have a normative authority in for example, in a church is so that you can have proper correction in case that you've done something that is supposed to be immoral and is not in accordance to your own belief. If it comes to only pure subjectivity and everything is just a subjective fact, then I agree with you. Why would I not think that I am their master and whatever I want, including a bunch of cooming, is completely justified because that's what I like.
Booming is the word of the night. Go ahead. It looks like Tyler Aid has his finger up. What's up?
I'm going to sleep in a second.
Good night, amigo.
Aw, good
Appreciate
night.
you. Yep. Nope. I will drop your link before I close for the night, but I appreciate you as always, Tyler. Again, shout out Tyler Aid. He is one of our judges here. You can also find him at his YouTube channel. Let me go ahead and pull that up real quick in my drunken state.
More left wingers. I get people on the right that reach out for debate help. I can do left wing arguments. If anyone needs help prepping and shit, come hit me up. I don't mind at all.
Be careful. You're gonna make it sound like a community, buddy.
Yeah, not community. We're not weak. We're men in tights.
That's right. Yeah, I fucking do it for myself, bro.
Discord.
Real men prep themselves. No, so real quick.
Real men prep for debate.
We're men in tights.
Now that great quote. Now that Tyler is back, or I'm sorry, now that Zach is back, that's fun to say. Now that Zach is back, would you say that question again, Doomer, so he can answer it himself? Do you remember?
Yeah, you were bringing up that the Bible says that like the slavery thing is like a two-way street. Do unto your slave is like blah blah blah. If the majority of slavers didn't follow that, I think we can all kind of agree on that. Like that would just be them being wrong, right? In the moral sense that the context was in.
Can you clarify your question?
Yes. Well,
maybe.
I can't exactly quote what you said, but essentially that was a two-way street between slavers and the slaves, right?
That slavers should treat the slave like they want to be treated.
Okay. First, slaver, it denotes someone that captures and sells, someone who's in the market. A master is just someone that owns. So I assume you're talking about slave master.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, and then yes, what I said applies to the owner of the slave and the master. The owner of the slave and the slave.
Yeah. So in that context, the majority of those relationships, it wasn't a two-way street. I'm pretty sure we can most of the way agree on that. In that case, the majority of the time, like that was just immoral, correct?
Slavery is immoral 100% of the time. Yes.
What if it was a two-way street then?
Even though the Bible permits it.
Well, first of all,
if the Bible permits it and they do treat the relationship as that two-way street, it would be moral, or in no case.
I can't argue with two people at a time. Let me handle Doom first. So, the Bible does not permit slavery, especially in the context of the New Testament. You can definitely make the argument from the Old Testament, but that's why Jesus came to fulfill it and give us the New Testament. So there's a lot of things you can pull out of the Bible to derive that slavery is immoral. We are all made in the image of God, and therefore we all share equal value as humans. That's where we get the Constitution's thing about everyone being equal. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there, dude. Just because people don't follow their book or don't follow what their clergy teaches to the letter for a long time doesn't mean that that isn't what's in there. People bastardize and go against what they should be doing, even when they know that that's what they should be doing, all the time. A problem with humanity and our fallen nature and how we're all pieces of shit is not a condemnation of Christianity. It's a condemnation of humans.
All right, fair. So real quick, Game Boy, were you saying that you had a question or you had something to contribute? Is that what you were saying?
No, I was just telling you, like, we had an argument about it, and I was like, Old Testament and New Testament have different law.
So Emmett, it looked like you raised your hand. You had something to say. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Ghost. I have a couple of questions real quick. Ghosty, are you a subjectivist?
Probably. I'm not sure like the exact line of subjectivist.
Let's assume not everybody is a philosophy bro. What is an objectivist?
Well, objectivist is like it's
subjective.
Just real quickly, I don't want to be over the. It's mind dependent, so it's a mind dependent idea. It's subjective is just based on the subjects. Thus, my mind is the one that says what it is because it's dependent upon my mind. Gotcha. Objective is something that is outside of me. Would be like the sun or things of that nature.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Are you a subjectivist?
Yes.
Yes, and Game Boy would be a subjectivist, I believe, as well, right?
Like Ayn Rand, or like objective morals.
Like, do you think that morality is subjective, is accordance to the preferences of the individual?
I think it's more complicated, but like not defined command theory, but like objective morality is real, like virtue ethics.
So you do believe in objective morality?
Yeah,
I'm so confused.
I just like my whole thing is like
you literally make the argument about
morality
for subjectivism, but okay, it doesn't matter.
No.
If
bitch, let me say my argument.
That's a fuck. No, I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a shit about your argument. You had a full debate to make it, and you didn't do it. Shut up. So
I mean, he said it mean, but I agree with him, Game Boy. Hang on, let the man cook.
He's retarded.
I know, but that's fine. Let him be retarded. Go ahead, Emmett.
Out of all people,
so
I don't think you're being retarded. Go ahead.
Who is gonna be the one who goes ahead?
You.
Either Game Boy or
you,
me?
Emmett.
Okay.
You, Emmett. No, you.
So if I'm a subjectivist and it dependent upon what I like, if I like a slavery, why would I be wrong?
You're not.
Perfect.
Morals can't be falsified.
Whenever I see a bunch of people that are just like atheists or subjectivists crying about slavery, it's like, well, fuck cares? It's subjective.
Let me
it's
ask
just
you
because
this.
they don't like it at the moment. But if they like it, but if they were in the past and they like it, they will be for it.
People conflate
in their own sense.
People conflate normative ethics with meta ethics. So like,
I'm not talking about meta. I'm talking about subjective.
Yeah.
You're a subjectivist. You believe in these preferences. It's
real quick, Miss Ghosty. Real quick, Miss Ghosty. Don't worry, you're gonna get to go, Game Boy. Real quick, I want to clarify. There's a difference between ethics and morality. Morality is individual. Ethics is a community. Go on.
Well, I mean, like people conflate normative ethics with meta ethics. So people conflate like what you should do versus the deeper questions of like, why should we actually do that? Like, obviously I believe slavery is wrong, but I don't think there's some kind of inherent answer in the universe to tell me why slavery is wrong. But I do think we can visually see, like, for example, like an abuse victim will have PTSD, likely physical injuries and mental health effects. So we can see those outcomes happen.
In fact, I like that a lot because that means that she wants to leave me.
We can see those outcomes repeat again and again and again in the victims, and then like come to the conclusion that abuse is wrong and we should outlaw it.
No, it's based because she wants to leave me.
Okay, all right, so real quick, Game Boy had something to say. Well, Game Boy had something to say, and I feel like the non-aggression principle is going to be relevant to this conversation. Go ahead.
That's
Game
just
Boy.
not real.
Say, sir? I thought the libertarian would bring it. Come on, bro.
Emmett, how can I possibly a moral subjectivist if I think things are immoral and moral objectively? I said that during the debate over and over.
Yeah.
You just didn't listen, you retard.
You literally said in the middle of your debate, it's subjectively objective. You quite literally said, well, it's kind of subjectively objective. You contradicted yourself in the middle of the fucking debate.
A subjective perspective.
In the middle of your own stupidity, you were not able to have a continuous conversation. You literally contradicted yourself.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll stop using that word.
Thank you,
dude.
Yeah.
How?
Can we get to
myself like a Muppet? Are you gonna
my God, can we get through that and just talk normally instead of being all weird?
Yes. What Emmett said.
Can you stop being weird?
But he won't let me speak. So how am I supposed to talk?
Your turn. Talk. Undivided.
Just do what I do and repeat yourself till he shuts up.
Go ahead.
I believe that morals are how people should act, and people are different with different environments. So the way they act are dependent on, like, what is right or wrong depends on your circumstances. Is that not a fair characterization?
Hold on, Emmett. Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish his thought.
No, I would just like a yes or no.
Oh, okay.
Is that fair?
Okay. For you, yes, it's fair. Now, I would say,
but is it objective?
Does that? No, I don't know. I need to ask a question to verify if it's objective or not. Okay. your belief, the reason why you believe that, is it dependent upon your belief? You believe that it's true because you believe it?
That's why I wouldn't have this debate if I thought, because I believe it, and
Yeah, do you
it
have a
must be true about
reason
everyone.
behind your belief? That's what it means.
I just said no. I understood you. I'm
Okay,
just saying
perfect.
I
So
don't
it's
know how you
subjective
got
to
there
you.
by listening to my whole debate.
You just agree that you're being a subjectivist. It's dependent upon you. There is nothing objective besides the fact that you believe it, because you believe it.
I'm saying,
Given the fact that he was debating that position from the start, I mean, fair.
no.
He tried to tell me it was
I contradicted the
objective,
prompt.
regardless
No,
of
the reason
personal
I contradict
feelings.
the
But
prompt is because I think objective morality
Yeah,
is
but it's because he
dependent
thinks
on
and he
personal
believes and he
experience.
feels.
yeah, just like you, Emmett.
Hey, I said this.
No, I have
said
a
this
I have a
during the
higher
debate.
standard of belief. I mean, we can go through that if you want to another time. But I literally had this debate 2 weeks ago, and we went through the whole idea behind why I believe what I believe.
You really did. Yeah, it was wonderful too. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, get your thought out, Game Boy, before you keep fucking. I don't know even what that
Sorry,
is.
he's
Yeah,
been
no,
sucking
it's
so
okay.
much dick all night. Might as well replicate it.
I would say sucking air,
I've
but
been
go on.
sucking
Let's go.
absolutely nothing, you Coomer
Yeah, there's
Carrion.
been zero cooming going on in this stream. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No,
yeah,
he's been
blue
cooming
balls.
all night. It's like
Anyway,
Why the camera's
I
not
would.
on.
that's why
I
his
said
camera's
this
off.
during the debate, and this is what character. Hey, I can turn it on, but all you see is my giant cock in your face.
That's what he was
That's
just
what
saying.
whoa, you
Literally.
see?
That was the argument.
Literally. Oh my god, I'm cooming.
Anyway,
Anyway, just say your
Yes, you
fucking
are
talk,
doing.
Game Boy. Come on, let's hear it.
Why is he being so weird, guys? I thought I was the weird.
We're all weird here.
Anyway.
Come on, Game Boy. Say it for fuck's
Anyway,
sake.
I said this during the debate. I think it directly contradicted the prompt. I think that morality relies on people existing and acting out stuff. So it's directly reliant on personal experience first and foremost. If personal experience and personal actors can't act, then there are no morals because there's no one to act in a right or wrong manner. That was my argument, and that's why I thought her saying that there was a difference was an issue. But since I'm saying that, that means that objective morality doesn't exist outside of personal experience, because if there were no personal experiences, there would be no morality. That's what I mean by me contradicting it. I don't mean that I don't think that there is objective morality. I just think that there needs to be personal people out there to act out this moral actions. Is this hard for you to comprehend?
That's pretty
So real
ironclad,
quick-
actually.
Yeah, real quick, let me jump in there just because I want to go back and clarify something. I let it keep going, but I wanted to come back to Zach. You looked like you were kind of confused, or you made a face whenever I made the distinction between morality and ethics. I just want to go ahead and clarify that if you,
Yeah, you're
and
wrong on that.
no, I'm not. You can look it up. Definitionally, what I'm saying is true. Morality
you a
is
link.
morality is individual, whereas ethics are the morality of a group. So basically, ethics are a group's or a community's sense of morality, whereas morality itself is an individual's perception of right and wrong or good and evil. So, like, if we all
informs morality.
fair enough, and morality informs ethics. It's circular. Like, again, chicken and egg. Is the group agreeing on what is right and wrong, or is the group's agreement on what's right and wrong affecting the individual's idea of right and wrong? It doesn't matter. The point is that for definitional and for conversational purposes, it's important for us to distinct that morality is individual, ethics is group. So that was the only reason I brought that up. So, that said, we have run out of time on this one, and sweet baby Jesus, if we're not getting to the most contentious prompt of the fucking night, let's go ahead and let's go. It should be legal in the U.S. to marry more than one person. And for what it's worth, as soon as we are done with this 30 minutes, we are going to start letting people in. And there are a few people who really want a piece of this. I'm sure Ancom has already gone to sleep for the night, and he probably did so in anger.
I'm probably gonna go. See y'all.
All right, brother. I appreciate you as always, Game Boy, and we will see you again soon. I don't think you're retarded
Sorry,
no matter what
Emmett.
happened in this debate. We love you very much, Game Boy. So.
You
Never
can't deny
debate morality.
reality, Horradish, but it's fine.
Hey, you can't reach when.
Everyone get ready to hear Coomer like 100,000 times.
I know, but it's such a fun word. It is. So, okay. I am very, very strictly monogamous. I want to go ahead and put this out there before we fucking continue. I have been happily married to my wife for almost 25 years now, and we have been in a strictly monogamous relationship. I am still 25 years later, just as crazy about her as I was whenever I met her. Okay. Now, that said, I still support an individual's right to love who and how they want. Okay, this is kind of one of my more libertarian ideals. With this prompt in particular, you actually did make some really good points that kind of swayed me, Emmett, regarding the negative impacts on a family unit. And I'm not sure that there's any way that we're going to be able to parse out the actual numerical benefits versus impacts on a relationship or the children based on multiple people being involved in that relationship, right?
Yep.
I saw evidence from both of y'all. I saw evidence from both of y'all supporting both of y'all's arguments, although both of them seem to have somewhat small or limited case study size. So, how can we parse out whether the benefits of raising a child as a village versus the detriments of a child losing the potential parental unit or even the impacts of potential abuse? How do we weigh out the good and bad in that conversation? That's the real question here, I think.
Let me give you something really quick.
Hang on, Bidgie. I'll let you go next. But yeah, Zach spoke first. Go ahead, Zach. Then you're going to go, Bidgie.
You literally can open and shut this case with pure logic and statistical reasoning. Statistically speaking, is a child more or less likely to be put in harm's way when exposed to more adults? More adults, more chances to incur harm. Okay, so that one. Then we have all of the data that proves it's not good, it's not strong, it proves that a child is best with their two biological parents in a secure relationship. Nuclear family is best. The literature is ironclad. I will.
That's
fight
number
you
one.
to
What's
the
number
death.
two, though? What's number two, Zach?
That is number two. So that's number two in combination with what I just said.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, real quick. I want to clarify the question I'm asking because it's still yours. But number one benefit is a nuclear family, mom and dad with the kid biologically in the house together alone. Huzzah. We got it. What is the next best thing?
The next best thing.
A single parent house.
We have
or a
research for that too.
multi-parent house?
Next best thing: single father who is the biological father.
Really? Do you have any
Yes.
sort of case studies that support that? I would love to see them.
There's very strong research done on this. I can see if I can find it. I've heard people talk
drop
about
it
it,
in the
but I
chat
don't have
for
the
me.
studies archived. Yeah, I'll
Yep,
see if I
beautiful.
can find it.
Drop it in the chat while Vigi's talking. Go ahead, Vigi.
So as far as what you said about like the negative effects, right? The possible negative effects. Whether we allow ethical non-monogamy or not, those effects are still going to be there, right?
Sure.
Like these are effects that are in society, and they're, unless we want to criminalize divorce and then magically find a way to get
criminalizing divorce would be base as fuck.
Hold on.
Yeah. Let him finish.
And magically prevent people from dying. Those problems are always going to be there. People like losing family members or losing a member of a support system is something that is always a risk and something that is always a possibility of happening. There is no way at all to prevent that.
But you can mitigate risk, right?
Emmett? Yeah.
Can you mitigate
Say that
risk?
again? Mitigate risk.
Is it possible to mitigate risk?
You can, but it requires reducing people's freedoms. And people's freedoms are.
I don't give a fuck about people's freedom.
Hold on, Emmett. Hold on, Emmett. Hold on, Emmett.
I get that you're an authoritarian.
I'm going to say what you're going to say. I promise. Hold on, Emmett. Do you think that it's more important?
I have one.
Do you think individual freedom is more important than group safety? I promise, Emmett. I'm saying what you're saying.
No, it's not that. It's kids. We're talking about kids. Should your freedom be in a higher standard than trying to mitigate risk for kids?
Vigi, you disappeared from the stream. Did you close Ninja?
Oh, his computer probably.
No, he's
died.
still here.
It's
He's still
probably-
here in the room. So I just want to make sure.
His video's frozen.
His
Oh,
video's
fucking
frozen.
Discord.
He's not moving.
Yes, it is. God damn it. All right.
What about
So-
for marriages without
Go ahead.
kids? What if you don't have kids?
Yeah, they can get dissolved. I don't care. Fuck him.
I want to make a comment too.
Yes,
And then
ma'am.
even if you don't have kids, you can just marry as many.
I don't give a shit about them because they're putting kids at risk. So they can go fuck themselves. I don't care.
All right, so
All right.
a couple comments. So first of all, the vast majority of polygamous relationships are religious people. Secondly, by Zach's
What kind of religion?
Mormonism, Islam, I think certain sects of Judaism, like Orthodox Jews
So-
and stuff like
so-
that. Hold on.
Fucking
Hold on,
weirdos,
Emmett.
okay.
Hold on, Emmett. Hold on, Emmett. Let her
Second of all,
finish.
by Zach's logic, because more adults equals more danger, then that would mean that single parent households are safer because there's less adults. Third point,
No, they're not less adults. What happens in single parent
Doesn't work
households,
out in the
especially with
stats.
women?
well, that, okay,
Doesn't pan out in reality.
so then therefore, more adults doesn't really mean anything. If it's
What happens with women in single parent households? What happens to them specifically? Do you know?
like the stats are
Statistically-
kids are more likely to go to jail and shit like that.
They're more likely to get
Non-nuclear
abused
families.
They're
Yeah.
end up
because.
because of step parents,
Why do you think they're
which
more
is
likely to get
irrelevant
abused?
to polygamous relationships. Anyways,
Why do you think they're more likely to get abused?
well, the data shows because step parents come in.
Yes, because they have a revolving door. There's more.
Okay,
adults
polygamous
coming into the
marriage is
house.
not a
That's the
revolving
reason why.
door. Polygamous
know
relationship,
that?
because polygamous relationship are typically
how long do
three
they last?
people
Hold on,
who
Emmett,
are
let her answer the
who are
question.
in a committed relationship with each other. Two people in a marriage can also be swingers, but three people in a marriage don't have to be swingers. So if those people have
Yeah, they
children,
can-
it
they can
doesn't
do
have to
spoons,
do.
right?
A revolving door is irrelevant. Strangers is irrelevant. My third point
It is relevant because they're more likely to get abused.
Hold on, Emmett. Hold on, Emmett. I promise
has
you we'll
nothing
get
to do
engaged
with
all of her
step-parents.
points. She was very patient. Let her.
It has a lot to
let
do
her
with
get
step parents.
They're not step
Let her
parents.
get her
about?
thoughts
They're
out,
not
man. Let her get her
strangers.
thoughts out.
Anyways, my third
Go ahead.
point.
Exactly, they're strangers.
My third point is that if you have three people in a relationship and you lose one, you still have two parents, and you don't end up in a single parent household. You end up with two. So actually, isn't it more likely, like, if three people are married and you lose one, you end up with two parents instead
Why
of
shouldn't you have four?
a
then?
single parent? So isn't that kind of better?
Why shouldn't you have four?
Well, yeah, you could, and then you end up with three. You're,
yeah.
You're saying that
Why shouldn't you have five?
I don't personally fucking care, as long as it's consensual.
You don't care, exactly. Yeah, so 20. Why shouldn't we have 20 instead, right?
I don't know how that would work, but I'm sure there's some communes where.
They just fuck each other. They like to cum, right? They cum to each other.
So lots
And
of
then one
times,
dies on their 18.
these religious polygamous relationships work in kind of like a family community where it's usually one man with a bunch of wives, and they're like sister
Yeah, I
wives
know you
doing a
wanna
whole bunch
prattle,
of shit,
but-
taking care of the children together,
Yes.
shit like that.
Yeah,
so.
and there are rainbows in the back, and then
It's not really
rainbow
about
ponies, and
cooming.
everybody has its own rainbow and its own pony. It's beautiful. It's amazing. But now we come back into the topic. Why shouldn't they be 20 instead, so that one dies, there's 19?
I don't know. That's
Okay,
what you
let's say
have
that's
to.
good.
That's what you have to prove to me, right?
Yeah, I was about to say
you're
that
telling
sounds
me
that
it's-
sounds swell.
You said that 3 is better, right? 3 is better because
Yep.
there's 2. So 2 is better than 1. So
20 is
4,
better
you
than
said, well,
2,
4
yes.
If you're trying to avoid
Yeah.
single parent
20,
households,
so
then
19 is better than 18. What about 100, right? It's
Yes.
That's
there's-
just my
there's
point.
You're
absolutely- yeah.
exactly what. Hold on, Emmett. Exactly what Ghosty is saying there is yes. If your point is that a single parent household is the worst case scenario, then trying to
We don't know
reinforce that by having. I mean, it seems like that has been
No,
proven
because we don't
multiple
have
times.
evidence. The problem from his side is he didn't have any evidence when it came to the data. We don't know.
We don't have
how
evidence that
bad
a single family household or a single parent household is a
No,
negative for the
listen to
children.
me. We don't have. Listen to me. We don't have evidence of the triples, the quintuples, the sextuples, the eightuples. How bad it would be for children. We don't have the
Sure.
evidence. We don't have the
Do you
data.
know why we don't have that
Emmett,
evidence?
Emmett, I'm gonna
Because
throw
we
you a
don't
bone.
accept it. Because
Emmett,
we don't
I'm gonna
accept
throw
it.
you a
because it's
bone. That evidence actually
No,
does
yeah.
exist. Mormon and Islamic couples have been studied, limited capacity granted, but those couples have been studied, and the outcomes for children are actually pretty fucking dismal. Not least of which because the mothers who are in the situation are abusive to the kids that are not theirs because they are acting in
mention that,
jealousy.
yeah. So, real quick, is Islam polygamist? I didn't
Men
know
can
that.
have up to 4 wives.
Polygynous, but they are
It
polygamous.
can be.
Polygynous.
Got it.
They're only the men can.
Can be, but not inherently. Got it.
Well,
I knew Mormons were, but I didn't know
hold on.
laws.
Let me explain the differences in the different types of non-monogamy. Right? Polygamy is specific. Polygamy is specifically the man can have multiple wives. Right?
Oh, God.
Polyamory is a
polygamy
mix, and then-
only males? I did
yes,
not know that.
There is a
That's not what the
term
definition
for when
said.
women have what is it?
Yeah, what is the term for a woman to have multiple husbands? Polygamy just meant multiple spouses. Whenever I googled it,
Polygamy is for both.
That does
Polygyny
exist.
is
You
for
know what's funny?
men.
That does exist in
a
some.
woman
especially
having
there's a mountain faring
a
tribe
woman-
that does that.
yeah.
a woman having multiple husbands is polyandry.
Yeah.
Okay, and what is a man having multiple spouses? Double
Polyamory.
check that it's not that,
Polygyny.
it doesn't have a different
That is
name.
polygamy. That is polygamy.
No,
Polygamy.
polygyny.
He said it's
Polygyny is.
polygyny.
Yeah, polygyny
Is it polygyny?
is husband having multiple wives. Polygamy is
What I,
That was wrong.
yeah,
is
polygamy
open
is
to
universal.
both genders.
Yeah, multi-gender. Yeah, multi-sex, whatever, depending on your terminologies. Yeah.
Oh, I guess he's right. It's polygyny.
Okay. So again, polygamy specifically, which we're talking about, it should be allowed legally for in the U.S. for a person to marry more than one person, regardless of your sex. It could be one woman and three guys. It could be one guy and three women. We're talking about both.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think
I
I
mean,
think
I
the
just- I
small
just wanted to
risk of divorce or
A small risk. Yeah,
Yes.
let's put kids at risk. Yeah,
it's
fun.
a minor risk. Okay,
Great.
okay. So hold on. Do you believe in gun laws?
Amazing.
Do you believe in gun laws? Do you think guns should be legal?
No.
You don't.
Well, gun laws are to restrict guns.
Okay, okay.
You
So
think there
you
should be
think
no
you
laws
think
regarding
guns should be legal, right? Even though guns are used in school shootings that hurt children. So that's a pretty
And I
that's
used
a
to stop
that's a
them too,
risk,
right?
right?
And I used to stop them.
Not really. No. Very very
No, I mean, I don't know horseradish. I can show the video, but there's a video, a very famous video of a
Sure.
law officer
Guns-
going
guns
It doesn't
to
matter.
a little
Sure.
place and
Yeah, they're
then
also
you
heavily-
the person that is
it also
shooting up.
heavily-
The
Okay?
point is the
So-
gun
Also
is
heavily depends
used.
on it.
The point is the gun is used as a risk
The gun
to
is
children.
used in both cases, right?
But
It's not that the gun
you
is
value
to stop them
freedom.
and to use
You
them.
value gun freedom over that small risk of children getting shot at schools, correct?
The
So
pew
I would
pew
argue
is
that
used to stop them
divorce
and
is
to
a less
perpetrate it.
risk.
It's just a tool.
Divorce is less of a risk to children than gun. And I'm not even like
No, they're not less
anti-gun.
of a
but-
risk.
So
You think a parent getting a
wait,
divorce is less of a risk?
Do you realize that the most amount of pew-pewing when it comes to school happen in gun-free zones, and it's happened there specifically, and they're targeted specifically because they're gun-free? Whenever they are
It's
actually
irrelevant.
Schools aren't
people
gun-free
inside
zones.
of the schools, they
Yeah.
don't tend to happen.
Right.
It's
That's
it's
literally
So real quick,
irrelevant.
let's
Gun-free zones,
hold on.
dumbass.
Oh,
Let's
it's irrelevant.
step back. Let's step back from the gun. Let's step back from the gun argument because I hear where you're going, Ghosty. But let me try a different way because this is kind of the question I was trying to ask you, Emmett. Would you agree that people are less likely to end a social relation, a marital, a romantic relationship? Let's go with that. Do you think people are less likely to end a romantic relationship if they have actually entered into a contractual marriage? Do you think that a boyfriend and
At the
girlfriend are more
moment?
likely to break up than a wife and a husband?
At the moment, no. At the moment,
Yes.
it's so easy.
You think
that
statistically
it's
that's
open.
flat?
Well, statistically, it's probably less likely, but I don't think it's by much right now.
Okay, I would love to hear anybody who can look up that statistic for me, but it seems to me, and I am just going based on vibes here. It seems to me like going through the actual the legal effort of codifying a legal marriage is going to make you less likely to leave that social relationship or that romantic relationship than it would be if you're just boyfriends and girlfriends. So if we're looking for people are gonna fuck who they want to fuck. We can all you're saying cooming, let's just say the word fuck. People are going to fuck who they want to fuck, and if they're going to fuck somebody, I would rather them actually enter into a long-term engagement than for them to just be able to throw it around to whoever they want to for the benefit of that child.
What about if the person that they're gonna F is underage? Should we just allow it?
No, of course not. That's
okay. Then perfect.
That's
We
a
can use
separate
force.
illegal element.
No. It's not separate. You're pretty much setting up a standard. We have a standards of when to use force. If we decide, hey, you're not gonna do this, or we'll use force,
Sure.
we can go ahead and do it as a society. Perfect. If we say, hey, you're not gonna do that unless you're married, and you can marry what person, or
We're
else
not saying you have
we can
to
do
be.
that. It's
We're saying
perfectly
that
fine
if
and
you
understandable.
are, you're more likely to stay together.
You're missing
That's all I'm
consent in the children.
Well,
The difference is kids
listen,
can't
it's-
consent.
True.
It-
But
can't
again, if
consent.
you are legally bound to a person, you're more
Wait,
likely to
wait.
stay together, right?
This is the point, right? What do you mean by consent? What is consent?
That's secondary to the question. I don't want
No,
to
I
fall
need
down
to
that
know what
rabbit hole.
consent is, please, because
We're not having
because
this conversation because I will-
most of these people say
consent is an
people
adult-
cannot
an
consent,
adult
but I don't
and-
understand what the fuck they mean. So can you please tell me what consent
is a fully matured adult deciding how they want to exist. That is what consent means. Consent means a fully matured adult choosing how they wish to continue their life.
I choose to be a billionaire right now.
Yep, and
Am
you
I
are
a
welcome to
billionaire right
be
now?
so.
You're welcome to go
No,
try.
You're welcome to be so.
No, I
You're
just
welcome to
choose
make that
it.
effort.
It's
Sure.
I'm
Yes,
consenting
you
to
can
be
Dude,
a
this is such a
billionaire
dumb
right now.
argument. Oh my god.
Yeah, you can choose
Well,
to be a
I don't know
billionaire,
what the
Emmett.
fuck you mean.
You can
most of
choose
the
to
time.
be
What is
you can
another-
choose to
every
be a
single time I
billionaire,
hear
Emmett.
this kind of thing,
I'm
it's like
explaining it to
they
you, buddy.
go
Hold on.
and they pretend to have
I'm
some
engaging
kind
with
of
your argument.
magical bullshit.
I'm engaging with your argument.
You're
This
the one who
isn't
believes in
magical.
free will.
You can choose. Hold on. You
Sorry.
can choose to be a billionaire and have every
the one that
freedom to
believes you're a
try to
retard.
execute. For fuck's sake. You can choose to be a billionaire and have every freedom to execute that decision as you see fit. You can choose to marry multiple people and have every freedom to execute that decision as you see fit. You do not guarantee the outcome
No.
based on your decision to implement it. However, because you have chosen to be a billionaire, you are welcome and free to pursue that end. Just as I am welcome and free to pursue the end of having multiple marital relationships if I choose to.
So if I chose to do it through any kind of means necessary, I will be justified because I decided, right?
No, why are you adding any means necessary to this conversation?
Because
you
I
cannot club somebody over the
consented.
head and
It's
call
my
them your
consent.
wife. That's not how it works. That's where the consent thing that
Other
you seem
people's
to not
consent matters
understand
too.
I
shows up.
consented.
Just like you
I
can't become a
consented to
billionaire
you
by
consented.
stealing from
It's
somebody.
I
mutual
wanted.
consent.
You can't become a
Mutual
billionaire
consent.
by
I'm
stealing
sorry.
from somebody
What do I
because
care
that's
about your consent?
non-consensual.
Why should I care?
That's what capitalism is. I had to do that. for my
Why
communist
should
friends.
I care about
However,
your consent?
Nope, you're right. Well, no, you don't have to care about her consent, but you do have to consent.
No,
or
about
you do have
your.
to
I'm
care
talking
the
about you,
consent of
horseradish. I'm gonna take
Yep.
your money. Why
My
should I care
consent-
about your
yep.
consent?
You don't have to.
Why?
So my consent
Oh.
is irrelevant in your relationship. That's the whole point. We're talking about your relationship.
Yeah, my relationship with your money, right? So I'm just gonna take your money, and I don't have need you to consent.
No. Okay, so if we're going to play the game, yes, I have to consent to give you my money. I have to buy the
Why?
product you're selling. I have to buy the product you're selling for you to become that billionaire. I have to be interested in
product
what
is
you are
bullets.
offering, just like Ghosty would have to be interested in what you're offering before she becomes your fucking polyamorous relationship, right?
My
or
my
I do. I'm
product-
sorry, I don't mean to put you
Yeah.
on the spot, Ghosty. Before I'm going to agree to fuck you, Emmett,
My
I have to
product
be
is
interested in what you're
abuse.
offering, just like you are economically when you're trying to be a billionaire.
Listen, my product is pew pews, and when I do is just go to
I
your
like
house and
pew-pews.
tell you, I am going to pew pew you unless you give me all of your money.
And I have the right
And then-
to be able to say, no, I'm going to pew you first. Fuck off. You're dead already. Huzzah.
Yeah,
I win.
That's fine.
As soon as
I
you made
agree,
the
I
mistake of
agree
offering that,
but
as soon as you
it's
made
just
the
whoever
offering,
gets the pew first,
Emmett,
right?
our argument is we need
I'm completely
consent.
Right. Because I don't
That's
need
I did
our
not
consent
consent
argument.
to
anyway,
you
right?
pew-pewing me.
You told me that I don't need your consent for your fucking money anyway. So
That's,
whoever pew
no,
first
our
gets
argument
money
is
and
you
that's
need
it, right?
consent. You're arguing against
No, I don't.
it.
I don't need I'm asking why do I need consent? What is it?
Because
Why
that's the
do I
right
need
thing
it?
to do.
Go on.
That's the right thing to do.
You're a fucking
That's the
subjectivist. You
ethical
don't know
and
what the
moral
fuck right
thing
is.
It doesn't matter if I'm a
Whatever you like.
subjectivist. So is you.
No, I don't like consent. You like consent. We're in the same place, okay? I don't like it. You like it. So
Hold
fuck
on,
you
It's
because
crazy.
I like it.
We
You
still
can say
have-
fuck you because I love you know.
No, that's a good
it's the
question.
same.
No,
We
no,
don't-
no,
we
no.
don't- it's
Do
just
you
fucking
believe that
subjective.
consent is
Doesn't matter.
subjective? Emmett, do you believe that
No, her
that
moral,
consent is
the
subjective?
morality claim is subjective. She's saying it's the right thing to do, but she's a subjectivist. All that means is I like it. Okay,
yeah.
if I don't like it, that means that morally we're in the same fucking spot. It's not the right. It's the right thing to do for her, but it's not the right thing to do for me.
And guess
Go.
what?
All right,
we
so I
still
wanna- I
have
wanna
laws.
pause.
Like in this
I wanna pause
subjectivist
real quick.
world.
I want to
Yeah, the
pause real quick
subjectivist
because I
world.
think Emmett, you just
He's so
unintentionally
triggered.
made the best argument for objective morality, which is that mutual consent is an objective moral decision. That mutual consent, I think that everybody here and everybody I've ever spoken with would agree that mutual consent is objectively required for moral behaviors.
Well, this is
I don't even know
the
what the fuck
problem.
consent is. As of right now, I still don't know.
The problem is that
Consent means
For
you have-
example,
I can disagree with that.
let's say that I see a kid. The kid is drowning. I take him out of the fucking pool and I save his life. Do I need consent from the kid to do that?
what?
Anyways,
Hold
it's
on,
been real,
hold on,
y'all. I'm
hold
heading to
on.
bed. Much love.
I
You
don't
know what,
blame you, Zach.
adventurous, I
See you, Zach.
appreciate
Good
you,
fucking
brother.
debates, bro.
Yeah, we're about to bun this up ourselves. This has been a fucking crazy night, but adventurous, I appreciate your great performance tonight, and you have a great evening, brother. I will see you again soon. So
Take care,
Emmett,
DMZ crew. Thanks for everything.
appreciate you. That is a great question, Emmett. So if I am trying to self-delete, right, and I am doing so through drowning, and you reach in and pull me out of the water, yes, you have now negated my inherent consent.
Yeah. And that
But
would do
I
it.
wouldn't say it was
And I don't give a
wrong
fuck
for
about your
him
consent.
to do it.
But I still think that it is a moral decision. Yeah, exactly. I
The-
think you were morally right for doing it.
The point is that
Yeah,
Emmett
because but it's because
is
because I
arguing
would-
out
sorry,
of
because I
convenience.
We're gonna get to you in a second, Doomer. Don't worry.
I'm
Go ahead,
not
Ghosty,
arguing out
say
of
it.
convenience.
You're
You don't
saying
understand
you're
my
saying
moral
that
standard.
because it's inconvenient
listen,
that
I do
morals. I'm trying to
understand-
talk because it's
No,
inconvenient.
I
let her
understand.
finish.
Because
Listen,
it's
very
inconvenient
simple.
that
You're doing a
morals-
straw man. You're doing a straw man.
Emmett,
because it's
Emmett, let her finish,
inconvenient.
and then you can
Okay,
engage
let
with
me
the
straw man
man.
you and tell me if I'm
Yes,
right or not.
Ghoster.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
Because
I'm gonna
more-
let you fucking lie about me.
Wah,
Go
wah,
ahead.
wah,
Yep.
wah, wah. Because morals,
Wah, wah,
because
wah,
it's
wah.
inconvenient that we don't have an objective list of morals. I agree. I concede. Life would be so much easier to figure out if we just knew this objective set of morals. But convenience doesn't make it true. Just because something is easy and convenient doesn't make it the truth of the universe. And that's what you're trying to. Oh, it's subjective. So how do I know? That doesn't make it false.
Damn it! Now,
No, the point. As I said, I know your subjective standpoint. You don't know mine. Whatever you say about it's very convenient, it's retarded because you don't know what I believe. So you could ask me, hey, where do you get your idea of morality? That would be a lot better than try to strawman my position on where do I get morals.
I'm just
Right?
Well, I didn't try to strawman your position where you get morals. I'm just saying that being convenient doesn't make it true because that's what
Well,
you're
it's not
arguing
convenient
against
in
my
my case.
position.
There's a lot of things that I fucking like you know.
So go
Probably
ahead.
Gumi.
Where do you get your
Probably
morals
Gumi would
from?
be, oh my god, it will be very, it will be awesome for me. But I have an actual duty of acting in accordance to a standard instead of doing whatever the fuck I want.
all right. So real
Wait,
quick,
you
let's
want-
get
you want
Doomer
a
in here. 'cause
subjective
Doomer-
ethical-
Hold on, Vigi. You're next. Doomer has been waiting patiently. Doomer, what were you gonna say, sir?
Yeah, I was just gonna try and pull us out of the strain real quick. So I'm going to take you through a weird hypothetical, but hear me out here. What if there was like a religious type cult that was coalescing political power within a state to the point where like the federal government was actually concerned it was going to become like a theocratic, autocratic kind of authoritarian state? Would that state have any kind of valid interest in limiting polygamy if that cult's primary like material way of gathering political power was polygamy?
That was a super wrinkle brain question. Ask it again, Doomer, please.
If the state has a worry that like a religious cult is practicing polygamy and using that to coalesce political power within the state to the point where the federal government is concerned that they're going to become a theocratic authoritative state, like you have people within that state resigning saying that the state's more representative of the church rather than the people, that's why I'm resigning. Would that state or the federal government have any kind of valid interest in limiting polygamy in that like happenstance?
Is that directed at anybody in particular, or
no? I guess
right.
You and Vigi at this point.
I don't know that I have an answer to that question. I would say that the state has an interest in doing what is in the best interests of the public writ large, and that democracy is the will of the people. So I would say that would be a situation I would default to what the will of the people represents. Go ahead, Vigi. What's your answer to that? And you also had a point on Emmett's.
I'll leave that the Emmett thing alone.
Cheers.
To answer this in the most direct way possible, because I know what this is referencing. Yes, at the time, due to the political environment, the state of Utah had a direct interest in banning polygamy to curb the rise of Mormonism.
Why was there a reason to curb? What was the justification in curbing the rise of Mormonism?
I actually think it was.
The governor was the leader of the LDS.
Were they marrying children largely?
Well,
Okay,
no, I
there you
think
go.
there's that, but I think like generally the reason was because of the separation of church and state. Generally, it was being used to such an extent that the separation of church and state was basically gone.
But also, Utah is the only state where polygamous marriages, are now like a civil issue. So it's basically the same as a traffic ticket, where every other state, it's a criminal issue. So now the state where polygamy is most common, they've actually decriminalized it to a civil issue, which is interesting when I looked it
Treating
up.
marriage like weed. That's hilarious.
Well, you still can't have it. I mean, they nullify the marriage if I'm right.
You can't have it,
Do
but they just like ticket you for it. So I they can't legally
Like
get
a slap on
married
the wrist.
through the state, but I guess
I don't think there are actually any criminal penalties in any state for practicing polygamy. They just nullify the marriage.
when I looked it up,
I was about to say, let's look that up.
it was because I was surprised. I was like, wow, you can go to jail for being in a polygamous marriage. That's like fucking insane to me. But maybe my info was wrong.
Yes,
I think the case I
polygamy
looked at was
and
just a
bigamy, marrying someone while already legally married to someone else can and will carry criminal punishment. In the United States, it is a crime in all 50 states, though actual penalties and likelihood of prosecution vary significantly by jurisdiction. So, polygamy is
Also,
classified as
a
a
traffic
felony in
ticket
states
is a
like
crime.
Washington and Michigan. Yeah, okay, so it's even like whether it's felonious or misdemeanor is also based on the state you live in. So. That's interesting to know.
But no, I think if I heard more of like the actual historical like arguments of like why it was traditionally banned back then and like why those things might have haven't changed, because there was more than just like that one specific hypothetical too. That would have gone more on the Emmett side there for me.
It should be legal in the U.S. to marry more than one person. So, Emmett, I got to say that my inclination as a libertarian leaning person is to say that a person should be allowed to do what they want. However,
Yeah.
my inclination
I
is
agree.
also to protect the children. And the
No, my
statistics that-
inclination is just do whatever we want and just do it, you know? Especially two
Yeah.
kids. That would be my inclination.
yeah.
Yeah.
But on the same token,
Because thou hast thou wilt.
if the statistics do seem to support your assertion, I'm sorry, there's a little bit of whiskey in me, so my words are a little slurry. But if the statistics do support your assertion that polygamy is a net negative for the children, I do also feel like the family unit exists primarily to support child rearing, right? Like the next generation is the primary focus of any sort of marital situation. Otherwise, we would all date and fuck whoever we want anytime we want. It only becomes relevant
Why shouldn't
whenever
we?
we're trying
In
to.
your
Go ahead.
in your worldview, why shouldn't we just do that?
Because the benefit of the children. Again, like I said, I think that at the end of the day, what is best for the kids comes first. What is best? Let's take kids
Why do
out
I
of
care
it. Let's
about
say that
them?
what's best for the next generation, because we as a society need to worry about the society. What is best for society? What is best for the group? What is best for the actual community? I know we've had
Yeah, but
arguments
what's best
tonight
for
about what constitutes
society?
community.
What's best for society might be to have more kids, and I'm just doing it to, you know, go better to start early, I guess.
Fair.
Right?
However, having well-adjusted kids is more beneficial than having multiple kids, right? So I would rather have one well-adjusted kid than 5 fucked up kids, right? So again,
I mean,
if what
have
I
you
if the
looked at
life
this panel?
decisions if the decisions that I'm making are more likely to fuck up the kids that I am raising, then I feel like that should be the ethical imperative, right? That we as a community need to agree that what is best for the next generation is what we should focus on. I think that we as a community, if we think about ourselves as a larger community, a human species, we need to think about what is best for humans, what is best for our species. Go ahead.
In a libertarian way, I don't understand this change between the individual to the collective in that big of a gap. Like it doesn't make sense to the NAP. I don't even believe in NAP, but it doesn't make sense logically to go through there to get to the point of the NAP. I'm not entirely sure how we made the jump from the individual to the collective to have like this broader society that I should care about.
I felt like that was the core of your argument. I felt like that was the core of your argument.
It is the core of my argument.
Okay, yeah.
Because
but
we
I'm
value
not a
it.
libertarian.
It's because we value it. We care about it.
We don't value
so
women.
therefore,
That's
it's
why we
important
told
to
them
us.
shut the fuck up.
It's literally that
because they interrupt
simple.
at the worst time possible. Yeah, I understand the point you're
men
making
aren't
when it
more
comes to me,
guilty
but I'm
of
not a
that.
libertarian. I duty based.
Men are actually a
I believe
lot
in the
more
duty
emotional than
towards
women when you
something
think
greater
about it.
than. You're fucking gay and black. What are you talking about? So
Are you going to pay? Are you gonna pay? Like what? Why the fuck are you?
Am
bringing
I
up that
gonna
I'm gay?
pay? What? What are you gonna do?
You're mentioning it like as if you're going to pay me.
Being gay and black? No, I'm not gonna pay you for being gay.
First
and black.
off, he's not gay. I tried to suck his dick in the other room, and he said no. So, like,
wow.
You're just not my type, Kat. You're just
So
not my
I
type,
brought them
sorry.
in thinking this was going to be a safe space.
No.
But
So yes,
clearly this is fucking falling off the rails.
It's not gonna be a safe space when he
Welcome.
comes in all
Okay,
sassy.
so real quick. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. I need to say goodbye to the community. I need to say goodbye to the community and also to explain to Ghosty what she has now gotten herself into. So, we have 3 different phases of the stream. The first phase is the structured debates where everything is trying our best to be as good faith as possible. We then go into the after party where people are allowed to kind of do what they want to do and be themselves and kind of get into the meat of it, and it'll be a little more spicy. We have now reached the after party. This is where I rate us out into another community and people are going to say some fucking wild shit. So Ghosty, I appreciate you hanging out with us. If you do not want to hang out for what's about to happen, I completely understand, and I hope that you understand that this does not represent the ethics of the DMZ. So
I'm good,
if
I'm
you
good.
do choose to stay, yep, I was about to say, if you do choose to stay, do not judge us based on what is about to fucking happen.
I mean, I'll
So,
judge,
that's
but
it.
it's okay. I'll hang out here.
All right, no, I hear you. So that said, I'm going to do my best as a moderator, but again, it's getting late in the night. So at this point, most of my fucks have been given. So that said, everybody, I want to thank you guys. I appreciate the hell out of every single one of you guys. As always, Emmett, I know you don't believe that our community supports you, but they fucking do, dude. You don't even know how much people love you or your participation in our group. Every single one of you guys, I hope
to make them laugh. You know what is
What?
the funniest part? That they cannot even say that I'm not even racist because I'm Mexican. It's absolutely insane.
Dude, just because you're
I know
gay
like
doesn't mean
10,
you
I
can't
know
be
like 10
homophobic.
I know like 10
Listen, sister.
Yeah,
Okay?
no, I get.
We're gonna have a
hold
talk,
on.
sister.
Hold on. We're about to get real fucking
holding.
toxic, and I'm here for it. But we're gonna say goodbye to everybody. I appreciate you guys. I thank you, and I'm going to keep sending these prompts out to everybody. We are going to keep doing these debates every Friday and Saturday night. Friday at 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Saturday at 6 Pacific. Jesus Christ, there's too much whiskey in me. 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. And if you guys are in the know, join the Discord channel. I will send you guys the prompts. If you're interested, just let me know that you want to be part of the DMZ, and we will get you guys on here for the good faith debates. And you'll also be part of whatever the fuck kind of crazy ass chaos is about to take place. Who do we want to raid out to before we get into the craziness that's about to ensue? Let's see. Hang on. Does anybody have any suggestions on where we should raid?
I do. Jordy. Oh, I was gonna say Jordy Lebec is on.
You know what? You're one of my favorites, so I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Jordy Lebec, 41 viewers.
Yes.
Sounds good to me. If you say that they are what we're looking for, I'm too drunk to give
They
a
are.
flying fuck. So, huzzah! We're gonna go ahead and click that link, and I will see you guys next week. We will be here Wednesday night where we're locking in the prompts for next week. Thursday night, I have conversations with other people. These are conversations, not debates. These are just my opportunity to actually have a meaningful fucking talk with people. And then Friday and Saturday nights are going to be the DMZ, where we do our best to debate in good faith. And we do our best.
Give me one. You better give me one of your. If you said Wednesday, you better give me one of your Wednesdays. I wanna have this conversation as a.
You mean
conversation.
Thursday? You mean Thursdays? Thursday nights are my conversation.
Thursday's
You know
fine.
what, Emmett? You have it right now. Next Thursday, you and I are going to have a conversation. This is not a
Okay,
debate. I
sounds
want to be
good.
clear. This is just a picking of the brains and a meaningful conversation. So,
Okay,
I
sounds
appreciate
good.
all of you guys. We will see you guys next week. Hip hip huzzah and good night. Now, as we were saying, y'all fucking go crazy. I don't give a fuck.
Bro, I had to fucking
hold on,
delete
hold on,
like
hold on,
6
hold on.
messages in your chat tonight, bro. What the fuck?
Thank you, Kay.
Who
It
the
has
fuck
been
just
a- it
timed
has
out
been a
Samantha
crazy
but
night.
didn't time out the guy that said the N word?
Who timed out Samantha? What?
No, Samantha
Yeah, did
was
you do
not
the wrong
timed
one?
out. I was deleting the messages,
Oh,
and then
you
we got
deleted-
rated
okay.
out.
Deleting
Hold on,
messages.
Kay. Why does Jordy Liebeck look like Kid Not Ken?
That is Kid Not Kin.
He changed his name.
Does he have multiple hats that he wears depending on his stream?
He changed his name.
Maybe.
I don't know
That's
if
funny.
he changes his hats.
I
the way,
fucking rated
next
him
week
last
goes-
night. You could have told me this.
I didn't see you rate him last night.
That's all right. Whatever. It's cool. I don't care. Here we are.
I envy you right now, Horse Riders. I need some fucking whiskey in me.
I will pour you a
Hey,
glass,
Samantha.
my friend. How do you feel about Irish
Like the-
whiskey?
It's like
Alright,
the
jump
only
on.
way I can engage with my new best Blatt friend.
Blatt?
Blatt.
Blatt. I got it. Okay, yeah, good.
Yeah,
Cool.
the Blatt. Mhm.
Blah blah.
Yeah, you gotta be sure you have the neck thing going. You gotta get the neck thing.
Yeah.
Blow to them.
I also got my you know.
Nothing much.
People
I was just
say that
watching
I'm,
and cringing at
I'm
shit.
from the
That's all
ghetto
I
and
did.
shit. Cool.
Bro,
Good to meet you, by the way.
I had to
Gus, you
delete.
did-
I had
you
to
did
delete Mero
wonderfully,
saying the N word. I had to delete Sam saying something like that someone should die.
I never know.
Lethe,
no,
I had
if
to
you-
delete your Charlie
Wait,
Kirk comment. Oh wait, Lethe's not in
I
here.
never said anybody should die. You don't know how to fucking read, you 12 IQ fucking Andy.
Oh, no, he's much higher than 12 IQ for what it's worth.
I will read the comment that she said.
Just so you know, Samantha, I have not. I did not
Tell me what I
actually
wrote. Tell me what I wrote.
Hold on. I want to officially introduce myself.
I do
to
want to be like Charlie.
Samantha,
Have a
I am horseradish. I have historically been very, very polite, and I will always start out as a default polite. However, I do match energy, and now that we are off stream, just so you know, I might get a little spicier than I usually am. I do hope to get you somewhere into the DMZ where we try to stay engaged in good faith. I have been told by multiple people that you are a superior debater, and I'm looking forward
I don't
to
like
seeing
spicy,
you.
so let's keep it
I
nice
hear
and
you.
calm and
Yeah,
civil.
that's
I'm
what
a
I.
very
Beautiful,
I'm a very
beautiful
nice,
answer.
Sweet person.
Yes. Yes, but you will engage. You will engage with people on the level that they bring to you. So I just want to say that welcome to the community, Samantha, and I am hoping that you and I are going to have a long and fruitful relationship. So that said, I am fucking inebriated tonight, so there's no chance what is fucking going to come out of my mouth. I apologize in advance if I offend anybody. I love you all, and I appreciate your communication and your participation in the community.
Don't worry,
Tell Kay why he's a fucking idiot, please.
Okay, Kay, please point out where I said anybody should die.
Sweetie, you wish you could have my IQ. Die mad about it. Right up after saying it's a shame they missed today. Like, damn, these people need to train more.
Yeah, no, Kay, I'm gonna stand on. I'm gonna stand
Hold
on.
on,
Samantha's
she was saying
side.
die mad about it.
Yeah,
Yeah, die mad about it isn't I hope you die.
mad
It's
about
like
it is not
live
I
a
hope you
long
die.
life and die mad that you have a
This
fucking
was-
sub-Saharan African
agree
baby,
with
you
Samantha
fucking-
here.
This
It's
was okay, fine, but this was after talking about Leafy's comment about Charlie Kirk, which I had to delete that one too, and talking about
what did Leafy say
talking about
hold on,
talking
hold on.
about
What did
political.
Leafy say about what did Leafy say about the Charlie Kirk?
Okay, let me scroll up down.
All he really said was that per capita didn't save Charlie Kirk.
True. And that's not even
Per capita,
that's-
didn't say
that's
Charlie
fucked up,
Kirk.
but
They're
it's not
talking about the
untrue.
pew-pews.
It's not TOS
Yes.
and it's not bad. It's just fucking it's a joke. Cope. Die mad about it.
That's literally all it was said.
Unfortunately,
And he got
Per
pissed
capita
about
didn't
it.
actually. You know who it actually didn't help? What is his name? George Floyd. Per capita didn't help him either.
Well, yeah, it didn't. Nobody cares. They're only
It
like,
didn't.
No one.
they're only 12% of the population. Nobody gives a shit.
Wow. Wow.
They never give a shit about
You brought
anything.
that up.
You know,
you
no
brought
lives,
that up
no
like
lives
this had
matter.
anything to do.
No lives matter.
You brought that
Do you know the
anything
phrase
to
"No
do.
life matters" only Black Lives Matters? The phrase should be just "No lives matters."
It should be Black Rifles Matter.
Then why are
okay?
you here?
Oh, I'm here
I'm
because,
gonna walk
because I
away
want to
for a
engage
second
with
to
you,
go
my
piss.
best
I will
friend.
be right back. Please don't get too crazy
We're
with
gonna meet. We're gonna know each other
Be sure
now,
you,
babe.
if you're gonna do the stereotype thing, do it right.
Is that
Well,
what he's doing?
You are.
Like
I'm sorry, but
I've been
can't
trying to
do it.
figure out
You
what
are
the fuck
one-
he's been
you
doing.
Are the stereotype, okay?
Yeah, he's doing the.
I'm
he's
way
doing
too.
the gay.
I'm
the
not
gay,
gay, so
Stereotype.
I can't do the
Yeah,
stereotype.
yeah.
Gay stereotype.
Maybe he's not doing
I was
the
trying to figure
stereotype
out
and
why he
maybe
was-
he's not doing the
That's how you do
stereotype
it.
and he's just actually a
That's absolutely
fag.
right.
You know, that could be the case.
Yeah, maybe
Very
that's the
true.
case.
He
No,
looks
I'm
like
actually
one.
streaming, so if you say that again, I would just leave because I don't want
Okay.
my.
Really?
Oh,
Do you
sorry.
promise?
Taken
Do you
down.
promise?
Please don't. Please
You promise?
don't.
Yes, you say it.
No,
Just
please
say it.
don't. Please
Go
don't.
on,
I'm
promise,
asking
say
you
it.
next week.
Just say it.
Oh
Please
no.
answer, please.
Just say it.
Please don't. Okay, please. Please don't put it please.
I'm streaming
I'm asking
too.
you next week.
The balls.
Both
Okay.
for both of them.
Well,
Go
I'll
on.
respect her, but not the foreigner. It's okay.
That is fair.
Okay.
Okay.
Damn, what did I walk
But
in
yeah,
on?
I don't know. So again, Ghosty, loved your debate. Unfortunately, you were going up against Game Boy, who's memes all the time. You didn't know that, but you did well
Thank you.
on a topic that I really wanted to talk about. I'm so mad I couldn't talk on that one. Look, I like that. Because my argument would have gone for moral relativism. Like, I would have just stuck to talking about moral relativism and how that's the more accurate way that the world is run. There's no such thing as moral objectivism because
So that's
everyone.
your that's your
At least that's my
subjective
stance.
viewpoint.
That's my
Yes,
stance.
That's your
Exactly.
subjective viewpoint.
No, yeah, I should
know.
have brought up
Yeah.
more arguments for my stance rather than trying to attack his stance, which he didn't even have. So
that's usually like the best thing to do. If you can't figure out what someone's stance is, just fight for whatever yours end up fighting for whatever your stance is. And if you feel like you need to attack them on it, just give them a stance and attack it.
Yeah.
Is it a straw man? Possibly, but you can steel man and break it down too if you know how to do it.
And I thought
Hey,
that his
Emmett, how's
stance
it going,
was just,
buddy?
and I thought his
Hey,
stance
how's
was
it going?
faith
Welcome in,
and
Leafy.
morality.
It's been 2 weeks. I hope you
But
had
I would
a good
very
2
much.
weeks.
I very much would
It's
like
great.
to.
I'm
real quick-
averaging one person calling me the N word per week, so I'm meeting quota.
I didn't call you the N word. Yeah.
No, not you.
So,
not you.
not
Somebody
you,
in
it
chat
was in the
today
chat.
did that
It was in
was
the chat.
really, really unhappy that I was saying things.
that were just objectively true.
Well, I don't know about that because I don't think you have access to truth statements. But
No,
fine.
like is a.
we can move past that.
Could have stopped with I don't
morals
think.
are different
We
from
would've been good.
knowledge.
We would have been good if you just stopped that sentence
how
at
they're
I don't
different.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Knowledge will
Things
be
are
subjective,
different.
right?
things are different.
Oh,
Because they're
on the
different.
I believe in
Knowledge-
objective. I believe in
knowledge-
objective truth.
knowledge-
Like I think there's an
knowledge-
objective
yeah,
truth.
knowledge-
We just don't know it.
Knowledge
that
isn't
knowledge is not
itself.
different.
Knowledge is not itself subjective. Your level of knowledge could be subjective, right? But knowledge of truth, right, is an objective thing we can look at.
And it's verifiable.
objective thing?
Unlike morals. Morals are not verifiable.
How do you verify knowledge?
What is it?
How do you verify? How do you verify your knowledge of like true
Bridges
statements?
How do you
true
verify
positions?
knowledge?
Isn't there like a
Depositions. How do you
Okay,
verify
okay.
the knowledge?
So how
itself?
do you verify? How did you verify knowledge? Okay, do you ever like look in
How?
like school books in the back of school books and look
Yeah,
at
you
the
just look
answer sheets
things.
the teacher has? Right. So
Yeah.
we have a way to look at objective knowledge on right or wrong, or like what's good, what's the right answer, what's the wrong answer. We have ways to do that. Yeah.
So
no.
morals are not
Science.
objective because you say so.
Morality is subjective.
You just said we
societally,
can
but
verify if it's right or wrong. So
Okay. Here, foreign guy. Maybe English, me ASL is like
yeah,
fucking causing
English
you
is
issues
too
here.
English is too
Yes.
hard for me. I don't understand your fucking
Yeah, I
stupidity.
can tell.
Okay, so
Yeah,
go on
I
and
can
tell
tell.
me.
It's okay.
You know,
12
you
IQ
can
people
go ahead and
understand this.
contradict yourself on
Okay,
your
so
fucking
I
retardedness.
want
It
the-
has
I want
nothing
the
to
other
do with
contradicting
me. It has to do
myself.
with how dumb you are, not me.
Emmett,
Honey,
Emmett,
honey.
don't do
Talk
this.
about the polygamy thing.
I can
I
do
wanna talk
whatever
about
the fuck I want.
I like
Wait.
you, Emmett. I'm just
So
trying to help you,
knowledge,
bro.
knowledge
I love
of
you too,
truth
Leaf.
is something that we can verify. However,
How
morality
do you
itself is
verify
subjective.
knowledge? Can you please go ahead and give me a way to verify
Have you ever taken a
knowledge?
test in school? Yes
I was about
or
to
no?
say, have you ever taken a test, my G?
Well, you
That's
can
a way
just
to
test
verify
things
knowledge,
for
yeah?
yourself. You
Well,
can verify
considering he's
things
probably probably-
multiple different ways.
So Emmett,
Knowledge
Emmett,
itself.
Hold on, guys, hold on,
Emmett,
everyone,
the
hold on,
idea
everyone.
of knowledge.
Hold on,
How
hold on.
would you verify that knowledge in the
Hold on,
concept
everyone,
of knowledge
everyone. You're not
exists?
You're not understanding. He dropped out of
Okay,
kindergarten.
easy.
He's never
easy,
taken a
Emmett.
test.
Emmett, you want to
He's
know
just
how
being
we can
baptized.
verify knowledge?
That is true.
Knowledge?
I know.
I'm just a kid.
Emmett,
No, I know.
Listen,
If
I
you
come
put-
from
Don't
Mexico.
get
In Mexico, we don't have tests. We have vibes and shit. Okay.
Pinche mayate,
This guy knows.
cállate.
So when
Goddamn.
it comes to that, okay, when
Pinche
I only
maricón.
got vibes, man. I only got vibes. So
Okay,
tell me,
okay.
how do
Mira,
I verify
mira,
knowledge
mira,
with my
mijo,
vibes?
mijo, mira. Hey, have
Mira,
you
si
ever
vas a
touched a
hablar
fire?
español, háblalo bien, por favor,
Pinche
¿ok?
mayate,
No hables como un
cállate.
pendejo. Okay, si vas
Mayate.
a hablar español, habla bien.
I
No
know
hables
that
como un
one.
pendejo, es lo único que te pido.
So,
Hey,
have you
I'm
ever
gonna
put your
try-
hand
Lo
in fire? Have you
siento,
ever-
no hable español. Un
have you ever
momento,
put
por
your- Have
favor.
you ever put your
I
hand
need
in
a
fire?
Spanish-speaking partner to the
It's
customer
fucking
service
funny
center,
that
please.
you would come
Emmett,
and
have you
start
ever-
speaking
have
Spanish
you
all the
ever-
fucking
have
Southern, but
ever
you don't
put
even
your-
speak
have
it well, you
ever put your
retard.
hand? Have you ever put your hand in fire?
Have I ever done a specific little thing that is subjective, right? It will be subjective to me. So
There's no subjective.
knowledge
Have you
will
ever
be
put your
subjective
hand
to the
in fire?
thing I
Have you ever
do.
put your
But
hand?
can you
wait,
please
hold
tell
on.
me how
Stop
do you
playing
verify
dumb,
knowledge
Emmett.
objectively?
Jesus.
She is trying to
He's not
answer your
playing,
question,
no.
Emmett. Hold
He's
on,
not
hold
playing.
on, hold on.
Instead of
Hold on.
Oh my
I will
God.
start muting
Listen.
motherfuckers if I need to. Emmett, she
Cool.
is trying to ask
Emmett,
you a question.
Have you
Let
ever
her
put
ask
your
the
hand
question.
in fire? Yes or no?
Yeah, would that be a subjective experience?
Nigga, shut the fuck up. Have you ever put your hand in fire? Yes or no?
Yes, would that be a subjective
Okay, was it-
experience?
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me finish my
Yes,
note.
would that be a subjective experience?
Wait. Hold on. Now.
Yes,
was
would
it
that
hot?
be a
No.
subjective
You're
experience?
not even answering.
Would you have knowledge of that experience?
Hold on,
I
Samantha.
answered
He
the
answered your
fucking
question. Let him answer yours.
No, I'm going to the line of logic. Was it hot? Yes or no?
Yes,
Did it
would that
burn
be a
your hand?
subjective
Hey,
experience?
Razor, did you put your hand in fire? Was it
I
hot?
have
Yes
one.
or no?
Yeah. Fucking
Okay.
burn.
Hey, fucking horseradish. Have you ever put your hand in fire? Was it hot?
Yes and yes.
Okay, so we have multiple people with subjective experiences that, as a collective, becomes a data set. That
That'll
data set
run.
is a way that we can
it's
verify
just
knowledge.
a collective. Whatever
You're
the
welcome.
collective says that is true,
you.
right?
If it's
I think
verifiable.
So it's just
Okay,
a collective.
hold on.
Whatever the collective
Let
says that
Samantha
is true
engage in what
correct?
Emmett's saying.
Okay, so now we have a thing that we can put as a collective that's large enough.
Are you
where
gonna answer a
universally-
fucking question,
I
dude?
am
She
answering
is.
your
Hold
question.
on.
You fuck.
She's
Listen
answering.
here.
Let her
Oh my
answer.
god.
No,
Do we
she's
need to
not.
fucking?
She's going
This
into
is why
the
we need to
answer.
roll.
She is
It
a
depends.
collective
It's a
data
yes or no
set.
question.
We've all yes, and she will. We have all agreed that
when
yes,
the
fire is
world-
hot. Move on.
When the world agrees on a collective data set, right? There's nobody on this planet that is going to disagree that if you put your hand on fire, it is not hot. That is an objective truth at that point because it's a reality for everybody based off of everybody's subjective experience. coming together to
Objective
make a
truth
collective
based
data.
on subjective experience. Yes, go ahead.
Is it-
Emmett.
That is the way to
it
measure knowledge.
dependent
Thank you.
Upon the collective.
Is dependent on the fact that that everyone has experienced the same
Is it
subjective
dependent upon the
experience.
collective
Say
then?
quality.
Hold on, Razor,
Yes,
hold on, Razor.
you need
Let
a
Emmett-
second
let-
Can
person.
anyone
Nick,
answer
that's
the
the
fucking? Do you
Please,
realize
people,
that
You're
people
not
ask me a
listening
question
and you
with
refuse.
yes
Yo,
and
you're
I said it,
refusing to
Emmett,
instead
accept
of
the answer.
Hold the
instead of
fuck
going
on.
around.
Let Emmett engage with what Samantha was saying because Samantha explained that multiple people experiencing subjective experience creates an objective understanding of that experience. Emmett, do you agree that multiple people having the same subjective experience creates an objective understanding of that experience? Please, Emmett.
No, I would agree when it comes to basic empirical facts, but I don't agree when it comes to metaphysics, for example. I don't think that you can just
We ain't talking
agree with
metaphysics,
that
we're talking
because we don't
fire,
have
bro.
access.
Yeah, we're talking about practical.
Because
we're
we
talking
don't-
about practical experience.
I get experience
because we don't have access to empiricism. So when we have empirical data, I can agree that we have something.
Okay,
something
so
objective
empirical
outside of
data
us.
would be everybody
But-
agreeing that their subjective
Observation.
experience is
Yes,
the same.
but knowledge.
Because God did not
knowledge
reveal
is-
this to us. We will never understand.
Lethy,
it.
be nice. Hold
But-
on, let him answer.
But knowledge is not something that I can touch or have any kind of empiricism in it. So I need to know, and this is the question that I've been asking.
believe him.
How the fuck do you know? Okay, how do you
Emmett,
get to
Through
knowledge?
polling, through asking, through testing.
Emmett, have you ever
Go ahead,
touched
let
a
him
billion?
have it.
Have you ever touched $1 billion, Emmett?
Let him have it.
Oh my god.
Does that mean $1 billion doesn't exist?
Here, I got you
No.
a cup of knowledge.
Have you ever touched a woman, Emmett? Does that mean a woman?
No, I
doesn't
never
exist?
touch a woman.
Yeah, we know. We can tell.
Yeah, I know.
That's not
Okay.
true. I
So,
guarantee you.
if
I
you're-
never,
if you're
I have
wanting to go- if
never
you're
ever
wanting- if you're
touched a
wanting to-
woman
if
in
you-
my
hey,
life.
Spurgberger,
His
Spurgberger,
mom used a
calm down.
hose.
If you want to talk like the subjective in what sense, right? If you're meaning like everyone has
Yeah.
a perspective that is reasonable, all humans perceive through a lens, brains are not a glass windows, they're soup-powered prediction machines,
I don't
right?
agree with any of that because it doesn't
Okay,
make
cool.
any sense.
So then you're not completely retarded, okay? So like
you are completely
you-
retarded, okay?
Are you
I
playing
thought
the
you
same
were
game as
screaming.
me? or
Are you
just
fucking
playing, like-
retarded? Yes,
Yes,
you are.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
that's the answer. In
Emmett
fact,
is
let me put it
matching
this way: we
energy
can
right
agree.
now, which
Okay.
Emmett-
Looking at you, I'm
Emmett
talking
is
to
really
you that you're
good at
absolutely
matching
fucking
energy.
retarded.
So
and
let's
you
hang
want me
it
to
back.
hold to that so that we can
When
have
we're
a
talking
consensus
about-
on
when
how
we're talking about
fucking
testing-
retarded
when
you
we're
are.
talking about testing
That
knowledge,
would be
when we're
that
talking
would be
about
a
testing
objective
knowledge,
reality.
Emmett,
because
Hold on,
we
Emmett.
agree on
Hold
that.
on, Emmett.
Emmett,
Hold
when
on,
we're
Emmett.
talking
Let her-
about-
let her
when we're
ask her
talking about
question, and then
testing-
you can answer.
When we are talking about testing
I
knowledge,
don't
we're not
understand what retarded has
Oh
to
my
do with
God.
the question, so I'm just going to answer
Could
with your
you
fucking
fucking-
I
stupid and
understand she's
retarded.
trying to explain.
Pause.
Let her explain.
No,
Emmett,
I
and then
don't think
promise
she. I
you
don't
can.
think. I don't think he has
It's
the capacity
easier
to
to
explain. I
talk
don't
to
know
my
what the
two
fuck this is anyway.
six-year-olds than this.
Bitchy's
I
still waiting
understand.
in the
Okay,
waiting
so
room.
when we're
Samantha,
talking about
please-
knowledge,
the
six-year-old.
talking about knowledge.
Bro.
Oh my God! you
Oh,
just shut
for
up.
fuck's
When we're talking
sake.
about knowledge, we're not talking
Oh, for
about things
fuck's
like
sake.
we're not talking about like people's knowledge, like going, oh, chocolate tastes good, right? That's subjective, right? If we were in a car and it ran out of gas, the engine stopped working, it running out of gas would be a truth, a knowledge of a truth that we could test, right?
I have no
How many
knowledge of
times
that.
do I have to talk about empiricism when talking about material?
Are you
things
trying
that
to
we
make a
can-
tag
Hold on.
argument? The argument for tag?
No, I'm not trying
He
to
is
make
a
it.
walking
I'm
tag
trying
argument.
to answer
Hold
this
on. Wait, no.
No, I think he's
that
making
was
a
defense.
fag
Let him
argument.
Let me
Let
know.
him-
I
let
am
me-
talking
Hold on.
about things
Let him
that
answer.
cannot be
Let him
experienced
answer.
through
You can go next,
empiricism,
Fraser, but
like
hold on.
knowledge. How do you know how it exists? It would be subjective.
that-
It would be
I
according
need to grab onto
you.
that. What you're saying there. I have to grab onto that. I have to grab onto
Go
that.
ahead.
That
Go
little
ahead,
bit you're talking
Razor.
about.
Jump in. Where is the empiricism
basically-
argument fall apart?
No, so it's not. It's more of what he's asking for in the empiricism argument. He's legitimate. The way that I'm hearing it, and go ahead and correct me if I'm wrong after I do this. You're basically saying I have to take this, scoop up here, cup of knowledge. You're asking for like something physical that we call knowledge, aren't you? So that we can like hold on to and
No, Razor. No,
that's
he's
what
not.
I'm
Hold on,
hearing.
Lethy. Hold on, Lethy.
That's why you brought up
So,
metaphysics.
I'm
I'm
asking-
hearing. Please.
I'm
Ghosty, I
saying
promise you
this.
go
I'm
next.
saying
You go the
that
next.
in the worldview, in your worldview, in most people's
No,
worldview,
I don't hear yours.
Yeah, and yours.
I
This is
have
mine.
a different
I'm asking
account
yours.
for metaphysics. I have a different account for metaphysics. I'm
So are
doing
you
that.
asking-
We're not talking
Please
about
mention-
metaphysics.
Can I please? Well,
on, go-
no.
hold
To
on,
him
Ghosty,
it
hold on,
is.
Ghosty.
To him it is. Let him articulate his
So-
argument, please, for fuck's sake.
Just so we're
I have
being sure
different
that we're on
account
the
for
same page.
metaphysics.
Razor,
Like
he understands the
ideas like
argument. He understands the question. Razor, let him go.
I have a different account for metaphysics. So what I'm saying, and when I said knowledge would be subjective, it would be according to the subject in your worldview, just like ethics. When I'm talking about how do you know knowledge exists, how do you get to it? What you're saying is, well, we can use empiricism, okay? We can look at objective things like material stuff, fine. But the people holding the knowledge would be completely subjective. It will be in accordance to
No,
you. There's no
not
higher tier
necessarily.
knowledge. It would just
Hold
be
on,
in
Samantha.
accordance
Let
with
him
what
finish.
you know.
Let him finish.
It's just be subjective.
Let
It
him
will be
cook.
accordance to the subject.
In a radical
I
way,
promise you,
yes.
Samantha,
I
you're
agree.
gonna get to go.
wait,
Ghosty has been patient. Hold on, Razor. Let Ghosty put her 2 cents in. Go ahead, Ghosty.
In a very radical sense, yes, technically we can only experience the world through our own subject. We are the subject. But at that point, I mean, it's kind of pointless to act like that. So that is our very radical view. But we as humans, we understand each other to be real. We don't typically believe that like we're in some kind of matrix and what we're seeing is all an illusion. So it isn't pointless to point out that yes, there is empirical ways to prove evidence of something's existence, and that is by verifying something. You need multiple people to verify something. It needs to be observable. It needs to be repeatable. I believe there's like a few different standards for what is verifiably objective in our reality.
All right,
can
Samantha,
agree
you
with
were up
you
next.
when
Hold
someone
on a minute.
thinks-
I promise you're going to get to go back,
Like,
but I
so,
want
like-
Samantha had
So
something to say.
if we go to like the thing that you want with the empiricism, and then separating that from material things, right? Where like basically empiricism says like would say that like knowledge comes from sensory experience, so like seeing, hearing, measuring, and testing, right? Which works for stuff like water boils at this temperature, or this medicine works, or the cat knocked over the mug because the cat is furry chaos goblin, right? But we have knowledge outside of sensory, right? We have reason, right? For like example, you do not need to run an experiment to know that all bachelors are unmarried, right? Because we know it's true because of what
Definitionally
the word
true.
because what the words mean, right? You also do not need a microscope to know that if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, right? Which would be a type of logical knowledge,
Syllogism.
right, or mathematical knowledge, right?
It's
not
a
discovered.
logical idea,
It's not discovered by looking at the world. It's discovered by understanding relations between ideas, right? With math being like the cleanest example of that. You don't need to count every possible pair of apples to know that 2 + 2 = fucking 4, retard. So empirical evidence may help you like learn the concept, but the truth of the statement doesn't depend.
Well, I don't
on
know.
checking-
I've been told several
the
times
truth,
by
the
people
truth,
like
the
you
truth,
that
the
2 + 2
truth, the
equals
truth,
5.
the truth,
You're next.
the
I
truth,
promise you're
the
next,
truth
Emmett.
of the statement does
But
not
why
depend
should
on
I let
checking
this
the
retarded
truth,
fucker
the
to
truth,
keep
the
on
truth,
talking?
the
He's
truth,
not just
the
being
truth,
fucking
the truth,
retarded.
the truth
The
does
truth,
not
the truth,
the
the
truth
truth,
of the
the
statement
truth, the
does
truth,
not
the truth,
depend
the
on
truth,
checking
the
every
truth,
pile of
the
objects
truth,
in reality.
the truth, the truth, the truth, the truth,
Emmett,
the truth.
let her finish for
can
fuck's
I-
sake.
I'm about
And
to
you're gonna
ban
go. I
like
promise.
fucking.
Emmett.
I'm
fuck
Can I-
you,
muting
idiots.
this nigga.
What do you
Go
want?
next,
Can I
Emmett.
real quickly-
Engage
hold on.
in
What
what
the fuck
she's
is the
saying,
truth?
for fuck's
How
sake.
do you
Nigga, I'm
well,
dog
how do
walking
you
you
know
down this shit. You're
empirically?
Go ahead.
How
Yep.
the
like
fuck
you.
do you know what
And
truth
we're
is?
listening. Go ahead, Samantha.
Yeah,
Please
can you
finish your
please
thought.
tell me what is the measurement
The
of
truth. Go on.
in
She's gonna
you
get
know
to it,
use
Emmett,
units?
and you get
Like,
to go next.
can you
Let her
please do
finish.
that and then use units in
She's
accordance
going
to
to. I
physics?
promise you. Promise you. Go ahead, Samantha. Finish it up, please, and Emmett will respond.
Truth does not have a single measurement like inches, grams, or number of raccoons in a fucking trench coat, right? But we can
Why
measure
not?
we can
Why
measure our
not?
Okay,
Can you tell me
Because
why
that's
not?
shut
fact,
the fuck
not
up.
truth.
I'm
Because
going
that's fact,
to
not
finish
truth.
my
Can you
fucking
tell me
statement.
why
You
not?
fucking
If we're
12
talking about
IQ,
empiricism as
That's
the only
not
way to go
true.
to truth,
Hold
I
on.
need to know what the fuck
Hold
truth
on.
is
I
we need a
and
border
how do we
wall.
get
We
to
need
it
a
and
border
what is the
wall.
measure of it?
We need a
Why
border wall
doesn't
to
it
protect
have
and
Let her
represent
finish.
you.
Emmett, let her finish, and I promise
Build
you're
the
going to
wall.
get to respond. Go ahead, Emmett. Go ahead,
Why
Samantha.
doesn't it have
It
units?
does, like we can measure our confidence that something is true, right? That's the key distinction. Truth is whether the claim matches reality. Verification is how we judge whether it matches reality. So the measurement of truth is usually justification, right? A claim becomes more
Yeah, how do you
truthworthy.
measure the
A
truth
claim,
of
a
A
claim.
equals B,
Can I finish
B
my
equals
statement?
C,
Yep, she's
A
almost
equals
done.
Nigga,
She's almost
shut
done,
the
Emmett. I
fuck up.
promise.
Okay, I did
Okay.
say that when it comes to TOS, I can't be here, so have a good time.
Yeah, no, we're no longer alive. Oh,
No,
okay.
he was though. Apparently he
Was he?
Okay, yeah, he said he was. I
am too. Should I not be alive?
No, that's
No, you're
that's
good.
fine. Like,
You're good.
It's
I
your
have I
choice.
have
Go,
the
go.
pass.
He's
I
just-
have the
yeah,
pass.
that is
It's
your
fine. You're
choice.
fine.
I don't think I'm gonna
He's-
get
he's
reported.
just
So. Whatever.
No.
No,
Yeah,
you're
you're
fine.
probably fine on
You're fine.
YouTube. And for what it's worth, anytime I'm talking, I'm going to stay TOS. But it's very sad to me that Emmett left because I really, really did want to hear his fucking response to what you're saying, Samantha, because I hear where you're going with this and you're fucking cooking. And I really wanted to hear him engage with it.
I'm gonna
So,
finish
you know,
my statement,
To be
though.
fair,
yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So the claim becomes more truthworthy when basically we have evidence, consistency, repeatability, predictive power, some form of logical coherence, independent confirmation, right? Which is the resistance to serious counter arguments. So like for empirical claims that truth is measured by how well the claim corresponds to like observable reality. Example, like this metal expands when heated. We test it, we measure it, repeat it, and see whether reality keeps nodding yes to us. For logical claims, it would be like truth is measured by validity. If all humans are mortal and Socrates is human, then Socrates is mortal. You don't need a fucking
A
lab
equals
coat
B,
for
B
this,
equals C,
right?
huzzah.
For
Yep.
personal
A
claims,
equals-
truth is measured differently, though. I think that's his thing. Is like, well, I feel afraid is verified through sincere self-reflection and report, context, behavior, and internal awareness. You can't weigh fear on a kitchen scale, but it doesn't make it fake, obviously. For moral claims, truth is much harder, right? We measure them through consistency, consequences, values, human flourishing, fairness, or whatever the fuck, right? But the principle can survive being applied universally. Morality is less microscope and more of like a courtroom. So I would say that like the truth itself isn't what's measured. Claims are tested, and our confidence in them is what's measured by the strength of like our justification for it.
Here's. So I just real quick, completely unrelated to what you just said, Samantha, I want to say that I am really, really impressed. You are an insanely intelligent person, and I truly do enjoy listening to you cook. I do wish that sometimes you could just have a little bit more hesitation before you fucking pull the trigger, but I get it, and I truly do. And you, yeah, I love listening to you debate. So real quick, Sir Levi, is that Leviticus of old? Is that I'm
What's
about
up, buddy?
to hear from?
How have you been, right?
It is indeed. All right, fucking huzzah. Welcome in. What are your thoughts on the subject? I'm going to kick it to you, Ghosty, next, I promise, because you seem like you had something to say. But Leviticus, let me hear what your thoughts are.
So, like, is the topic over logic, or are we talking over, like, monogamy?
Who the fuck knows anymore, bruh?
Okay, hold on. If I may, real quick, because like
yeah, sure, Razor,
what
clear it up for us before we go on.
So, I was wanting to get into the topic of polygamy, but because
I know you did. Don't do too much. Because I'm gonna rehost that debate again, just so you know. So don't pull your fucking panties out right now. I want to see those whenever we're actually doing the debate again. You will get a shot at this. You and Ancom are probably going to be on the same team for a 3v3. Go on.
Should I wear the white? Should I wear white ones then? No kidding.
Yes, whitey tidies exclusively in this conversation.
That is, I'll get the special Mormon underwear. I had a Mormon friend who gave me a pair. No, I'm kidding.
Do Mormons have special underwear? Is that really a thing?
Yes.
Fucking tell me that.
Wait, really?
Shut the front door. What makes them special? Does it have multiple holes for the different wives?
It's a special. No, it's a special coating. That when they flatulate, it basically gets rid of the smell.
I fart for God.
It's also more ceremonial and like
yeah.
It's almost like a headscarf for your ass cheeks.
It's supposed to be a representation of. It's
hold on. What
were
you saying, Levi? It's a representation of what?
It's supposed to be the representation of the armor of God. It's supposed to protect them.
Yep.
God armors my dick. Is
Protect
that what you're
your
telling
dicks,
me?
people.
Yep.
Well, it's not
So,
just
does it
it's
not
not just
have
like
the
underwear.
flag?
It's not just like underwear or boxers or briefs or whatever. It's also like undershirts and other things too.
Right.
Yeah.
Really?
So Levi,
They have entire fucking outfits of underwear special to Mormons.
Yes.
Yes.
This is a thing. You are not. Tell me you're not fucking with me. I know I'm gullible.
I'm not.
If
No,
I am
we're
fucking
not.
falling for this right now,
It's
I'm gonna excommunicate both of
I
you.
live in Mormon country.
There's a YouTube
They're not fucking with
video
you.
of people literally waiting in line outside of the there's like stores where they sell this stuff for the Mormons. They're like waiting an hours long line just to get their fucking new underwear.
Someone in my
I'm not even
chat
kidding.
said you have to wear it when you enter the temple. So I guess some
So it's
religions
temple
you have
skivvies.
to be in a
Got it.
certain way to enter the temple. So
garb.
Like I said,
yeah.
it was
Yeah,
like I was
exactly.
saying, it's more ceremonial.
So Levi,
type
to
of-
answer what
Ceremonial garb. Okay.
So
All right. So
now that we got done with that,
Leviticus. Tell me more. Tell me more. You were saying something. I'm sorry to interrupt.
So
Go ahead.
I was letting Levi know what happened was. So because I came in talking about polygamy, but then I said something about like it was objectively true that Charlie Kirk was not saved by per capita. Fucking Emmett got pissy and started screaming about like, how do you know what truth is? Samantha joined in, and he was still trying to talk about his objective truth and what is truth, what is knowledge, and stuff like that. Basically, he ran away from the topic I wanted to talk about.
Right.
Samantha came in and dog walked him on truth and knowledge.
That's
Okay,
because
so
he had a
Mexican-
dog walk
it was
on
just
once,
Mexican
so
on Mexican
crazy.
violence.
So
Okay.
let's just say that we do think of the idea of polygamy. So what are we doing? Are we saying that a man can have 4 wives and then he gets a tax break for all 4 wives? Is that how
No,
it works? Are we going to have?
polygamy's
What are we
horrible.
doing? Like, how is it
The way
structured?
that it would be dependent, of course, on whatever family. You can have as many wives or husbands as you wish, as long as and if you are all like in a loving, happy relationship, then you can work on that. You can file taxes in the same way you do of like, hey, I'm married, so I'm file taxes as married. Like someone could be head of household. In polycules, they usually do have some form of a quote hierarchy, like / partnership type of thing. You know, switch out who's the head of the household for the month or whatever. Polycules can end up being very efficient, both in savings of funds and cleanliness of the house, especially if everyone's constantly in communication. And with polyamorous relationships, communication is one of the most key aspects. If you don't have that, you just have open relationships. And if you even have less communication than that, you're just cheating.
I mean,
And then let's just say,
polyamory is cheating to begin with. It's
yeah,
the
but-
most irresponsible. It's the most irresponsible cop out of way non-committal bullshit for young people.
Oh my God!
How many?
You just
how
agreed with
many-
Emmett.
How
Samantha,
many?
you just
it's
made
fine.
the Cooming
That's fine.
argument.
That's fine. How many? How many older, like long-term, stable polycules do you see?
That's a
Well,
great
because
question.
Exactly.
Because it's
no,
because
no,
it's
a polycule
hold on.
is not illegal. No, a polycule is not illegal. You fucking nitwit.
50% of marriages get divorced. So, like, how many stable two people marriages are stable?
Guess what? But do you know what's good about a 2-person divorce, right? Is if they have kids, the time of the kids is only split between the 2 people that he spent the most time with, right? Now, if you get 9 people in a polycule, hold on, like that's I'm in California, it's 50-50 split default.
It's split between those people and whoever they're dating at the time, right?
But they're still at the other house. Now the problem is, okay, they're still going to 2 places. Okay, 2 places.
2 destinations.
Now, the problem is you get a kid attached to 9 fucking people in a polycule living in a household, right? Are they going to split that kid 9 fucking ways and just fuck that kid's life up? Like, what's going to go on? Like, and not
if dad is parading a bunch of chicks, it's the same thing, right?
A 2021
if you marry someone, you don't automatically adopt their kids.
Actually, you do. You become a 2021 systematic meta-analysis of 24 different studies found that women in polygamous relationships and marriages had 2.25 times higher odds of depression than women in monogamous marriages, and children with polygamous parents had significantly worse overall psychological symptom scores. Another meta-analysis
those numbers again for me. Hold on, Samantha.
24 studies. 24 studies. It was a meta-analysis. I got a list here for you. I did this topic recently. I did this topic recently. Women in polygamous marriages and relationships had 2.25 times higher odds of depression than women in monogamous marriages, and children with polygamous parents had significantly worse overall psychological symptom scores. That's from
Were there outcomes for men, just out of curiosity?
No, this is women. The men are just being they're self-aggrandizing.
Men get to fuck. We don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
got it.
And I'll send you all these different studies as well. Another meta-analysis covering 13 studies and 3,166 women found worse mental health outcomes among women in polygamous marriages, including higher somatization, obsessive-compulsive symptoms, interpersonal sensitivity, depression, anxiety, hostility, phobic anxiety, paranoid ideation, psychoticism, and overall symptom severity. A systematic review on children and adolescents found more mental health problems, social problems, and lower academic achievement among children from polygamous families compared with monogamous families through every measure was worse. Yeah. A society-level argument from Joseph Heinrich and colleagues argue that normative monogamy reduces male competition, lowers pool of unmarried men, and is linked to lower crime, household conflict, child neglect, abuse, accidental death, and homicide. Their model shows that even relatively modest polygamy can create large group of men locked out of marriage markets. A 2020 Journal of Conflict Resolution study on rural Africa found support for the idea that polygamy creates excess men, and that young men from polygamous groups reported more inequality, frustration, and readiness to use violence. The human rights is also strong on this, right? The UN Human Rights Committee has said polygamy is incompatible with equal treatment in marriage, violates women's dignity, and should be abolished where it continues. Pew reports that only about 2% of the global population lives in polygamous households, and in most countries, the share is under 0.5%. In sub-Saharan Africa, it is about 11%, with higher rates in countries like Burkina Faso, Mali, and Nigeria. For polyamory, a 2022 review says at least 5% of North Americans are currently in some form of consensual non-monogamous relationship, and that relationship quality measures are often not very different from non-monogamous relationship. To be fair, there is no quantitative research on polyamorous parenting outcomes so far, even though qualitative research often reports negative experiences. A U.S. Census-based quota sample of 3,438 single adults found that 60.8% desired polyamory and 10.7% had engaged in it at some point, which supports the claim that this is societally relevant, and it's not just internet fringe noise in a trench coat. So, like, the child stability argument is massive. The resource dilution argument, I get it, right? But now you're taking that father's time, money, attention, inheritance, protection, and divided across more wives and children. It means competition between households, co-wives, and children. And it's a massive source of conflict. You have the fact that monogamous marriage creates clear
so he's talking about
custody, support, inheritance, medical authority,
polygamy,
next of kin status,
and not polyamory.
Polyamory puts adults in child-adjacent roles without enforceable
So I don't know. I feel like most polygamy is going to be crazy religious people, correct?
Okay.
Like,
polygamy often
I don't mean like,
male status
religious people are
inequality.
crazy.
Wealthy or high status men acquire multiple wives. Poor men marry late or never.
like
that
extreme
destabilizes
radical religious
society by
people.
increasing frustrated,
So,
disconnected men.
I don't know. I feel like
And
he admitted
since
that
direct
this
quantitative
study is about
child outcome data
polyamory. It's about
is
polygamy.
there,
So I'd be
society
interested
should
in
really be
the
cautious about
polyamory
treating
stats.
polyamorous households as equivalent public family institutions until long-term child outcomes are better studied.
Real quick, let me
And-
interject, Samantha.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I let you cook, but I just want to ask a question. What you were saying is that all of that evidence that you were quoting is based on Mormon marriages and or polygamy
No.
examples.
Mostly
no,
Muslim.
no.
No? Okay,
it's
where else do
Mormon.
we have polygamy?
It breaks down with Mormon, Muslim, and then hold on. There's
Okay, nope, fair enough. Well, real quick, it still seems to me like that is more of an aspersion against those communities than the act itself. So, in other words, it seems to me like you are more talking about the problems with the culture of Mormons and or Islam than you are with the culture of polygamy.
No, because
I'm
polygamy
sorry.
benefits
What?
men. Polygamy, as it is one man
So-
gets to marry many wives, right?
Why
So
can
that's
it not be
okay,
20
hold on.
wives? Why can it not be one wife and 20 men?
how many men are going to want to sit with that one girl getting railed out by 25
So-
dudes? Who wants to
so-
marry the bitch who's being
Many-
put out
many-
by the entire team of the Atlanta Falcons on a nightly basis?
If I may.
Yep, simple answer
Unless
to
they're a
that.
cuck.
Samantha, hold on, Razor. I promise I'm going to give it to you. The simple answer to that is people who are bisexual. So, in other words, if a man is interested in more than one man and the woman is interested in more than one man, then their interests are aligned, and therefore all of the
You didn't miss
that you are
anything.
outlining
You're good.
immediately become moot.
When you have
Yep,
that many
exactly.
partners, though, you're not building any real meaningful connections, right? When you have more than two or three? No, hold on. When you have more than
Not
two or
true.
three, how much actual quality time are you spending with them? And if you have kids, it's even less, right? So at that point in time, when you start getting 4, 5, 6, 7 fucking partners, and you have kids, guess what? Those other people, you're just getting fucking a quickie, and then it's over. Like, you're not spending any real meaningful time building a life together, building an institution and a legacy together. You're just fucking other people, being a degenerate fucking slut, and
My
ruining your
only-
fucking kids' mentality.
My only concern with this, and again, to be clear, I am in a happily monogamous relationship of decades. However, it seems to me like you are casting on them an interest in sexuality and or sexual gratification that does not acknowledge the need for emotional and or romantic support. So in other words, if I agree that there are probably some non-zero percentage men who are like, ooh, I just want to fuck everybody I possibly can. But there are absolutely some number of people who are in it for the support and or romantic
So here's the counter argument to that.
Go
So
ahead.
if you have a partner that can't provide emotional support or connection, guess what? You fucked up and married the wrong partner. Instead of just
Or
being
maybe-
a
or maybe
instead
you
of
just
instead
need
of being
more
a
than one
fucking
person
whore
to
about it,
fulfill that.
and that means that you need a fucking therapist and not a second person. You
A
need
whore
therapist.
means that I'm paying for it, first of all. Second of all, a slut means that
So,
I'm just
a slut.
fucking anybody I can. Yeah,
A
fair.
degenerate.
But a degenerate, I'll acknowledge that one. But the thing is, you're still overlooking the fact that not everybody has the same love language. And maybe you don't agree with the idea of love languages, right? But let's say my wife has more of a service-based, like she sees that she is supporting our love by washing the dishes or cooking the dinners. However, giving me a BJ when I want it does not equate to her as her love language. However, there is another
She
person
doesn't
who is going to
understand that
fulfill
lots of
need.
polyamorous
And
relationships,
simultaneously, my
it's
wife
not
might
just
not
one
be as
person
interested in
dating the
sex
two
as
other
I'm
people.
willing to
All
provide.
three of them
However,
are in a
there
relationship
is
together.
also
So
somebody
this
else
person
in our
has a special
who
relationship
is
with
willing
one
to
person,
give
and they
her
also have a
the
special
acts of
relationship with the
service
other
that
person,
she
and it goes the
seeks.
same
So
for
is
the
it
other
not
two
possible
people.
that
They
multiple
both,
people are
and
needed
sometimes they
in
do
order
things
to
all
fulfill a
together, and
meaningful
sometimes they take
relationship
turns
instead of just
with a
wanting to get our
different
fucking rocks
person in that relationship,
it's
and they
degenerate.
just
You married
they
the wrong
contribute
person.
to each other's
You
lives and
didn't
make it
fucking-
work.
You
This is
need
how
to find
I've seen
somebody who can
polyamorous
fulfill all of your
polyamorous
needs
relationships
exactly
work.
and perfectly.
It's not like
Or-
one person
or
dating two
you
people
learn to do the
separately.
human thing and
They're
fucking
all
compromise instead of
three
being a
in a
fucking slut.
triangle, like
God, I hate
dating
that
each
that's the
other.
right answer.
Man, no.
Yeah, so
It's really
No,
she's
no,
kind
go
of
ahead, Razor.
conflating.
You
that.
engage with that because I fucking agree.
All right, come on, Razor. This won't be the first time I mop the floor
Yeah.
with you either.
Let me hear it, Razor.
I don't remember ever actually having any kind of like.
Okay, no, let me rephrase.
Sorry.
Older Prime Kai's panels before I did the apparent digital lynching of him.
Yeah. We don't need to do previous. So again, Razor, what is the argument that supports the idea that instead of finding multiple significant others, I should have found a better significant other who fulfills all of my needs?
No one human is going to be able to cover absolutely everything. A lot of the time, when
And
it
then
comes
why would
to-
I not be willing to accept or acknowledge the compromise necessary in a relationship for me
Oh, you
to
can,
accept
if you
that
want to.
my okay.
You
So
can
some
if you
people are
want
not
to.
willing to accept compromise is basically your argument?
there is legitimately people who don't want to accept. They want what they want, and as long as they are not hurting other people, as long as they're not hurting others, they can have that mindset. If they hurt themselves with it, whatever, your choice, your world. If so, when it comes to like the idea behind polyamory or polygamy, having multiple different partners, you were kind of cooking there with the talking about like how different partners bring in different have different needs and different wants. The mixture of that family where it's like, hey, I take care of this for this I take care of these things. I take care. I'm sorry, I'm trying to word this correctly. It's nearly
It's all right.
It is mid.
No worries.
It's definitely the case that a polycule. God, I wanted to talk about more of the other.
To be clear,
the
you
whole
guys
thing.
keep using
Sorry.
that word, polycule. That is the term for a polygamous relationship, yeah?
Polyamorous.
Yes. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Polyamorous.
polyamorous. I keep using those words synonymously, and they are not. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That is
So
the
there was
term
a-
for a
there was a-
polyamorous
Alpha, cat boy, animal
So there
identifying,
was
non-binary, AFAB retards.
Sure.
So, I think you said my name like 5 times there.
He's talking about me.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sure. I apologize.
Do you want me to just go ahead and counter whatever you're going to say right now?
Ooh. No. Let them cook. Let them cook.
Fine.
Let them
He
cook.
said
and
go
then
for
you
it.
can. Yep.
No,
Many people don't add
hear-
another partner because their relationship is already stable, emotionally mature, and overflowing with secure attachment. They do it because something's fucking missing. They're hurting. It's boring, sexually mismatched, or unresolved. And instead of facing the brutal fucking question, right, like, are we actually compatible? You're outsourcing the tension to a third fucking person. It's like a fucking emotional debt consolidation scam, right? It's a different wrapper with the same debt, right? So polyamory can be a way to avoid the hard work of choosing well, committing deeply, compromising honestly, or ending a relationship that no longer works instead of resolving the core issue between two people. Some couples add another person and call it growth, but often it just multiplies unresolved problems across more different fucking hearts, right? So like even if people practice, I'm long-winded and you know this, okay?
Yep,
Even
let-
if some
let-
people
finish.
practice polyamory responsibly, the structure can attract or enable avoidance, right? It gives people a socially acceptable way not to make hard decisions. Don't break up, don't compromise, right? Don't confront incompatibility, just add another person, right? Okay, and like, so you're creating 5 different levels right here, okay? First is conflict avoidance, right? A couple has a sexual mismatch, emotional mismatch, or lifestyle mismatch. Instead of negotiating, grieving, sacrificing, or parting ways, they try to bolt on another relationship to cover the gap that can delay truth rather than to resolve it, right? You also have like this fucking problem with consumer dating logic, right? Polyamory turns intimacy into feature stacking. One partner for stability, one for sex, one for emotional intensity, one for fucking novelty, right? But family life usually requires integration, not endless customization, right? People are not apt
That
for fucking
happens
plugins.
though.
People are
Some
not apps.
people make
are
it
not,
work.
I'm on 2 out of 5. You can shut up.
You've been talking for 5 fucking minutes.
That's fine.
No.
Okay,
Let her
I'm
finish.
more
tying it up.
qualified
She's
on this
tying
than
it up.
most
Go
of you
ahead.
are.
Go ahead, Samantha.
People are not
Finish it
apps
up.
for fucking plugins, right? This is tiny dystopian buffet energy, okay? You also, the third one is it reduces pressure to mature. Monogamy forces a person to confront their limits. I cannot have everything I want without cost. That limitation can produce discipline, gratitude, loyalty, and compromise. Polyamory can sometimes weaken that pressure by saying you don't need to choose, just expand, right? Fourth, right? The children are absorbing the instability.
How many of these are there?
There's 5. I said that at the beginning. Okay, hun?
Yep. No, go ahead.
Adults
I just wanna
experience
make
multiple partners as freedom, exploration, and authenticity. Children are experiencing it as rotating adults, unclear roles, emotional triangulation, jealousy in the household, and uncertainty about who is permanent. Okay, and the fifth one is wrong fucking person denial. Sometimes the honest answer you need to cope with is we fucking choose poorly. But since that's painful and you have to fucking hold accountable for yourself, right? So instead of admitting the relationship is fundamentally mismatched, people try to preserve it by adding someone else. That can become a way of keeping a dying relationship on life support with fucking glitter tape. It's fucking retarded. So last to wrap it up, I think polyamory often functions less as an enlightened love and more as avoidance. Instead of asking whether two people are truly compatible, whether they need to fucking compromise, or whether they should fucking end the relationship, they just add fucking more people. But adding partners doesn't fix immaturity, doesn't fix fucking poor communication, sexual mismatch, selfishness, or bad partner selection. It just spreads those problems across more fucking people and fucks up the children that could be involved.
All right, so if you, I know you want, I know you got some thoughts there, Razor, and you as well, Ghosty. If you guys will please allow me to engage with this. So real quick, let's take this to a different category, right? So we would acknowledge that there are different groups and different societal pairings where we can acknowledge that someone is not able to fill all of our needs or requirements for success. And in those circumstances, let's say a business circumstance, let's say Kay is able to provide for me the things that I need. Let's say I have a business where I'm making, I don't know, widgets, and Kay is able to give me the materials for the widgets, but Razor is able to give me the actual like mechanical creation of those widgets. We can agree that sometimes there are situations where we need to find multiple different sources for the fulfillment of our needs, right? And while we do understand that there is some benefit to a nuclear family or a nuclear situation, we can also agree that sometimes the solution is to fill those needs in other ways. And as long as everybody involved is
She sounds personally hurt by some past polyamorous relationship, and I'm not even trying to do that "who hurt you" thing right now, but that's really how she's coming off, because she's putting all these really weird assumptions, and she's placing bad intent on all these people in polyamorous relationships, but I've seen it myself.
Multiple sources of input.
That's like. The reason why people get in polyamorous relationships is not solely what she's saying. I understand some people abuse polyamorous relationships to just like have more sex with other people or whatever because they don't want to be monogamous, and maybe some partner is talked into it because they don't want to lose that person. But that's not all polyamorous relationships. They see it as the three of them literally complete each other.
Maybe she doesn't give me as much loving as I want, so I find somebody else who does that, and also
they need all three of them in that relationship to complete each other.
So,
just like two people would see each other as completing each other. It's just this happens in three. It's not that crazy.
Families, right?
Yes.
So it requires integration, not customization, right? So like treating people like an app.
I would say they both are important, but go on.
I think you're reducing people to like an app with like a plugin, right? So like one person
or a fulfillment of a need within that relationship structure.
But
okay, because not every need should be met through a romantic or sexual partner, right? Right? Not every need should be met through a romantic or sexual partner. One person absolutely cannot meet every need, right? That part is true.
Agreed.
The solution does not have to be more lovers. It can be friends, family members, mentors, hobbies, faith, therapy, community, exercise, work, art, solitude, personal discipline, and emotional fucking maturity, right?
Sure.
A spouse should not be expected to be your fucking therapist, your best friend, sex machine, co-parent, business coach, spiritual guide, adventure buddy, and emotional support raccoon 24/7.
I agree. So you condone
every unmet need, turning
sexual fulfillment somewhere else.
But turning every unmet need into a new romantic connection can create a different problem, because now intimacy becomes a marketplace. So like where I could agree that one person cannot meet every need, but I disagree that unmet needs automatically justify adding more romantic or sexual partners. Some needs should be met through friendship, community, self-development, or compromise. Otherwise, we risk treating partners like
those needs, are romantic or sexual, how do you do that through friends?
If it's romantic or sexual, then you chose the wrong partner, and that's the hard question. The hard thing you have to do is pull the plug on something you don't want to do. Do the fucking hard thing. Okay. Otherwise, we're risking now treating partners like specialized service providers instead of building a committed fucking family unit. right? Adults can do this, right? Adults can consent to all kinds of things that are still unhealthy, unstable, exploitative, and bad long term, right? Two adults can consent to financial recklessness. They can consent to toxic drama. They can consent to a terrible business deal. It should not be forced or criminalized by default, right? But it doesn't mean it's automatically good. So everyone agreeing to the point where if it's consensual, then what's the problem, right? Everyone agreeing doesn't prove that there are no harms. It only proves that there's no obvious coercion at the start. But relationships change, jealousy changes things, power dynamics change things, children change things, breakups change things. A family structure should be judged not only by only by adult consent, but by stability, responsibility, and long-term outcomes.
I hate how good you are at this. Just so you know.
So, like my last line on this one. My
I
last
think
line
we
on
got
this
your
one,
point.
Hold on, Razor. Hold on, Razor. Let her finish. She
Hope and
said
seed.
this is her last thought.
Adults may agree to complex romantic structures, but children inherit the consequences, right? We're worried about the future and the future of society and the future of our children. So if you want to, if you think this is okay, you're just fine with fucking up your children because you want to be selfish. That's literally what it boils down to.
If we can prove that this
not
fucks
just
up the children.
The question, and there's a lot of data to back this up, and once it gets to marriages and like bigger actual family structures where kids are involved, not just a bunch of fucking 19-year-old fucking AFAB fucking non-binary losers in a fucking polycule.
Do you just want to talk to yourself? Like, should we even be here, or do you just want to have a conversation with yourself?
Be mad. I don't care.
I want to talk.
I want to hear her finish. Let her finish. I promise you both are going to get a chance.
It's not just whether adults feel fulfilled. The question is whether the structure gives children stability, clarity, permanence, and protection.
All right, fair
Okay,
enough.
now can I
To be clear, Samantha was engaging with my arguments there, so she was not just talking to herself. I am very interested in what you're going to say. What was that, Vigi?
I was making a joke. Don't worry about it.
Okay, no
I said,
worries.
at least
I
it was a
really
talk.
want to know what the fuzzy thing that you were just holding up was, Razor. But more importantly, and I've wanted to engage in this the entire night, Ghosty, is that a Caterpie behind you?
Yeah, it is.
Cheers. Just wanted to make sure. Love the Caterpie.
Thank
so
you.
what Pokemon are you holding up there? We've turned from polyamory to fucking Pokemon, but go ahead. What is it?
The Dark Lord Baphomet.
I love goats.
It's almost like a Pokemon. Yeah, no, I hate goats. They're fucking terrifying. All right, go ahead and engage with what Samantha said while I go fucking shake the dew off the lily, please. Because well said, and I understood what you were saying.
I more wanted to talk about, like, when it comes to polyamory, how right now it's currently being looked at through the lens of our very patriarchal system, and how yes, majority of the time it's just a man with a lot of different women. When most polycules nowadays, or that the ones that I would want to have in the future, or that people are talking about that we're wanting in the future, are a lot more quote unquote diverse. You know, with like multiple women, multiple men. They wish. There was something about like not being able to have enough time with enough time to engage with everyone equally. That can be absolute bullshit because family game nights are a thing. Hell, if I actually had a polycule that I wanted, fucking almost every Friday night would be Friday night commander pods.
You have to say polycule that you wanted. See, you're idealizing
that I wanted, that I do
commonly
want.
Exist.
It's something that I do want. Let me
within polycules.
It's something that I
because
do
it's not something
want.
people do.
No. It's because I legitimately can't right now. That's the thing. I can't right now. It's not like I know it's not
this isn't something that's common because that's not what
I know,
doing.
And I would be
because,
fine if it
because
was.
They're too busy doing other things.
Oh my god. Because one of the key aspects of relationships, and it's like one of the most it's like one of the biggest things that ends up breaking a lot of relationships is communication, and the lack of it shatters.
I thought it was infidelity,
including monogamous. Yeah, because there's no communication. With no communication, people end up with their own thoughts.
By not telling my spouse I want to fuck somebody else, I have lacked in the.
Well, they end up unsatisfied in the relationship, and it leads them to cheating.
Because they weren't. Yep. Nope. Fair enough.
Yeah,
good point.
Because you're not there's no emotional or intellectual connection at that point. You're just like it's just like, oh, we're together. We do the boom boom every once in a while.
If the
and that's
emotional connection and the communication wasn't there at that point, it wasn't there when you opened it up to become polyamorous to begin with.
The problem is you're
Get
thinking
fucked.
that the problem is that you're thinking that the communication isn't there when we decide to open it up. Me and my current partner, we're constantly communicating. We're constantly actually talking about the possibility of it. It's just a dive we don't wish to take right now because certain things are going on in life. Because certain things are going on in life that we would like to get more stable before we do that. Because unlike the weird image you have of me in your head, I'm actually a responsible damn adult. I like cat ears.
I don't assume that you're irresponsible because you wear fucking cat ears and are like a pseudo furry black dude on the internet. That doesn't scream irresponsible. It just means you're an adult with fuck you money.
I don't even have that. I'm poor as fuck.
No, but you choose to spend it on things that make you happy.
You choose spend it on fuck you things. How about that?
Yeah.
I know. Like this fucking thrift shop, $5.
Yeah, but does it make you happy?
Yes.
Okay, and you bought it at a thrift
why
shop?
the fuck can't I have
It was
that?
something that made you happy, and you bought it at a thrift store. Look at that. That's responsible shopping.
Yeah.
See, so don't make assumptions that I think you're irresponsible because you wear fucking glow in the dark fucking cat ears on your head. Stop it. That's weird.
I'm sure you.
I just think you're degenerate. Yeah, I don't think you're irresponsible. I think you're a fucking.
You're not
disgusting.
irresponsible. You're just a shitty human being.
No, that's not what degenerate means. I know.
I mean, you are putting bad intentions on people who want to get in polyamorous relationships.
Did I say bad intentions?
Well,
No,
yeah,
did I say
you're implying that you're implying
No.
hold on.
No.
You're implying
Bad
that they
intentions are bad outcomes.
shut up, Jesus. You're implying you are implying that they are getting into the relationship for irresponsible reasons that end up hurting other people in the relationship. What you're not understanding, there are some people who do that. There are some people who abuse polyamorous relationships where they really just want to fuck somebody else, and maybe the other person isn't really into it, but they do it anyways because they don't want to break up with that person. I understand that happens, but there are polyamorous relationships where the three people literally complete each other, where they have separate relationships with one another in the triangle, and then all three of them also have their own relationship with each other, and they make it work. Yeah.
But how often is that actually?
And
it doesn't
what
matter.
are the actual odds on that?
Yeah,
no, it does matter.
It doesn't matter. The frequency
One out of 10.
does not matter.
Hold on, everybody, because Levi has been sitting here very quiet. Let Levi say what they're going to say.
But I just want to correct something that she said because she obviously didn't listen to anything I said in my long-winded things, right? I never said that irresponsible reasons are bad intentions. Irresponsible reasons don't have to have bad or good intentions. They're just irresponsible.
No, but arguably degeneracy is bad intention.
No, being
degeneracy does imply it.
No, degeneracy just means you're doing degenerate shit. It doesn't mean that you intend to hurt or harm anybody.
How do you define degenerate then, please?
In the case that I'm using it, just being a fucking slut, of being a fucking whore bag.
And would you agree that those are negative outcomes? So you're implying that degeneracy means the decision to engage in bad outcomes.
I would agree that they typically end in bad outcomes, but I don't think that the reasonings that people end up doing degenerate shit has bad intentions.
All right, fair enough. Go ahead, Levi. What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
Like, I was just trying to say, is this like, all right, so let's just say you're saying, hey, there's three people and they're together and they're really happy and they're doing really good together and they complete each other. How many of those relationships actually function and how many of those have long-lasting, like, results? That's what I'm trying to
It's irrelevant because again, we can look at marriages and show that 50% of marriages end up in divorce, but it's not like we're arguing against marriage, right? Just because most relationships in general do not work out. Correct.
But at least the people in the marriage were able to acknowledge that the relationship wasn't working and decided to end the relationship and just instead of just adding another person.
When they realize it's not working, will end amicably.
Yeah, why can't that happen?
Yes, but the thing is, it happens in polycules more because you're rotating 10, 15, 25 degenerate blue-haired nose ring having disgusting.
Do you have
people
stats for that, Samantha?
Yeah, how many people do you have to date?
I'm just curious.
What's the typical number that people date before they end up in a marriage, right? Like most people have multiple failed relationships throughout their life, and that is normal. Just because relationships fail does not.
Or one at a time.
What's the difference?
Hey, I have a successful long-term relationship. Who wants to know my body count? It's less than 2 hands. It's less than
Oh my
1.5
god,
hands.
good for you. I like what
I have a
currently in a very
successful
successful
relationship.
relationship.
Mine
That's
is
my
more
body
than
count.
2 hands. So yeah, what does that mean?
I'm currently in a very successful relationship. That's my current body count, and I'm on the third one as we speak. She is my
Yeah,
third.
again, and this is not intended
That
as a
doesn't matter.
flex, except that it's true. Again, my wife and I have been together for 25 years. Well, 24 and a half.
That
We're
is a
coming up on
flex.
25.
That's totally a
But,
flex.
Congrats.
But that said, my body count is more than I would. My wife doesn't even have it, and has never asked, and I've never asked hers because ultimately,
Yeah.
what happened
Because it
before
doesn't
us is
matter.
irrelevant. Yeah, it doesn't matter. If anything, that was practice for me to be able to do what I do for her. Like, she doesn't stop and ask why I'm as good at the things that I do for her as I am. That's irrelevant.
How you
What
learn to do
matters-
that with your tongue?
What matters is the fact that we have found happiness together. And again, we met when I was 25 years old. I became sexually active when I was 18. That's 7 years of activity that she doesn't give a fuck about because she knows that she has had me for the next 25 years. And yes,
Are you
I
sure
understand
it
the
wasn't grooming?
Oh no, I do the fuck out of that too, for what it's worth.
So,
But that's how I know what I like. That's not how I know what she likes. So
And I actually have met very successful polycules that are still going to this day. They're currently running most events for the. They're running events via FetLife, different of different parties where anyone of different hedonistic or sexual stuff like that are able to go to nice sex parties.
Yeah, let me engage with that, Razor, because I actually do have
FetLife is
serious,
fun.
deep-seated questions about this. So
Yeah.
those long-term polycule relationships, how many changes in membership have happened over the course of their success? And can you call it success if there has been multiple changes in the actual participants?
There's one called, I think they're called the Panda Crew. I could be remembering
Jesus
the name
Christ,
right now. I
they
haven't
named
interacted
their
with them.
fucking group? That's weird to me. But go on.
They call them. It's like I said. They hold events. So a lot of the time, so the crew that they are.
They have a fucking event for their sexual group. That's
They have
weird
event.
as
They
fuck,
have.
man.
No. Hold on. No. You're not getting.
That sounds
no,
like
you're
some
not getting what
Wicca
I mean.
shit. That
No,
sounds
you're
like
not
some
getting what I mean.
pagans
Like,
getting
like I
ready
said,
together in the woods for fucking
sex
so
magic.
FetLife has the.
Yeah,
FetLife
sex
has this.
magic. You know what I'm talking about?
FetLife has a thing where you can host events, and the polycule will because a lot of the time because they are all successful people themselves individually who decide to be together in that long relationship. They have a nice big house that they will invite people that are on their RSVP list to come and come.
Weird to me.
where-
How is that
for big sex parties.
hold on. How is that different from fucking swingers? Like, honest
Oh
question.
no, that's part of it. That is part of it. Yeah,
They're
but
just-
no,
they're-
the
yeah, they're just all.
no, that's
cocks.
part of it.
It is all.
They're
cocks.
just
No, that
recruiting.
is
Okay, they're just recruiting.
No.
Is this
All I'm wondering
Destiny's
is-
house? Is this
No.
Destiny's house?
Hold
Right,
on,
right.
be nice. Go ahead,
I'm gonna
Razor.
tag him.
Explain
Hold on, I'm gonna
to me
message him.
how I'm missing. Explain to me, Razor, how this is different from swingers.
So with so swingers are definitely a thing, and I've gone to sex parties where I've actually interacted with swingers. They offered, I said no that night. I was purely
Those are
watch
fun.
that time. Yeah.
I'm not going to
but,
pretend like I have a clean fucking history. Go on. I understand the difference. What is the difference, though, between a polyamory group that is advertising for new members and having
No. Okay,
events?
that's where you're cutting it. That's where you're getting it wrong.
Okay,
that's where you're
I'm
getting
sorry,
it wrong.
that's what
They're
I
not
misunderstood.
advertising
Please
for new
explain.
members. They're not advertising for new members. They just are holding the parties so that the FetLife community that they have built can come and enjoy the time together with the community around. Possibly find partners for their own polycules and or partners for their monogamous relationships if they wish. Or if they just want to go out and have a fun time and be hedonistic, they can do that. But the polycule themselves stick to their
definitionally,
polycule.
if
at
they're
those
there,
parties.
they're not having a monogamous relationship. Definitionally.
No,
Just
they're
like-
there not interacting with any, not having to play with any of the other people, just within themselves.
They
It's
just host
that,
it
like,
for
the
other
polycules-
people.
They just
Oh,
host
that's
it.
weird.
Yeah. They just hosting.
I know a polyamorous relationship that has been together literally since they were in high school, and they now live with each other and have and they don't sleep with anyone outside
how
of
old
just
are
the
they?
3 of them. They're in their late 20s now.
Okay,
And-
so
and-
that won't last.
And
much
how's that
longer, okay.
structured? Now, how's that structured?
So
Male,
it's,
What do you mean by
female.
structure?
it's 1 female and 2 guys.
Okay, and then which one of
Gotcha.
the males get to impregnate her?
I don't know if
Why
they
does
I
that
don't know
matter?
if they
Guess
want to
that
have
first, bro.
kids.
Doesn't matter. No, it
Oh,
matters.
so-
If they
yeah.
decide to have children,
If they
as a
decide to have
polyamorous
children,
group,
they will have that
who decides-
conversation and figure it out.
Right.
Or
Yeah, it's up
both
to
men
them.
can have children with her. They can each have both men can have their
So
own
they just-
spawn
Yeah,
with
why
her.
can't they both do one?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they get one, and then the next one's the other one, and the next one's the other one, and then when
I mean,
sure,
they would
after they have
communicate and
children-
figure that out amongst
And
themselves.
so when
Yeah,
the divorce,
like I
when the
said,
divorce
like I
happens,
said,
when the divorce happens,
relationships-
they're
What
gonna
happens?
the brothers
What
or
happens?
sisters or the siblings are gonna be
The rela-
separated
like- no, like I
half the
said-
time,
as we
and then
stated-
just see each other at
No,
mom's.
hold on.
I mean, that
And
happens
as I
already,
sta- now,
Samantha.
as we stated,
Go ahead, Rachel.
as I stated earlier, communication is like one of the key aspects of polyamorous
Yeah, but
relationships.
you guys are ignoring. No, you're ignoring them going to school, and then they have to explain that, right, to their.
So
And then
the
they're gonna have
fuck?
a kid- and then
What?
they're gonna have the
No,
kid,
it
You
and
want to
then
know?
the girl.
You want to know what the
No, no,
problem was? Hold on. You want
Let's
to know
just
the problem with
ignore
that is?
society,
You want to know what the problem
right?
is? Hold on. Do you want to know what the problem with that is?
Go ahead.
People's
People
judgment.
with your mindset.
Yep.
People's judgment.
No,
People
no,
who hate
Okay,
the
so
idea
You guys are
of
making it a
family
problem
that
for
isn't
them.
made
Okay,
nuclear.
let me flip that argument. Then the problem isn't white people saying the N-word; it's how you react to white people saying the
That's
N-word.
not
Right.
No,
that
it
is
is.
not-
It
Wait,
is. It's society.
no,
it's
that's-
society's
Explain
perception of them.
explain that connection.
Yeah, that's
please.
not an agam.
Right.
a
So
non-agam.
you're no, because you're talking about demonizing something people
Explain how
finds
that
bad,
is.
right? Wait. You're talking about someone.
Yeah, let
so
her
say
explain.
you have
You're
a
the
stance that-
society.
hold on, shut the fuck up
Hold
for a
on,
second,
Razor. Let her explain.
So like
Sorry.
you have a perception that white people saying the N-word is bad, probably, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, that's your moral standpoint.
yes.
My moral standpoint is that polyamory is bad. Okay. So
Okay.
like what's it? We both have a subjective thing that we think is bad within society.
Morals are
right?
subjective,
These are
yes.
different. People have different stances. Okay. There is no difference in your stance, right? I believe that like polyamory harms. Actually, I don't believe it. It's studied. Polyamory and polygamy harms children and harms women, and there's statistics and studies that backs this up, right? And you believe
Now, hold on, is that
a white
because of
person,
the-
you
is that
believe
because of the-
you
Let her
believe
finish.
that white people saying the M
She'll
word
get there.
somehow harms society, or black people's fifis.
I would say arguably harms society. Okay,
But-
Razor.
But
Go ahead
should
and
we?
engage with that.
But I'm just wondering.
So the thing I have to
Hold on,
Like,
Levi. I'll
I'm-
let you go
I'm-
next, but
okay.
I told Razor to hold on. Let Samantha finish.
Yeah.
You'll go next.
I need to be sure that we're on the same page here. So you're asking me how does
Why is it that your racial proclivities
Mhm.
are subjective, but your sexual proclivities are not?
I never said they were. They weren't. Like obviously,
By
everyone can have their
saying
viewpoints on it.
by saying it's society's problem that their judgmental statements about this, that is saying that your sexuality. and
This
sexual
weird,
proclivities are objective.
weird Puritan, like the weird puritanical fucking stances on sex.
Like weird
Samantha
weird
is saying the
puritanical
same
stances
thing
on
about
speech.
Samantha is saying the same thing about speech. Samantha is implying
Yeah, and
that
I'm and you have to.
beliefs about sexuality are also the same whenever it comes to ethnicity.
These are both
Which
immutable characteristics, right?
Yeah, so we're mad
Is
at
your
the people
sexuality?
who are judging people for being a way that they are. Those are two.
So then,
So the people judging
Okay.
black people and then calling them the N-word is equivalent
no,
to
you're
people.
judging them for being racist. Maybe they're just inherently racist.
This is just the
You
tolerance.
need,
Then we
you
get-
need,
then
you
we-
need
then we
the
get- then we
racist
get into
person in
which-
order to be mad at the racist person. So without the
Which
racist
which
person, you can't be
morality
mad
trumps
at
which
them.
morality? Yeah,
Exactly.
fair
So
enough.
this is just
Subjective
the
morality.
tolerance paradox.
Oh,
What
yeah,
you're doing now is
exactly.
a tolerance.
Ooh, tolerance. But can you be tolerant of intolerance? Hold on. I want to let Levi speak. Levi's being patient. Levi, what were you going to say, sir?
So what I was just trying to. All right. So we're sitting here and we're saying that, you guys are killing me on this one. All right. So what it
It's
comes really
killing
down
me
to it
too.
is like, all right, we're gonna do polyamory, and then all of society has to accept this, whether you like it or not. Even though the majority of society has been male and female only, that has been the majority of this time, and now you guys are like, we're gonna flip the script, and it's very confusing. And then you're like, no, what? No, all of those kids and what they think about your kid is wrong. but but even though their parents are teaching them, no, it is wrong, but you're saying, no, it's right. So you're saying that your one kid or your two kid versus the other 30 kids have to change everything around them to adjust to your two kids because they're from two different dads. You know, like, and then
dude, like fucking.
I'm just being real.
I've always wanted to live on a farm, build myself a straw man, fucking live with it, and maybe knock it down every once in a while. You're living the dream right now. What the fuck?
But
Hold on.
you just
Are you saying that you do not agree?
more.
Are you saying, Razor, that you do not agree with the framework that Leviticus is proposing?
Of course I disagree with that fucking framework.
Explain why, please. Yep.
Because it doesn't affect them.
No.
Good call, Fizzy. Explain
It's
it why.
the reason why that framework is not my stance is that I'm not saying that it has to be forced upon people that they have to then do polyamory. We're just saying, hey, stop being a dick to people just because they're not following your little box.
No, but you're saying, no, you have to accept what I think. Even though
stop being
the rest
a
of us.
dick. We're saying stop being a dick.
You don't even have to accept it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Have to accept it. Just stop being a dick.
It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
No, it's not about being a dick. And we have to understand,
Don't be a dick.
Society is built on people being dicks to each other and saying, stop, do that. Right?
So you're raising your
Do you
little
agree on
kids to be a dick to other kids because their family lives a different way than you.
Wait,
you think that's good parenting?
We stop people from doing things when it infringes on other people's rights, right? Where you're saying that something that doesn't infringe on your rights, you want to stop because of your fifis.
Because it makes your fifis hurt, yeah.
But there's one other thing I want to say really quick. A long time ago, Samantha said, compared it to outsourcing, like polygamy to outsourcing, and I really wanted to call the guy in the relationship the middleman, and that.
Fair.
So to counter the thing with the societal pushback, sure, right?
I gotta pee.
Sure. The stigma making it, like, it may make it harder, right? But stigma is not the whole issue, obviously, right? The children who you're not thinking about because you're thinking about yourself and your needs. Hold on, stop, shut up for a minute.
Let her finish.
Children still have to deal with household complexity, changing adult roles and revolving door relationships, breakups, jealousy, unclear authority, right? Because the new mom, the new dad, this one's here now, oh, where's the one I was with for 7 years? All this, right? And questions about who is permanent in their life. Okay, a child having people always leaving because of mom and dad having to have 25 fucking people to fuck and have a relationship with because they can't fucking solve their own issues. And blaming society does not erase the child's lived burden, okay? So even if society became more accepting tomorrow, children would still need stability, clarity, and permanence. A child should not have to become the public relations department for their parents' fucking romantic choices.
Samantha, is your entire argument against polygamy and or polyamory children? So in other words, for family, if it is it is a child-free relationship, are you then in support of polyamory and or polygamy?
No, because then it promotes this degenerated people that are looking to build families, and then it just like I wouldn't promote smoking to people that smoke that aren't sharing it with their household, right? But I don't want people smoking because it's still secondhand fucking everybody else. Right. So the consequences of what we allow, societally have other effects downstream of other people getting into these things and not being able to do it in the same manner, right? So like if we allow blatant racism, you're like, yeah, freedom is, yeah, just go ahead and do this, right? Then people start thinking it's allowable. This is okay. Look, they're on their soapbox doing this and nobody's doing anything to stop it. Then other people are like, hey, you know what? I don't like fucking Somalis. I'm gonna get my soapbox, and then then people watch that and you know what? I don't like these dirty fucking Mexicans, right? They're gonna get a soapbox. I don't like these fucking Filipinos. They're gonna get a soapbox. Now it's become widely acceptable and become a bigger problem to other people because of what they're seeing behavior-wise being tolerated and accepted.
Samantha, when we say this conversation, how much of this is coming from your personal experience?
Hold on, Vinci.
A lot,
yeah,
which is why I don't do this whole relationship bullshit anymore. And
I promise you,
fucking disgusting.
Lethy, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was giving Ghosty props for a mic, but what I was saying is like the whole.
Yeah, I was gonna say the mic is dope, right?
Holistically, you want stability for children because that is where children thrive. The most stable environment they can receive is probably going to be
We
the
all
best.
agree, help the kids. Yes.
No,
This is where we
What's
agree.
best for the
But
kids,
the
yes.
idea that people are going to have a revolving door can happen in a monogamous relationship.
100%,
Any
yes.
relationship can end up creating vast amounts of instability.
Can.
So
It can.
to-
The point
Here, hold on,
is,
here, hold
and
on, hold on,
what
hold
the
on,
data
hold on.
shows, is that
I've
it
got-
happens more often.
Here, hold
and
on.
We're gonna
I
get
got
you,
this shit.
Ranger. Yep. Nope. So Lethe was asking Samantha a question. Let her answer, and then you're next, Samantha, and then you're Vigi. Or, I'm sorry. Then you're next. Then you're next, Ranger.
Then you're Vigi.
Yeah. Razor, go ahead. Or I'm sorry. Fuck me.
Samantha,
I'm
please
drunk
continue.
and sleepy. Samantha, please finish answering what Lethe was saying.
Okay, so Lethe, I'm not saying it doesn't happen in monogamous relationships. The studies don't say that it's not happening in monogamous relationships, but we can acknowledge that, say, everybody can get cancer, right? Inherently, you can just be born with a predisposition to develop cancer. Yes.
I hate you.
But if you
Weird,
smoke,
but yes, go on.
If you smoke or do
It
certain
increases
things,
the likelihood,
you increase
yes.
your likelihood of cancer, right? So
Sure.
what the studies show is that polyamorous relationships, polygamous relationships, have
Increases
more,
the likelihood of negative outcomes.
It increases the likelihood of this revolving door parent, the instability and the insecurity for the children.
I go back to the polygamy versus polyamory. Polygamy and or a marriage like actual contract increases the likelihood of like long-term relationships. So
but
that
also
was what the
long-term
question
abuse
was asking.
in these styles of relationship because
If
the way
it is an
those-
abusive relationship, yes, it does lock in the relationship.
the studies that are done on polygamous marriages just show that there's inherent like massive unhappiness,
I clocked
unfairness,
that she was
power
projecting.
imbalance and dynamic.
It was very
that
clear
just
she was
tends to come
making
off as
an
abusive.
emotional argument.
And I would
Would you say that's
based on
also
her experience. At least it was to me.
But would you say that's also common in Muslim countries?
Here,
Because most of the data was from Muslim countries.
Most of the data,
right?
it was split between American
We're gonna
and
get to your
British
sword, don't
and
worry,
fucking
Razor.
Muslim. It's a common theme across the board in white Utah Mormon town and in fucking Islam Buddha jihadi Johnny fucking Durka.
All right, so Razor is wanting to talk about his sword. Go ahead. What is
No,
what
no,
is
I'm not
it
wanting to
about
talk
your
about my
sword, and why is
I not
it?
want to talk about my sword. No, not want to talk about my
Oh,
sword.
okay. You
I'm
kept
off-
holding it up
I
like
am
it was
off-
for seppuku or something. So
No,
let's
no,
go. Come on.
I'm-
What were you
no,
gonna say?
Fine, I'll get my AR.
No, hold on. I am
Oh,
offering.
I have that.
I am,
It's just in the other
no,
room.
right
Go
here.
ahead.
We have one
I am
too.
offering it up. So I am offering it up to the people who keep fucking building straw men so they can go ahead and strike them down. What the fuck are we
see,
doing?
Okay.
Hey, what's
I
up,
didn't
man?
understand the joke. So, all right, real
Like,
quick,
why
hold on.
the fuck I keep hearing shit that's not my arguments and
Nope,
being told that that's my
well,
argument.
because
Make your
Samantha
argument,
is making-
Razor.
Samantha is making generalized arguments. Is the reason? So
I'm arguing against poly.
Yeah, polyamory in general. So, what were you going to say, Ghosty? I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't have
You
anything to
finished
say.
your drink?
I'm good.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Big old cup.
So
I don't care about
guys,
these. I don't
because
care.
the-
Like I don't care to argue about these. Oh, but 0.02% of poly relationships, this, that, and the
Like,
other.
it
Fucking, I don't
doesn't
care
matter
about
in
these
this
like exceptions. Exceptions happen all over the place. I don't give a fuck for
Okay,
making regulations
Yeah,
based off
we're
of
not
an
looking for an
exception.
exception to a rule.
We want to do the
We're
rule.
looking for the generalization.
Samantha,
True story.
how do you feel about multi-generational households?
Ooh, good question.
That's not polyamory, but like multi-generational
No, but
households.
do you think that's beneficial?
It can be. I wouldn't say that modern multi-generational households are doing it like the same way we used to, because modern multi-generational households are kind of forced into this situation because of the current economic
Financial
status.
yeah, financial.
Whereas like back in Mexico, like the house that is there with my family is like a fucking mansion, and it can house fucking a good 27 people in separate fucking rooms, not stacking 27 into a fucking garage on bunk beds because there's no other option for the family that came here. It's different.
You don't think that's how it was for most of human experience, though? Like, it's not like they
no,
were living
because-
together because they
because,
had so much money and
no.
it was fun. They were living together because that's
No,
They needed to survive.
Yeah, there wasn't even enough housing.
Actually, it depends, right? So, my baby's mama family, she's from smaller villages in France, right? They have a big house, and it usually goes, cool, one of the kids get married, they get the main house. Then the parents go into the smaller section of the house. Like their kids, they keep rotating, and as they die and the family moves on, these houses just swap down the line. Same thing happens with my family in Mexico. That's how it goes. The family just, instead of having just one or two of the kids get the main house with their spouses, right? They end up just building onto the fucking house till it's this giant fucking like damn near compound. But nobody's fucking everybody else's fucking wives or husband, and it's not some polyamorous thing. And it's all a giant family unit with stability and a clear line of authority and hierarchy and consistency. And it's not a revolving door of people that like daddy just wants to fuck because he can't acknowledge that he picked the wrong fucking partner, or a bunch of people that just want to add on instead of having a conversation to compromise or make hard value judgments with their fucking partner and move on to something better. Instead of doing that, they just keep adding people on, treating them as commodities instead of fucking people. And it's disgusting.
I would actually agree with some of that. Hold on, Razor, because there is something I need to parse with you, Samantha, and we are off stream right now. So that said, I don't actually know you. This is only the second time I've interacted with you. Okay, cheers.
Just so people know.
Well, I will try. Yep, no, I appreciate that, and I will keep this as TOS as I can. Because, Samantha, I'm doing my best to understand who you are as a human being. You have made a couple of contradictory references now, and I refer to you, my understanding of you is that you identify as a woman. But you have also made comments about yourself as, like, daddy, I think, and or made references that were sort of conflicting with the way that you have presented yourself to me. So if this is how you identify, that's fine. But on the same token, if that identification is performative, that is fine as well. I
think you misunderstood the daddy reference.
Okay.
That's why
I'm sorry.
laughed.
Please explain. Yes, please explain.
My wife calls me daddy, but it's not like the gender role. It's a sexual role.
The sexual thing.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay, fantastic. Again, like I said, I'm
she
just trying
uses
to make
that
sure I
term for
understand
me
that I'm using the
24/7,
terminologies correctly.
so I don't
Yeah,
always have the
Razor.
ability to separate it from my brain. So half the time I refer to myself as daddy, not consciously, just because that's
sure.
the only thing she calls me.
Fantastic. So once again, you do identify as a woman, and as such, I'm going to continue referring to you as such. Like
Well, I
I said,
identify as a fucking problem. That's for goddamn sure.
Cheers to that. But I just wanted to make sure I understood who you were as a human being, and that I was making sure to acknowledge you as you perceive yourself. So
Yes,
that was
What are your pronouns, Samantha?
I am.
What are your pronouns?
I know somebody's streaming. I'm not doing that one again. Fanatic already yelled at me.
Yeah, again, I'm not trying to fucking cause drama. This was an honest.
I was
truthful
joking. I swear to God, I was joking.
No.
Samantha knows me. I was joking.
Cool. Again, moving on. Like I said, I didn't want to linger there. I just wanted to make sure I understood what was happening there correctly.
No worries. Go ahead, Razor. Yell at me.
Yeah,
What, your
Razor,
pronouns are
yeah,
normal?
jump in there.
Your pronouns are normal.
Yes.
No, her
I'm
pronouns
not-
are go fuck yourself. Go on. What were you gonna say?
Yes.
So, it was in response to the when it came to the comparison to multi-generational homes and possible polyamorous homes that might have kids. How are you why are you so sure that it will be a constant revolving door, and it's not that they're all secure in their relationship and the kid actually now has basically 5?
I never said it was all. I never said it was all.
Yeah.
Remember my comparison when I said, remember when I made a comparison of, hey, you can be born with a predisposition to have cancer, but if you smoke or do other certain things, your likelihood of getting cancer is going to happen at a much higher rate.
That, right?
Okay, so what I'm saying is in monogamous relationships, yes, you can have just the same. You can have the same amount of instability in monogamous relationships, sure. But what I'm saying is that in polyamorous relationships, the data shows that there is a higher rate and a higher likelihood of revolving partners, just the way polyamorous relationships work.
Just out of curiosity, Samantha, do you believe that people should not be allowed to choose to smoke if they want to?
No, I'm pretty authoritarian.
Okay, fair. As long as you're consistent, that's
I'm
all
gonna
I
smoke to that.
Hey, do you know who counterpoints is, Horseradish?
I have heard of the person. There's a possibility they might start participating in the DMZ. Castle.
If you want him to,
introduced
just
me,
let me
but-
know. He was my ex co-host for like 3 years of the podcast.
Very, very cool.
Me and him work with Destiny. My stances and his align pretty closely. Civic nationalist, and I don't mind being authoritarian. So I'm a
He's a
tranny.
traitor, and he's been
that's more
excised from DGG.
right wing. Yeah, has not been excised from DGG. He is still there. Him, and Destiny are in a group chat right now,
DGG,
yelling at each other.
I know that. That's Destiny's gaming group. I
Destiny's
just
a
learned
girl's
that
name.
literally today.
Destiny is a girl's name.
That's irrelevant.
Black
That's still what
He's,
DGG stands for.
he's
right?
also a degenerate little cuck, but whatever.
Is that also what DGG stands for? You don't
Yes.
understand. So Samantha,
Yes.
just so you know,
Yes.
I have for the most part tried to tend to my own fucking knitting when it comes to the streaming thing. I have done what I'm doing, and I have not really paid attention to who else does what they're doing. So I literally just found out who Andrew Wilson was just a couple of months ago, and Destiny.
He's a good
yeah,
friend of
I
mine.
knew- yeah, fantastic. Again, these things like. I am so not like what do you call it, celebrity glamored. Like I don't care who people are. I care who people are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
yeah,
with
yeah.
that said, yeah, okay, cool. So with that said, I'm super excited that I know what DGG is because I just found out today. So that's the only reason I brought it up. Yeah, I literally just found out what that means today. So a DGGer.
Shut the fuck up. Stop it, Levy. Stop it.
I couldn't help myself.
Yeah,
You know what? No.
Discords.
I do want to acknowledge, Levi, you have been in my community for almost 4 fucking years now. This is the first time I've ever heard your voice. That is super cool to me. And I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm super excited. And the whiskey is telling me to speak it. I really am excited that I actually get to hear you speak for the first time. Everybody in my chat is a fucking bot until I hear your voice. I assume you are just a family member of mine who is trying to make me feel better about talking to my reflection. And so whenever I actually get to hear you talk, I'm like, wow, you're a real human being. And so welcome to the fucking community officially. So
To be fair, some people are still bots.
yeah, well, that's fair too. Hey, I know that face. That's the dude who chews on the air when he talks. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be mean. That was not mean. That was mean. That was mean. Stop being mean, Radish.
Don't stop. I need a little bit.
No.
There we go.
No,
There we go,
God
Levy.
damn it!
I'll bring
I'm
that back.
trying to be a better person, Leafy. My wife demands it of me. But unfortunately, the Bushmills sometimes contradicts her requests. So,
But yeah,
Andrew
also,
Tate.
but I also have this. I also have like kind of a
Andrew
I have
Tate,
somewhat of
Andrew
a-
Wilson have the same first name. Maybe a coincidence, maybe not. I don't
Literally
know.
trying
I have
like you see what that said.
Trandrew, yeah, Trandrew. So there is something with like the arguments that I've been hearing that I won't say upset me so much as it's confusing as to why. Like I understand like wanting to be sure that kids are taken care of. Why do you think
Kids
that
should always
kids
come
have
first,
to be a thing
period.
in relationships?
I don't
should
say
we
they
agree
have
with-
to. I'm not saying that they have to, but in most relationships, right, where people have sex, babies happen. Yeah.
Well, any
You know, if they don't
heterosexual
use
relationships,
if they don't
babies
use
happen.
the correct protection.
Okay. Most relationships end up wanting to have children.
Two women can rub together as much as they want. They're not gonna
It's
make
only like the zoomers and below, like, and now we're getting to the alpha, right, who is like the first generation
Hard
to
disagree.
be actually dumber than the generations before them, less intelligent, less literate, less everything, right? That we're seeing a trend in like antinatalism.
Well,
I
that's
need to
that's
hear
a
from
mixture.
Leafy.
That's a large
I
mixture.
need to hear
of-
from Leafy how 2 women rubbing against each other can make a baby.
They birthed a baby of support.
See,
as you were
the-
doing, go
but
ahead.
as I was
Sorry.
saying, but fuck, I lost it. What was the last thing I was saying? Fuck
I
me.
made
But anyway,
you
yeah,
lose it. It's cool.
it was the babies. So a majority of relationships, people tend to
Uh-huh.
want to have babies.
Yeah, yeah, you're not entirely wrong. Oh yeah, you were saying about like how the current generation is natal. That's a that's a mixture of both economic and climate issues that are currently happening that are all
mostly
coming together.
economic, mostly commie crybabies, but yeah.
No, that's
people
nonsense.
and people
No.
seeing how the world is more dangerous, everything's going on.
The poorest countries have the most kids. You can't state that. That's
True.
just nonsense.
Unironically, yeah.
That I
also
American
true within
culture is
America.
different.
The poorest communities in America also have the most babies because they have nothing else to do but fuck.
Because we are Mexican and Filipino, and that's just what we do. Okay, the Catholic immigrants that are brown just fuck like rabbits. That's
Even
why
the
me
poor
and my
white
wife
folks
have
look
to
at
be-
the Appalachians. Look at the Appalachians, Samantha. Even the poor white folk like to bump
Oh,
uglies.
trust me, there's nothing I
And
watch
keep in
more than the
mind-
white birth rate go down. Okay.
No,
Trying to
and
run
keep
this
in mind. Keep in mind, I'm stating I'm stating what the common reasoning is that's been given. Like a lot of the time, they'll say, "I can't bring a kid into this
No.
world because look at what's happening." Like that.
No.
That's usually the reasoning,
No,
at least in America.
No,
Like,
it's nonsense. No, it's absolute nonsense. It's usually because
That's
they want
what's
to be
being
selfish.
stated.
No. They can state whatever they want to. It's about materialism. I want to go on a cruise ship. I want to go do
No,
this.
no,
I want to go in
Levi.
this part of my life.
Who the
No,
fuck
no,
goes
it's
on
normally
cruises?
poor
Like
people.
what?
No. They want.
I
to
love
go-
the Honda
I wanna
Virus.
drive this new
Why would you
vehicle.
want to
Fucking love.
No. You're trying to say, hey, the material possessions that they want instead of versus wanting having kids. That's the difference.
Most people
We're
can't
talking
even
about
afford a
the-
house.
No.
You're talking about
Wait,
fucking
wait,
cruise
the assump-
ships. Most people
the
can't even
assumption
afford
is-
that.
That the
And to
people
be
that
to
are
be
having,
fair, go ahead, Lethe. Sorry.
the people that are having this mass amount of children want to have that amount of children versus having reasonable education on birth control or feeling that their religion or their government is
Demands
allowing
it.
them to have birth control.
Doesn't allow, demands it. So yeah, I think that what Ghosty was saying there is pretty valid though, Levi, which is to say that yes, I understand most people are like, ooh, selfish needs. I want to be able to have more money in my pocket. However, really what it relates to is fuck me, I can't afford to have a kid. I cannot bring a child into this world knowing that I'm not sure I can feed myself and my spouse, let alone a third or fourth or fifth party. So I think that it's not fair to say that it's because we want fucking cruises so much as it is I don't think that I can afford the fucking life that a child requires.
And keep
So,
in
like,
mind,
there's-
this
so
is my
there's,
issue with what.
So
okay.
hold on. The
I'll shut up as soon
51%
as
of
I finish
adults.
this. It's a
51%
very
of
tiny
adults.
thing I want to
Hold
say.
on, Samantha. Lethe
Lethe.
started first. You can go.
Little
You can go
tiny
next,
thing I
Samantha. I
wanna
promise.
say.
Let Lethe go. He's gonna be
Is
quick.
that usually the
He always
conservative
is.
response
Giggity.
is that I want people to have kids because of what X and Y, but it's not about the quality of life of the kid once they are born. I'm done.
All right,
Okay,
what were you
so
gonna say,
Leafy
Samantha?
trying to jump to the front just like a Rosa Parks moment. Sit the fuck back down. Okay?
Hey,
All right.
hey!
What?
I allow him to be on the front of my fucking bus. Go on,
Listen,
Samantha.
I'm gonna make that joke to Leafy at least once a month.
I understand.
Anyway,
That's fine.
so
Especially in
51% of
February.
adults.
And I'm still going to defend his fucking seat.
During Black History Month. Okay, 51%
No,
of
every
adults
month
age
of the year.
1839 state that the reason, right, is
But I do want to Polish History Month. Go on.
they want to focus on other things, right? This was a Pew poll, also found adults
Good
without children
January.
often say it was made it easier to afford things, save for the future, and have time for hobbies. So a majority of adults that have the anti-natalist position wants
Self-interest.
freedom, career, money, interest, and less stress.
What age was that
They're less
again?
Selfish, right?
18 to what?
18 to 39.
To 39?
The breeding age. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Zoomers and below, right? So, like, for the anti-natalist arguments, the world too messed up to bring kids in it. Like, sorry, honey, but the world has always had danger, injustices, uncertainty. The question is not
Hey,
whether
wait a
life
second.
contains suffering; it's whether life can still be meaningful, loving, beautiful, and worth living despite suffering. Right? The whole climate change bullshit. Right? Sure, climate concern is valid, but turning that into good people should stop having children is a dead-end solution. The answer to environmental crisis is better technology, policy, energy systems, conservation and conversation about it, right? Consumption
Well, that
habits,
is true.
not
That's
surrendering the future to whoever cares least, right? Yeah, I can't afford kids. That's just sure, like you might have.
You
a
don't think
strong argument
population
for fixing-
sustainability is relevant in that?
It's very relevant, right?
Okay, cool.
Just to point something out, that includes millennials as well. By the way, the oldest Gen Z are 29. I know because I am the first year of Gen Z.
Okay, good.
Also-
flex.
I'm the last
year of
Saying-
millennials,
Samantha,
apparently.
you didn't really contend with what I said.
I'd be curious
Samantha,
to
is
see
it-
like the difference between 18 to say like 25-year-olds to 25 to
25 to 29
to 39-year-olds to see what reasons they
That is a
list.
pretty wide.
Yeah,
fucking-
exactly.
with
That's
pretty
why I
wide
asked the
window.
age range, because it's like, of course, there's going to be a bunch of different reasons for why people don't want kids in between the entire age range they can procreate.
Yeah, I would think more people want to be reasonably stable if they have kids. And the people that are poor that are having far more kids is just literally because of religion or the state, which is still.
I feel like
running
I feel like we need to
more than-
engage. I feel like we need to engage with the fucking Mike Judge movie, and acknowledge the fact that we have reached a
Idiocracy?
point where we have reached the point where the more and most intelligent and successful parts of our society have decided to abstain from childbearing, and the people who are least prepared and or you know, like credible for it are the ones who are fucking like rabbits and making as many offspring as they can.
I have the data now for
ages
ages 16. For ages 16.
Before you do this, Samantha,
I want to hear it, Samantha. Yeah,
swear to God.
let Lead us.
Shut the fuck up, Leafy.
No.
It's just a really
let
quick
Leafy
question.
speak.
It's
It's
not
going to be
a
a quick
huge
one.
question.
Darky.
It's going to help
Have you
your
ever-
conversation.
Yes, I'm not that dark.
I know, Mongolian.
Wow. Okay, go on,
Horseradish.
Leafy.
Have
Yes.
you ever heard of the concept of gods and clods?
No, I have not.
Gods and pods.
So
Give me the
gods
TLDR.
need clod. The gods need clods. You need poor people to reproduce more to produce for the
Because
gods.
they're more persuadable and because they're less intelligent. I got it. Okay, Samantha, what were you going to say?
Done.
All right, so the closest they don't have 18 to 25, but I do have 16 to 29 for the
Okay.
studies.
Good enough.
So reason number one was I can't afford kids. Reason number two, the world is too unstable.
Reasonable.
Reason number three, climate change makes having kids wrong. That's fucking
Weird
gay.
but reasonable. Yeah. But
Four, I want freedom, identity, career, and experience, and that is 57% of there.
Wait.
Wait, how can it be 57% if that's fourth down on the
57%.
list?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly.
No, it's
Well, 'cause they go to least
no,
and
it's
more.
This isn't a hierarchy. It's just a list.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Samantha.
Let's go for
What
at
was
least
the
some more.
57%.
it's just a list. So okay,
Yeah.
so the
So 50%
actually 15. Okay, hold on.
Someone could say three
So-
things, three reasons.
I just want to hear you.
36. Yeah. Okay. So it's going up. Yeah. Number one, the I can't afford kids is 36%. The world is too unstable is 38%. Climate change makes having kids wrong is 39%. And then 57% for the I want freedom, identity, career, and experience. And this one's fucking. Oh, this is fucking gay. I hate
There's
this
a lot
one.
of
This one's
overlap.
Hold on.
You're way over 100, by the way.
Hold on.
You can
Here-
have multiple. You can have multiple
It's-
answers. Is my
It's
assumption.
different answer. It's not the main answer.
What-
These were
what
their
makes it
common
scissor?
answers.
What
right?
makes the last
Okay.
answer scissor?
Hold on. This
Go
one
ahead,
fucking
Samantha,
hurts me. This is the gayest shit ever. I don't want to pass on trauma, mental illness, or dysfunction.
Okay,
That's actually a
And-
very
Wait.
respectful
No.
reason.
Hold on, Samantha. Would
There's
you
two
tell me
more
why
really
that
gay
one's-
ones.
And we'll hear
Oh, why
those.
it's gay.
But explain to me why you think that one is in.
That is the
valid.
most pussy, fucking loser, cuck, whiny baby bitch thing
Can I-
to ever
That's
say.
that's a lot
May
of
I-
insults, but it doesn't actually
May
give me
I?
any logical explanation. Hold on, Razor. I would
Okay,
like to
so
hear a
my
logical
okay,
explanation. Yeah.
I would
Excuse
say
me, Adham.
sure. Okay,
Yeah,
I would
no,
say
no.
fine.
No, she understands, but she's
I
gonna
would
answer.
say
Go ahead.
fine. That's a serious reason to be cautious, right? Heal and build support. people
Knowing
who are
I'm
parenting.
broken
okay,
and I can't.
but I will
yeah.
say, trauma is not your fucking destiny, right? Not like so. Your moral answer shouldn't
Trauma
be
is
no one
destiny.
should have kids, right? It is people should
No,
parent
destiny is trauma. Go
intentionally with healing and support as like a focus. Okay, but like using that as
But
some, like,
do you
weird-
not agree that it is responsible of an individual to understand that they are too broken to raise a child to become a fucking well-adjusted adult?
If they're that fucking broken that they don't think
Like
they
it's
can
sad
move
that
forward,
they're broken, but it's
There's
good
two-
for them
there's
to
two
realize.
things, right?
Wait,
If
Samantha,
they
you
are
think Son of
partners,
Sam
Leafy,
should
shut up,
have had
Hang on,
shut up,
Leafy.
shut up,
Yeah,
shut up, shut up,
Leafy,
shut up,
hang
shut
on.
up.
Let her answer.
There's a divide here, right? If they are people that can be self-aware enough to do this and then just fucking
Yep.
like move on, Like, cool. Heal, move on, get a fucking therapist, stop being a cuck loser little soy boy.
But don't make a
and
baby.
Fucking move on. And if you can't fucking move on and have
Right.
self-awareness and everything, then guess what? Paint your fucking ceiling.
Right, but don't make a baby, and that's what they're doing.
Paint your ceiling. Just don't.
No,
have
paint the
kids.
ceiling, but
When
don't make a
I
baby.
heard that, I
Wait,
thought of
no,
like
paint
people
the ceiling
with.
means.
Well, hold
No,
on, Ghosty. What were you gonna say?
It
Go ahead.
means
Let
shoot
Ghosty
yourself in
finish.
the head.
Like what?
You're
so
next, Lethe.
when
Go
I
ahead.
heard like the I don't want to pass down trauma and dysfunction and stuff, I immediately thought of like people with like severe mental illnesses or like if I have
also be part of it,
schizophrenia or bipolar and you know
Yeah.
the trauma that you've experienced, like I'm
wanna
sure
do this
you
to
would
somebody else.
assume
Yeah.
like I'm probably gonna pass this gene down to my child. Do I want that? That was like the first thing that I thought of, but
In a perfect
Like, I have-
world, this is why eugenics is actually a good positive tool, because we wouldn't have to have schizo people worrying about having kids or not. They
It will
wouldn't be
happen
here to begin with.
regardless.
yeah.
Because it's not. It's not.
Not
it's
if you get
something
rid of all the
can get
people.
rid of.
No, not if you get rid of
Nope,
all the people
nope,
with it.
So where did it originally
mutations
come
will
from?
happen.
Yeah,
Mutations
So
will
just out of
happen
curiosity,
regardless.
And guess
Samantha,
what?
is it
You'll-
okay if
you'll
I just
find
want
it
to
on
paint
the-
my walls, or do I have to paint my ceiling?
It depends on the how sawed off your
Depends on the
shotgun is
angle.
to get the good spread.
I see.
Yeah,
So in other words, so you're meaning self-delete when you say.
Yes.
I said
I
eugenics.
thought you were saying find. I thought you were saying find something
No,
else to entertain
no,
yourself.
like,
No,
I
because when you have
misunderstood the reference.
when you have
Right.
schizophrenic, mentally ill people take up painting, they get mad because they're bad at it and end up genociding Jewish people. So like, this is not a good route for them.
True.
Why did I know that was where it was going?
Failed painters.
Because it's
Are
me.
the
Was Hitler
worst.
actually
That's fair.
schizophrenic?
He's got to be. He's
I know it
something.
was
I mean,
Method.
arguably, whatever name
He was
you want to
definitely-
put
he was
to
definitely
his
high on a
fucked
fuck
upness,
ton of
I will
drugs.
accept, so
He was definitely
Yeah.
high on a fuck ton of drugs.
He was
Yeah.
on the
That's
worst
something.
drugs.
The last
All
one,
right.
the last one being, I don't like kids.
Fair.
yeah.
That last- so yeah, no, because
Can you like
for
people
me-
without
for
loving
me,
them?
Because like when it comes to kids, that's
I
gonna
can love
fuck
people
up
without
people's
liking
style.
them. Does that count?
I'm
sorry, Razor.
So
Go on.
like for me, I have stated consistently and constantly to my grandmother, my mom, my dad, and most of my family, the bloodline ends with me. I'm not having fucking kids. And I've been, people always ask like, oh well, why? And it's just like, 'cause I said so. Well, why? And then I've constantly been working that through my head, and I have gotten it down to the fact that I do have chronic. I have like basically severe depressive episodes. I'm able to fix myself. Catch
If you are
myself
able
really
to
well
overcome
now.
that, Razor, do you think that you might change your mind?
I would be too afraid that I would end up having my kid walk in on me in the bathtub with my head half off.
Once again, if you are able to overcome it, would you change your mind?
I mean, it can
if I
still
was
be
able
genetic,
to overcome it, when
right? Like even if
Well, Razor, from experience, like I can talk to you, like whether that's the case or not, you may end up experiencing your parent gone without them doing it themselves, just for the sake
True
of
story.
they passed away.
Yeah.
And
I
you
held
had to
I held
experience
both of my parents' hands while they passed. For what?
Oh
it's
yeah, no,
worth.
I'm obviously talking about like if they're like
Same here,
tiny
Roast Riders.
children when
Holy
they
shit.
get traumatized, obviously.
yeah.
But fuck, where was I going with this?
That's a bad argument.
The idea
I know,
that because of the
not really
fact
an
that you're
argument
broken, you do not want to pass your brakes on to the next generation.
It's a
That
mixture of
was where
both
you're
that
going with
and it's like almost an entire. I almost have like the at this point I have like the compilation of like the majority of what Samantha's list was. It's like I know that I do not trust myself to be a good father, and I do not trust that the world will let my child live a happy life. And so I'd rather not even risk it. And
Is it the
cause
world
that
letting your child have a happy life, or the fact that you can't let your self experience and just have happiness, and you want to focus so many on the
I
negative
could give them
aspects
as
of the
much.
world?
I could give like I because I am able to put on a mask. I am able to because
I'm not talking about masking. I'm not talking about masking, right? But like a lot of these people in politics and on the left, especially, right? If you look, and this is, I hate left-right politics. This is why I don't fucking deal with the left or right, right? But if you look at the left and the right wing tend to just be fucking happier because they're not sitting there nitpicking that everything is out to get them,
Ignorance is
that
bliss.
every system
No.
institution is out to get them. It's not some fucking big,
Wait, what?
this, that, or the other.
I
No, I'm
disagree.
dead serious.
Well,
They're the ones
ignorance is
saying.
bliss is one of the things, but and
They're
they're
the
the
constantly
most
out
living
there,
in fear.
and they
They're
are.
the most making conspiracies. They're the most making.
No,
caveats
you're
to the
talking
No,
about
it's
a
actually
very
seen in
small-
brain
you're talking-
studies. No, it's actually
you
so
guys
so
are-
Republican
you guys are-
issues
Okay,
largely
I'll pull
speak to the amygdala, which is based on like fear reaction. So you actually see a difference between Democrat versus Republican brains to the point where scientists can look at your brain and determine with like almost an 80% accuracy of whether you're Republican or Democrat.
I don't know, like 89 or
Is that
90?
true? Do you
I
have
remember
any
more.
sort of? I
No, I'm
believe you.
sure she
I'm
has.
looking for that out, but do you have a
Statistics right now,
link
hold
to
on.
that? 'Cause
Yeah,
would
I can
really
find
like
I've
to
seen the
that.
study. I've seen the study, and
So-
Ghosty is right, and I think Republicans.
Like I said,
are
I
less
believe
happy.
you, but I would like to read that. And be able
So
to
that's why
reference that.
I mean, it makes sense. Look at their issues, like the border. We're afraid of scary people coming across. Guns to protect ourselves. Like a lot of their issues are fear based.
Fear mongering.
Yeah,
I would argue
issues.
that I would
So-
argue
we're
that
scared of
comes down to
immigrants
most-
taking over the country. Yeah.
When it comes down to my family members, the ones that
finally.
are Democrat and the ones who are Republican, I get far fewer fear-based reactions from my Democrat family, which is far more vast than the immediate family that I have, which is conservative, which are constantly putting forward to me fear-based responses and violence.
I would actually support that based on my own anecdotal experience as well. But I would also
It is
say,
anecdotal.
Here's the PubMed on it. Conservatism
Thank
and
you,
neural
Razor.
circuitry of threat. Economic conservatism predicts greater amygdala BNST connectivity during periods of threat versus safety. That's
Do they
one.
have it
Yeah,
in
it's just
comparison
real.
to liberal? Wait, do they have it in comparison to liberals, or what are they setting it against?
Yeah, the liberals
Yes,
have a
hold
different
on.
part of their brain that is enlarged.
There's another. I found another one. Scientific America. Conservative and liberal brains might have some real differences. Scanners try to watch red-blue divide play out underneath the skull.
The
That
left
is
has the entorhinal cortex, which is basically they are more receptive to new experiences. So they're like less afraid of and more open to, which is why they're liberal, right? Progressive. They're open to change. They are
I'll
more
send it to you, Mark, as well.
receptive to those experiences. Yeah, I found something too.
Okay, there's also
sure.
a
But I can't-
Pew
I can't- there's no-
poll,
there's no
a Pew
side chat I
poll
can put
that
it
took
into.
a
Pew,
people.
pew, pew.
Yes, pew 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 pew. Where Republicans said they were very happy. 37% of Republicans reported they were very happy compared
Here's
to
what I was
25%
talking
of Democrats. Noted that Republicans
Somebody-
have shown a
somebody
happiness
argued
edge
with
in
the
general
term
social
happy
survey
earlier.
data going back to 1972. Pew's regression analysis also found that being Republican still predicted higher odds of being very happy, even after controlling for demographics, though it did not prove party affiliation itself is what caused the happiness.
Can we,
I would
can we
say-
explain what
ideology.
happiness means? Because this was part of the debates earlier.
So
Somebody brought
okay,
this
so
up. Yeah, what is
um,
happiness? How do we quantify
So
that?
they talk about like satisfaction. So like
Satisfaction,
for
I
ideology,
agree,
the research generally finds the same pattern. Conservatives report higher happiness, life satisfaction than liberals, though the effect is often modest and tangled up with stuff like income, marriage, religion, health, community optimism, and beliefs about personal control.
Can I ask a question, Samantha?
Go ahead.
Have you found the correlation between people's income and their political alignments? Because oftentimes what I have found is that people become more conservative the more established they are, and they tend to become more conservative the more financially
Oh yeah,
stable.
no,
Can
I
I
tell
get
people
next
all
point,
this
please,
stuff. I
for
used to tell these people that on like the Prime Kai's panels all the time back in the day. I'm like, they're 18-year-old kids, they're fucking middle fucking America or middle, class, right? Their mommy and daddy pays for everything, and they're a fucking communist LARPing in their fucking mommy's basement. Right?
Sure.
Never fucking paid taxes or struggled in their
Never-
life, but they
never
want to talk about
actually
income
understood
inequality
reality.
and all this
Yep.
shit, right? Then they get a fucking
But when you're
real job,
trying to
good,
protect
high-paying
your,
job,
as a
guess what?
homeowner,
Exactly.
yeah, you become more
Then they
conservative.
start
Yes.
becoming more fucking conservative. Have
So
kids, have a family, you're
is
more
it-
conservative.
Is it possible then that it's not about what your political alignment is, but rather your actual like financial
life that you're building.
situation in life? Yeah.
It's the life that you're building. No, 100%,
Okay,
right? Because the more you have, the more that you have to lose, the more you're willing to protect and fight for it. And like liberals don't have anything to fucking lose or fight for because they're all working at fucking Starbucks with their fucking, gender studies degrees.
Democrats make more money
I
than
love the
Republicans on
term
average.
Ghosty and Razor said the same word.
That's actually incorrect.
Oh,
There's
I asked
there's
for
a
a
lot
point.
of there's a lot of like liberals that are in high paying jobs, but like Republicans or conservatives tend to make more money.
Yeah, it's not
the
universal.
most recent study I saw
was
was that it switched and it's Democrats now.
Shutting up.
yeah, and Ghosty. I think the term you were talking about when it came to liberal brains versus conservative brains. You were talking about the bigger anterior cingulate cortex. That's the term for the
anterior cortex or something. And
Yeah,
syringulate.
anterior,
Anterior
Yeah,
syringulate and anterior cortex. Yeah.
But it actually makes sense.
In large sample of young
Jason
adults,
versus
we related self-reported political attitudes to gray matter volumes using structural MRI magnetic. We found that greater liberalism was associated with increased gray matter volume in the anterior cingulate cortex, whereas greater conservatism was associated with increased volumes of the right amygdala. Our findings are consistent with the proposal that political orientation is associated with the sociological processes of managing fear and uncertainty. The amygdala and many functions include their fear processing. Individuals with a larger amygdala are more sensitive to fear, which, taken together with our findings, might suggest the testable hypothesis that individuals with larger amygdala are more inclined to integrate conservative views into their belief systems. Our findings of the association between anterior cingulate cortex, or ACC, may be linked with tolerance to uncertainty. One of the functions of the anterior cingulate cortex is to monitor uncertainty and conflicts. Thus, it is conceivable that individuals with larger ACC have a higher capacity to tolerate uncertainty and conflicts, allowing them to accept more liberal.
Okay, now on the money thing, lower income voters lean Democratic. Among the lowest income voters, 58% identify with or lean Democratic versus 36% Republican. Middle income voters are basically split with a tiny GOP edge at the middle and upper middle tiers. Pew and Forbes reports middle income at 48% Democratic versus 51% Republican, and upper middle income at 46% Democratic and 52% Republican. Upper income voters lean slightly Democratic. Pew says among upper income voters, 53% are Democrats or Democrat leaners, while 46% are Republicans or GOP leaners. For like beyond upper income, it's literally who's in office at the time, because these people will side with whoever's in office because they're trying to get bakes. Think Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, et cetera, et cetera. So they're just kind of like fucking cocksuck who's ever in the office because they want breaks and shit. So high-income people exist on both sides. Conservatives, GOP do better in upper, middle, and upper, but Democrats and liberals currently have a slight edge among the very upper-income voter tier. And the poorest voters are all Democratic because they want fucking handouts.
No.
They want help, yeah, it makes sense. And rich people don't want to pay taxes.
They want to rely on their community.
They'd rather not let people in their community drown, and so they do become a little bit poorer because they're willing to give more.
Which actually helps everybody, is when the poorest people aren't struggling. It actually helps all of society.
I don't see the poorest people giving very much.
They're giving as much as they can.
I see a lot of, like, I grew up in the barrio. Like, the people aren't fucking putting back into the community, right? Their shoes, their belts, their fucking.
They don't have the money anymore because they got taken by the rich.
Okay. So then explain the shoes, the fashion, the style, and everything for these super low-income neighborhoods.
Because people are trying to do whatever they can to give themselves a sense of
some amount of
happiness.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some
They're
amount
trying to buy status.
So
they're trying to buy status. Guess what? They had $3,000. Guess what? When they spend it on this bullshit, right? Or do they have $3,000? No, they're wearing $3,000 that somebody's going to take from them, right? And they now longer
assuming that they
no
are
longer
actually through that way, though.
Lots of those things are knockoffs.
People are talking about them now.
Not when they have the off-white fucking tag still on it. No.
I'm going to sleep after this, but like all the same, like we can look to an out-group bias. We see that conservatives tend to move toward their in-group, and if something happens to their in-group, they're more likely to change their opinion in regards to anything that happens with an out-group. Whereas when it comes down to Democrats, they're more likely to empathize with an out-group than they are with an in-group.
Yep.
Hey, Razor. Question: do you want your tax dollars to go to, Israel fighting the fucking Gazans?
Do you want your money to go to the
Wait,
Do you
no,
want
no.
your money?
Do you want?
Are you
hold
fine
on,
with
stop,
your money
stop.
going to the Gazans?
Yeah. Do you want your tax dollars to go to Israel, Razor?
Israel can suck a fat nut.
Okay,
Consider my question as well, Razor.
Okay,
Consider
so
my
do you
question
want
as
your
well.
do you want your tax dollars going to spend money on bombs in Iran?
Wait, say one more. You cut off on that one.
Do you want your tax
Bombs in
dollars-
Iran.
Yeah. Do you want your tax dollars to be spent on bombs for Iran?
Of course not.
Okay.
Razor,
so
do you
then
want
why
your
should
money
my
going
wait,
to
wait,
bombs?
Leafy, shut the fuck
Leafy,
up.
hang on.
Why should my money, right? Because I'm in the upper 1% class. Why should my money go to subsidize the poor people's bad decision making?
Because then you get more money later down the line.
How does
Because
me paying
it's-
for
be-
how does me
because
paying
the-
for a poor
because
community in
they're-
fucking New
because
York
the more
benefit me in
taxes
San
you-
Francisco?
because then more tax revenue will be doable because more people will be able to actually work and have a cash flow going through, thus boosting the
How
economy
does
more.
my income going to New York fucking ghettos benefit me and my business in San Francisco or me and my business in France? How does that does that help?
Why do
People have money to spend on your business?
How
Why
what,
do
so
people-
some random cuck in New York is going to fly out to San Francisco to go buy stuff from me? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure most
Depending
of,
on what your business
most
is,
of
if
New
your business
York's
is
things
international,
are
they should have
paid
access to it in New York.
by the state.
No, but federal taxes, right? That they want to increase
Mhm.
on the rich, go federally.
Mhm.
They're not going to my community. They're going to wherever the federal
why are you saying you're
government
part of
wants to
the
designate them.
You're in a red state.
Because I am
Because Samantha
in the 1%,
is part of the
and I've documented. I can pull it. I spend more in a month than most people make in a year.
I agree. Upper middle
Don't bother,
class
Samantha,
people.
I can confirm Samantha's in the top 1%.
I spend over
Oh.
200 grand a month on my business and my employees.
Okay. I
How
didn't
is
know
that
that.
relevant?
Cool.
I'm just
I mean,
curious.
I-
Yeah,
no,
because
because
I
I-
good. Good for you, Samantha.
Because they asked.
But
No,
how's
I was
that
asked.
relevant?
I was
I
asked why I think I'm in the top 1%.
asked.
In the
I asked.
tax bracket,
I see.
I'm in the
Gotcha,
top 1%.
gotcha.
Yes.
Cool.
I make
So real
over
quick,
$2 million a year. So.
This is, and before Lethe goes, this because I know Lethe said he's about
And
to
me
dip,
too.
and for what it's
He's
worth,
gonna
I'm
do that for the
gonna
next
dip
2
too.
hours.
Yeah, it's bed.
We
It's
already
bedtime.
got to my point.
Yeah.
Lethe, can I ask a question? Is it just me? You directed our raid tonight, and I'm not insulting the dude because I don't know the dude.
No,
Oh,
K.
I didn't. No, I wasn't. I didn't do that.
I
Oh,
directed
okay.
the raid.
Say,
Who did?
It's Kid,
Who
not
said
King.
that?
K.
It's
Okay,
kid,
K.
that
not
was
king.
great, but I do like Kid,
Yep.
not King.
Yep. No, I know nothing about the person. Am I a bad person for being initially or immediately skeptical of a dude with a nose piercing?
No, nose ring theory is real.
Okay.
Yeah, nose ring theory is
Cool.
100%.
Damn.
Just
I
checking.
usually I think I trust people with nose rings more than I do the clean shaven dude.
It's because you're left.
Samantha, you go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
No,
They
no,
look-
no.
they look
I
like-
was just curious.
It's
I
because
didn't know if that was just me or if I'm like a
because
bad
your
person
perception
for that.
From my
because
experience,
your
he's genuinely
perception,
a good dude.
Razor, right? You see a person with a nose ring, and you're like, hey, they're likely to fucking believe in some leftist commie shit and have a polycule. They're gonna be cool people. Nose ring theory is
It's
real.
like-
Not my thought. Not my
Different.
thought
Things like
process.
colorful
but-
hair and nose
okay.
rings
Yeah,
are meant to ward off predators.
That's not the reason why I have a natural skepticism towards dudes with nose rings, but fair enough.
Whether
I have a-
whether or
I-
not
I-
you agree
I
with
have
his
a- I
politics,
don't have a
Samantha,
skepticism
is
towards-
Kid not King a bad person.
Oh no, I love it.
Yeah,
Me and Kid had some of the greatest. We talked about fucking Hegel, and then God, we had like a fucking 6-hour talk on communism when we were at TwitchCon, and I just
Okay,
kept calling him gay Conor McGregor.
I see that. Related question. Am I a bad person for immediately being skeptical of a streamer wearing sunglasses on stream?
Yes.
Oh no,
Sunglasses
no.
are based.
No, be judgmental. You're
based.
like, why are you
I'm
being
sorry,
such a
Ghosty.
loser?
You're a bad tasting man.
I judge them.
Ghosty thinks that sunglasses on stream is a good
I like
thing.
men who wear sunglasses. I think it's sexy.
Even
I'm
if they're
sorry,
indoors.
Ghosty has
and-
bad taste.
Look at that. Look at that right
Wait,
there.
hold on. Wait. Leafy, somebody find a picture of fucking critically thinking veteran with his fucking Confederate flag.
That's who I was thinking of. Oh my God, Samantha.
Hold on, it can be douchey.
Right
It can be douchey, of course. There's
No,
caveats. There's
somebody
caveats.
can
It
see you.
screams
Okay.
douche to me initially.
Ghosty.
For what it's
I
worth,
gotta
there
ask
might
this
be
specific
cool
person
dudes
because I think you
who
know
wear
that.
sunglasses, Ghosty, but my initial fucking reaction is douchebag.
I'm the kind of person who wears sunglasses inside all the time, and I get shit for it. so like I'm on the sunglasses
Are you a
side.
stoner,
but-
Ghosty? Are you a stoner?
I am, and I'm also just
no
really.
judgment. I'm a stoner as well.
I'm also really sensitive to light, so I just like.
So am I.
I don't,
All right,
I don't want to look at
Let's
people.
go.
Yeah.
That's why I wear a
Yeah,
ball
wear-
cap. Y'all notice
See,
how my
you-
eyes are always in
Yeah, dude.
shade? You don't have to wear fucking aviators to deal with that. To deal with these
That's
stupid
also
circle
why I
lights
wear
we
a
all
hat as
deal
well.
May I request
It actually
the new
depends
code?
on like what your eye condition is.
May I request from the community the new code for any douchebag that shows up wearing sunglasses that we just call them
CTV.
light?
We just call them CTV.
I will just call them.
What
light.
about
Hey,
3
light-
pairs of sunglasses?
Yeah, I was about to say you do.
Then
you
I
do
call
the
them
wind
razor.
razor. Yeah,
Then
I'm
I
gonna,
call them razor.
age myself here, but there was an era where people were stacking polo shirts from Hollister with like the popped collars. They would wear like 3 or 4 fucking polo shirts and pop all the collars.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna
I'm not
age
friends with
myself
any of
and
those.
remember. I'm gonna age myself and
this
tell
is at
you,
least
yeah, I
cool.
made fun of those children as well.
Same.
I'm
I'm
not friends
41,
with
by
any
the
of
way.
those dudes. I'm older than
Almost
you,
50.
Samantha.
Oh, by the way,
Nice.
these are
And
the
broker than
meanie
you.
smoke
Those
weed
are fucking
everyday
Minecraft.
glasses.
Yeah, no, I
Hey,
hate you
hey,
for
hey.
having those, but I also want a pair. So
My girlfriend gave
Anyways,
them to me
you
like
know what?
the first year we were dating.
Where's my Kanye sunglasses?
No, thank you, Samantha.
Yeah.
yeah, I was about to say,
Oh,
where's
yeah.
your Kanye mask?
They are the
How about
dumbest
that?
sunglasses
So-
in all of history. I will say that. Kanye glasses.
No, again, wearing the fucking GIMP mask was what lost all credibility for Kanye. But I have to say,
Wait.
you actually look like a meme right
I gotta
now.
get
Ray.
What he
Stop
said
it.
while
What-
wearing-
what-
Razor
what
is a
credibility-
walking meme.
What credibility? Because he
credibility
said
did
all that
Kanye
anti-Semitic shit, and everybody only told him you can't say that, but nobody told him he
Someone
was
give
wrong.
me a cutout.
Wait,
of this
but
so I can use it
Samantha,
for
can I talk
thumbnails.
about Aisha?
Oh God, let's not.
But I can't.
I have to go to bed, people.
Yeah.
I have to go to
99
bed.
horseradish.
I love you guys. I appreciate
Okay,
all
so
of
for
y'all.
the next 30
Ghosty,
minutes, I'm going to
Ghosty,
talk
this
about
was your
Aisha.
Ghosty. Yep, that's fine. I thought you had to go to bed, Lethe. You fucking lied to me. Samantha,
Okay,
sorry,
I
Ghosty,
didn't say no
it was a
30
pleasure
minutes.
officially meeting you. I hope you enjoyed your experience tonight. I hope you come back and you keep responding to our prompts. I really enjoyed your performance tonight. Samantha, I actually do want to get you in on a debate because you did demonstrate the fact that you are able to engage in good faith, which is super fucking awesome, and I appreciate that. Everybody, Kay, you know I love you. Castle, you're sitting here silent. I don't know why you're fucking just being your weird lurker, but that's okay.
He was kinda
Everybody... Yeah,
I just wanted to see
everybody
what the hell you could possibly be talking about. At
still talking about it
4:30
1:30 in the fucking morning.
You wanted
Yeah,
to come
here's
sit in the cuck chair.
It's 4:30 here.
Y'all have a great night. I appreciate you guys.
Hey,
I
one
thank
second.
you guys.
Good
I will
night,
talk to you
Rosemary.
again next week.
One second, man. Fuck,
He's
motherfucker.
gone.
Ghosty, like he said, it was also nice meeting you as well.
Fuck you,
I am
fuck
going
you.
to go to bed.
Nice meeting you too.
Keep
You're all
in touch.
goofballs, but thanks for the conversation.
Will do. Hi
Night,
guys.
Ciao.
Oh, you guys can see my hermit crabs. Alright, I should probably get my Discord off of stream right now. Okay, not that there's anything bad on there, but anyways. It was great getting to kind of meet you, Ghosty. Meant to check out your channel when you did the abortion debate, but completely forgot. Well, thank you for being here. It was a fun night, interesting night. I definitely come back on Horseradish's panels. It was pretty chill. And I like a couple of the people that I met tonight. That was fun. So please like the video if you like the video. You know, do all that YouTube jazz stuff. And have a great night, everybody. Thank you so much.